Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity. We beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Item number 2 in the order paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you, colleagues. Let's right away go on to business. I'll start with matters of national importance. I can see the order, but some of the colleagues, I'm not seeing them here. So the problem is if I want first to go. Ready? Procedure, Komake? We haven't deliberated anything. I don't know how.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
I hope you're not accusing me of not communicating.
No. I rise on Rule 52, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the definition of power is so simple. Power is the ability to affect one's direction or one's cause. Right Honorable Speaker, I believe you have that power because we invested it into you. In the month of March, you directed the Minister of Internal Affairs to bring a statement to this House on a matter that I raised that pertains the policy of changing the drafting of the national identity card. This has been of a huge concern. Up to then, Right Honorable Speaker, the minister has not presented to this House.
Okay.
But then also, Right Honorable Speaker, you also directed the Attorney General. That was last year when I presented an issue about Puranga Sub-County, where Mr. Ali claims 1,000 acres of land. These peasant people are facing court, and nothing has yet been done to be presented on the floor of this House. Isn't it procedure right, Right Honorable Speaker, that you use that power to save my people? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I didn't know I was that powerful. But also, I'm usually cautious with my statements. Very, very cautious. I don't usually use the word direct. Where I'm really pushing hard, I use the word required. The minister is required. Okay? I hope the ministers don't abuse that goodwill, because it's very, very critical that we work in a harmonious manner, not of directing each other or commanding each other. Comradeship, because at the end of the day, we are all members of parliament. So let me start with the Minister for Internal Affairs. No, Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, especially the concerned member. It's been a matter of scheduling, but we are ready with that paper.
Clerk, put it on the order paper tomorrow. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I did refer this matter to the Minister of Lands. We actually got the details of this case. I don't know. I thought that we had reported back. It was a private dispute between a person claiming the land and some people who are occupying the land. We did advise our office in Gulu to follow up on the case, and if any decision is to be made to remove the 1,000 people, government should be interested in the matter. And we did communicate to court that government is interested in the matter, but we could not take it over. But Right Honorable Speaker, I can undertake to check on my record and ensure that that report is brought here.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you can just give us an update tomorrow. Okay, check, and then tomorrow you give us an update. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Atkins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, about 3 months ago, Parliament, through you, Mr. Speaker, asked or made a requirement that government compensates the nurse, the government hospital nurse that was burned to ashes on May 12 in Kichichu village, Kichichu parish in Kisomero County. And there was a commitment from the Right Honorable Prime Minister that compensation will be made. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have just returned from the community. Our children will be reporting back to school on Monday. And sadly, I have to report to this house that 5 children of the deceased are not going to be able to go back to school. Mr. Speaker, sir, the reason why I'm raising this matter is that the widow is going through a very tough situation, and the only rescue available is this house. Very lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the entire case, I don't know what really is going on. Literally everybody that walks into a hospital to go and give birth is 2 things either have to occur or to happen. The mother who went to give birth either goes back home in a coffin or a casket, or the child does not make it. And Mr. Speaker, sir, my request is that through you, the Ministry of Health at the level of PS or a minister should dispatch a team to undertake a maternal mortality audit. Why should mothers continue to die in hospitals while giving birth? And this is not restricted to my community, it is the entire district. Very, very finally, on that, Mr. Speaker, you can't imagine, I went to the community on Thursday. Thursday was burying a mother that died while giving birth. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, this is a crisis. So, Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, the people of Kasese are waiting for your leadership. That government really undertakes that maternal mortality audit to find out why our mothers are dying while giving birth. Is it the issue or a matter of not enough medical workers or tools or medicines? Really, an investigation has to be undertaken. I really appreciate your opportunity, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. We have one item that is on business to follow. I think it's an item we need to give serious attention. Item number 5, business to follow. Presentation of a petition of Uganda Women Parliamentarians Association on escalating cases of maternal mortality. I'll give it space tomorrow so that all these issues can be handled. But the minister track please draft for me a letter for the minister to go and visit the area and link up with the members so that we give attention to the people of Kasese. I've also had some harrowing tales from there. I think we need to give them serious attention. And on the issue of compensation, the only limit is that we could only advise because we are limited by Article 93 of the Constitution. So we can only advise. Otherwise, this compensation can only come from the consolidated fund, and we can't do much about it in terms of saying, no, it must be done. So we still urge government that since you committed to do that, please do it. I'd also try to follow up with the honorable member, see how best this can be sorted. Yeah, Honorable Tima, you have a procedure matter? Let me first speak procedure, Honorable. Procedure matter from Honorable Saropendi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think something more needs to be done on how we conduct business in this house. Petitions referred to committees have a timeline. I presented this petition regarding the escalating maternal mortality in this country before the Women's Day, March 2022. It is over a year. And this petition has never been disposed of. Is this a people-centered parliament? We have always said so, and I believe it is a people-centered parliament. And therefore, matters that affect communities must be given priorities. At the time I presented that petition, there was an alarm from almost all parts of the country. Why should mothers die while giving birth? Right Honorable Speaker. And yet in other countries, there is zero mortality. Why is it rampant here? So right Honorable Speaker, the procedural issue that I'm raising, we have petitions before committees. Not only that one presented on the maternal mortality, but also on the land issues with land grabbing that I presented on the floor of this house. The people are calling me every other time. We have adjourned, gone on recess regarding the Sylvia Worry issue. So right Honorable Speaker, is it not procedural right? Because petitions are issues that need to be handled urgently. Is it not procedural right that we deal with all these, dispose of all these petitions before we break off for this recess? Would it not be procedural right that we do that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable colleagues, in this house, we have even worked overtime. Every business we handle here is a people's business. I've not brought any business here to say we discuss the welfare of Tayewa's family. I have not. If you bring your business, if you have a petition, you're a member, others also have petitions. You can have a petition as a member, others have questions. We have government business to handle. We have business from the leader of opposition. I can't create time. That's why normally we should be sitting from 2 p.m. But sometimes I've been here from 10 to 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Sometimes we've been here. The speaker I saw during, she even had the presiding officer the other week, the right honorable speaker, started parliament at 8 a.m. So because your business is not handled, we shouldn't discount other business that is done in the house. So we shall continue following the procedure we follow as presiding officers determine the business that comes on the floor. I had picked Honorable Tima.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of national importance That is the persistent insecurity hitting Arua City, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, on the 28th of April 2023, at Insambia cell in Awindiri Ward, Arua Central Division, at night, unidentified armed robbers attacked Champion Betting Center, sought one called Adule Collins at the left side of the west, and robbed cash money of unspecified amount. Mr. Adule is nursing wounds and getting healing at Arua Regional Referral Hospital. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 1st May of this year, another aggravated robbery happened at Premier Betting Center along Rhino Camp Road in Arua Central Business Area, where 3 men and 1 woman masked, all wearing jungle boots, made their way to this betting center and went with money which was unspecified. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 13th May this year at 2 a.m., Novavinia Clinic in Arua Central was attacked and the private guard called Amaku Alex was shot dead with 1 bullet. Right Honorable Speaker, the people in Arua Central Business Area, in Arua Central Division are now living in panic and fear. They don't know what will happen next to their lives. Right Honorable Speaker, police visited these scenes. We held security meetings with them, and they have some challenges that I want this house to help the people of Arua Central
Just go
and
to
Arua
prayer-
City.
Go to prayers, Honorable. We
Right
can-
Honorable Speaker, my prayers are.
Honorable Atima, we do 2 minutes on matters of national importance. So prayers.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. One, my prayer is, can the Minister of Internal Affairs support the security team of Arua City, especially the police, to have more manpower and patrol pickups on ground so that the security can curtail this insecurity. As I talk now, the entire Arua City has 1 patrol pickup, which tours the 3 police stations, police posts in the city, Ivu East, Ivu West, and Central Division, which sometimes breaks down. 2, Right Honorable Speaker, can Minister of Security and government intensify security surveillance through intelligence in West Nile region, as there seems to be suspected illegal guns in the country because of the porous borders from South Sudan and Congo, aware that there is a serious challenge in our neighborhood. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Honorable Minister, I was in Arua recently on the invitation of Honorable Atima. I mean, it's a bustling city, business, and when the vibrance of Arua city, it needs very, very serious attention, especially now with the borders on the side of South Sudan, side of Congo. But the business, it's feeding the whole of that region, and it's playing a very critical role. So they need some bit of special attention. I don't know what you can say about that in terms of his prayers.
It's true, we've had Right Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Tima in particular, we've had a spate of incidents, and it's true Arua lies astride Congo and Sudan, and the borders are porous. Sometimes we get inlets of illegal guns. Regarding this recent covered by the police, but in particular to the play Tima, request through you, Right Honorable Speaker, that we have an engagement and we see what we can do with the police leadership.
Sure.
Respond to those.
Honorable
concerns.
Minister, I would also make a personal request that you visit Arua.
Thank you, Right
Yes,
Honorable
sir.
Speaker.
With the members. Thank you, Honorable Tamaguzi. Honorable colleagues, I have questions here. I'm seeing many, but I'm scanning because some of them ministers are not here. I don't just want to keep referring. So, I know the reason as to why you're standing up to ask a question. Some are coming, so Najuma yourself.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my constituents of Nakaseke South are putting on pressure, demanding when will the minimum wage bill be introduced by Parliament. So it will be my pleasure, Right Honorable Speaker, to hear that the minimum wage bill is one of the bills which have to be discussed urgently. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chemonges. Colleagues, when you approach me and I say that you can ask your question tomorrow and all that, if it is registered in office, I can't remember. I don't have a computer in my head. Okay. So I'm seeing most of you, and this is the only time you look at me with a lot of kindness. I didn't know your eyes can rob me, seriously. Huh? You rob me, you do all kinds of signs. So I wish you could continue behaving like that. You know, I would also enjoy being here. Eh? Yeah, let's do a quick round. Yes. But usually, colleagues, I use Thursdays to address most of your issues. If I don't pick you today, you know, tomorrow I will try my level best to pick. But let's comb through quickly. I pick most of you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable
We
Speaker.
use 1 minute each so that I pick more.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, last week I raised an issue of national importance pertaining the illegal destruction of houses by the Wildlife Authority in my constituency. And since then, nothing has been done on ground. And because Attorney General is here today, I wanted to bring it out clearly that the people who are still staying along the boundaries of Mount Elgon National Park in Queen District are people who are left to stay there on orders of government. I'm sure, I'm sure the Attorney General is aware of the consent judgment of 2005, where government consented to the case that was taken by the community against government, complaining on their displacement from their ancestral land. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a very serious matter in my constituency.
Prayer.
Right Honorable Speaker, my prayers are that the Attorney General stops the finding of people who stay around the boundary, because now my people are fined when they are grazing animals, they say they are trespassers. These are not trespassers. These are people who are simply still staying where government told them to wait to stay there as government plans to resettle them.
Thank you.
And these are the same people that they are being fined daily for.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Attorney General, you know, issues of areas neighboring Elgon Park are issues which we must sit down and we give a final verdict as a government. Honorable John Faith Magora hosted me and he took me up to Mountain Wanare. Yeah? And we had a long evening. His people even threatened to do an imbar on me. But you know, they didn't know I was clever. I went when I was also prepared, well protected. So I saw these people coming, dancing with Kado, slowly, and you know, they can either kidnap you and they do. So I say, don't know, Faith, you're my brother. Huh? You mean you planned this with Nambesh? But anyway, we had a very good evening there. You see, the issue of that border, if you want to go with the markings with the survey of 1992, okay, then it would mean, I think even, no, the one of 1964, yes, it would mean even Mbare City is in a park. You would take over the whole of that area. So the leaders are saying, go with the survey of 1992. I think it's 92, 93. Yeah, my memory, I'm trying to piece things together. Yes. So go with the survey which government did in 1993. And you see, the danger that it is causing is that the moment you don't now decide, people will continue encroaching. But the leaders in the areas had committed that if you go with the board of 1993, we are going to ensure we protect the park. We don't allow any more encroachment. But now, if you continue with arguments of 1960s, people are saying, continuing entering the park, and you have skirmishes, fights, NFA coming in, you can't control it. So, Attorney General, help us. I know on such issues you're usually decisive. Let's make a decision on the matter so that people know either you don't want them to go with the board of 93, with the survey of 93, and they find a way out. And the whole of Mbare City, you declare it a national park.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Like you said, this issue of national parks, not only in Mount Elgon, it's everywhere, Renzori, everyone has this issue. And we are going to address, but I think a communication has been made on Mount Elgon, but more importantly, the honorable member, while we talk about the national park, there's also the risk of the landslides in that area, which also needs to be addressed. But Right Honorable Speaker, we're going to go back and communicate the position, because if there's a demarcation, the demarcation exists, and we should be able to share what the demarcation is, and all of us need to respect it. And then we can deal with the resettlement of the people if indeed there is such a challenge. But we can communicate and share with you, we share and we find a solution to this problem.
Attorney General, I request you meet with the MPs from the affected areas for more details. No, I don't want it to be an exchange between the Attorney General and the members. Let the Attorney General meet with the members from the area surrounding Mount Elgon so that you can agree on a way forward on this issue. Okay? Yes. That's your procedure, Madam Honorable. Wakiso, procedure?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, being the Shadow Minister for Local Government, and given that the Committee for Public Service and Local Government, we really took time over the matter of the market bill. As I talk today, Right Honorable Speaker, apart from yesterday's issue of Kajansi market, even my Wakiso market, where it was really affected, just yesterday at 2 p.m., it all fell, it went down. Over 500 vendors were affected. But my procedure matter, if at all we've legislated over an item which is going to aid the country, could we procedurally know what is failing a response to this house if the assent is failing? And as we talk today, the 2 months have elapsed. Can we take it as low as per now? And that aside, even the action taken report, because Wakiso district is unable to get any money to help the market of Wakiso that has gone down. The action taken report I'm asking was from finance over the local raised revenue motion we processed here. So would it be procedure, right Honorable Speaker, first to get from the AG over the matter of the market bill, because management, we are supposed to be helped by that legislation in place. And secondly, want it to be procedure right through you, Mr. Speaker, to know from finance what really happened over the motion of local raised revenue, so that district local governments and municipalities are able to have some finances with them on such occurrences that can occur where the Prime Minister's office may not come in there and then. I beg to request.
Thank you. On the one of the bill, Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to step out and check on what the status of that bill is from my office and come back.
Tomorrow.
Thank you.
Let us tomorrow. Let's hold the fire. If it's on the same, tomorrow. If it's on the same, tomorrow. If it's not the same, I've not allowed it. I'm still on this. Just first allow me, I finish this, okay? No, let me first finish the issues of honorable. Now, you said it's not the same, and I'm saying around my first finish issues to do with what has been raised. So it means it's the same. Okay, if it's the same, please. But colleagues, I can just update you, okay? The speaker and I had a meeting with His Excellency the President on the pending bills, and he promised us that he's going to work on them very, very, very soon. So I'm going to again cross-check with him. We also raised it with him in terms of pending bills. Yeah.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you. It's good you are reporting that you raised the issue of the bills with the President. This House has had fundamental concerns regarding delay of bills with the President. In fact, one of our colleagues has gone to court over this matter. So I want to request, Right Honorable Speaker, that the issue of expediting assent to bills must be taken as a priority. And when we discussed it, and it's Right Honorable Speaker, it's not about this parliament. I recall even in the 10th parliament, we raised the issue. I don't know where the problem comes from, but I think it's important that through your engagement, you bring it to the attention of the President that there is nothing as frustrating as parliament.
Thank you. Yes, I totally agree with you, Honorable Basari. But also, we said we will first go back ourselves administratively, because you see, colleagues might consider bill from the day we passed it here, but it is from the day it was delivered to the President. So we also take our time here, combing through the records to ensure that we send a bill that complies. We send a bill that is cleaned up, because the President just assents, he doesn't edit anything. Okay? So we want to be ensuring that even on our side, we can do we can do a clean job. Now, from who? Will I be in position to answer your difficult questions? Please. You can help me clarify what you want.
Thanks very much, Right Honorable Speaker. In fact, that is a very sensitive issue. We have been blaming the President that he raised in assenting the bills. And the problem is not the President. At times it comes from the front page. No, hold on, I'm coming. At times it comes from...
Allow a colleague to
give his view. At times it comes from the front bench. In the sense that when the bill is passed here, we expect the ministers to have participated. But after the bill has gone, then you find that the minister has written to the President saying, I don't agree with this provision. Now, whom should we blame?
Now, colleagues, the man has run for his dear life, so no, Honorable Semuju, you have no one to address. He took off. No, don't do it that way. Don't do it that way. Honorable colleagues, please. We shall update you on this issue. We are taking it up seriously, but also we have to check our own side on how quickly. I know we've been quickly doing it, but let's go back. We see also on our side, and we see how best it can be well streamlined. Honorable Tamaguzi, you had an issue.
Right Honorable Speaker, your response on my prayer on the minimum wage went silent. I wanted it to be on record. What do you say about it?
No,
That's what
Honorable, you cannot force a minister to bring a bill. If a minister has not brought a bill, you are allowed under the law as a private member. You can bring a bill.
Much obliged.
The minister is not interested in a topic.
Much obliged.
No, yeah. Otherwise, I don't want us pass resolutions here. Minister, go and bring this bill. that would be wrong. Honorable Najuma, then Honorable Repair.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the government has a policy of setting up seed schools per constituency. And these schools are well equipped with computers, but some of them are not connected to power. I have a school called Blessed High Senior Secondary School that was commissioned on 17th April per sub-county. Thank you for your correction. Honorable Speaker, it's per sub-county. I have Blessed High Senior Secondary School in my constituency, Nakaseke sub-county. It was commissioned on 17th April 2022 by Honorable Jesse Muyingo. He has been around, he can bear maintenance. And one of the challenges pointed out on that day was lack of power. And this has hindered the students from accessing the computers. And last month, thieves took advantage of the situation. They broke into the school and took away 13 computers. Honorable Speaker, we need around 10
Prayers?
My prayers, Honorable Speaker. The Minister of Energy should intervene so that the school can get power, so that students can access the computers and for security reasons. And Honorable Speaker, I'm so worried. I'm raising this for the second time. I'm seeing this as a small issue for the government to fix. So I'm requesting the school to fix. I'm requesting the Minister of Energy to fix the situation because the students are reporting on Monday. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and dear colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, it's true, we have a seed secondary school in that area. It's also true that it's not connected to the main grid. Your Honorable Speaker, we are working hand in hand with the Ministry of Energy to ensure that all the schools we have provided, we have constructed, get connected to the national grid. But of course, as you all know, it all depends on how much money we have, but the process has started. We are also continuing the process of giving computers in all the secondary schools in the country. So far, over 1,200 have been provided with the computers. It's unfortunate that these computers are being stolen. It's unfortunate, but Right Honorable Speaker, my ministry had not received that information that the computers are stolen from that school. I'll follow it up with my sister so that a replacement can be looked at. The possibility of replacing those stolen computers can be looked at.
Thank you. Colleagues, there are many questions to do with the roads and all that. Yesterday we handled some. We shall handle the rest tomorrow. Any issues to do with roads, we shall handle them tomorrow. Honorable Repair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of national importance, which is actually international. And I really want to beg you, Right Honorable Speaker, the issues are so critical, so dire, that might need some bit of additional 1 minute because I really want to issue.
Honorable,
so
here we
clearly.
don't deal with matters of international importance. We
National, but of international nature.
Just go quick.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue is there is a very dire, very acute security situation in my district of Nakapiprit and some other districts in northern Karamoja. And this is occasioned by the external aggression by armed groups from Kenya. And the ones that actually are affecting my district come from West Pokot County in Kenya. These groups carry out daily attacks. And this has been happening since January 2023. There are daily attacks and they seem to overwhelm the security apparatus that is on the ground because there is nothing that the security apparatus is carrying out. Now, what has happened is, as of today, we have lost over 24 lives, including security personnel, UPDF officers. And we have lost over 4,000 heads of cattle and about 2,000 sheep and goat. Now, the issue is, every other day people are dying. And it is really so critical. The community is in panic. There's total anxiety. I want to tell you, Right Honorable Speaker, that my phone doesn't, once it goes off at 7 p.m., I stay on until morning trying to follow the tracking animals on phone, coordinating with the security personnel. Now, I've raised this matter 2 times this particular.
Prayers.
Yeah, requesting the leader of government business to take action because people are dying. Actually, the last question I asked in this house is, how many more do you want to die? You tell us so that we maybe offer ourselves to die and peace comes to Karamoja. I asked the Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer at that time, which is still sustained up to now, is can the leader of government business organize a team, high-power delegation of Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Ministry of Security, and the UPDF leadership, so that we go and carry out an on-ground assessment of what is going on, so that they hear from the people. The situation is really bad. One person is shot in the streets of Kampala, the whole country is abuzz. What is happening? You want how many Karamojongs to die really? How many Karamojongs must die? And really the assurance we got from government during the disarmament, which was carried out in 2006 was.
Honorable, I want us to conclude. Please, please.
Yeah, was that government would actually secure the lives and properties of people. That's the reason why we gave out our guns voluntarily. We gave out 30,000 guns, which were actually defending Karamoja from the external aggression. So my prayer is, let a team from the listed institution go with me and we assess this situation in the ground. Thank you very much, Right Honorable
Minister
Speaker.
for Internal Affairs. Let's listen to the Minister for Internal Affairs, colleagues.
Right Honorable Speaker, I've heard the concerns of the Honorable Aleper, the external dimension, but also there is an internal dimension because the external people, the Pokot and Turkana, connive usually with some of our people in Karamoja, the clan alliances. That said, this matter has been on the floor a number of times. I think we need to give a cross-government response to the matter, as you may please, Right Honorable Speaker. We are going to prepare a response and present it to this Parliament.
I know this is an issue. Even the president has been in the area, just came out of the area. Colleagues, usually at the speaker and deputy speaker, we usually have interactions, regular interactions with the president on issues regarding members' concerns. And this is one of the issues for which we had a discussion. And that's when he went and held a meeting, held several meetings in northern Uganda. I can't remember very well whether even Karamoja, he went to Karamoja. No, I know where he went. But I know he is supposed to also go. It's an issue which I know he himself is giving extreme attention. And the best we can do, Honorable colleague, is at our level again escalate it back to him to raise these concerns to His Excellency the President, so that maybe he can get space and also again meet the Karamoja team and see and get more updates. Okay, on the same, but pushing just you know. Please. You don't tell the speaker no. That's not a language which is in our rules, honorable colleagues. You know, colleagues, here we run parliament based on rules. Yeah. And we are usually humble in how we do our business. So let's maintain that. Honorable Gilbert Oranya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance concerning massive tree cuttings in Acholi sub-region purposely for charcoal. Right Honorable Speaker, as I speak now, we have people coming from all parts of Uganda, based in Acholi sub-region, and are cutting down trees massively, including chianut trees, especially in the side of Kitgum, Pade, and Lamore. Right Honorable Speaker, surprisingly, we have the police officers are the one protecting, encouraging those ones who are destroying the environment in Acholi sub-regions. At this juncture, I remember when we raised the matter to the president, when we raised the matter to the president, His Excellency directed that the police officers and the military personnel in northern Uganda should stop massive tree cuttings for charcoal in Acholi sub-region. And last Monday, His Excellency issued an executive order banning charcoal cutting in Acholi sub-region. But surprisingly, the police officers are still continuing to escort the charcoal dealers right from the source up to Kampala. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like the Minister of Internal Affairs to explain the role of the police officers and the military personnel in the charcoal deals in Acholi sub-regions. And secondly, the minister should stop the police officers from encouraging the environment destructions in Acholi sub-region. I beg to move.
Honourable Minister for Internal Affairs.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, indeed it's true. Like the honorable member said, there's massive cutting of trees in northern Uganda in the areas mentioned. But also apart from the security, rogue security people, the local leaders in that area are also complicit. So I think we need to, now that we have the presidential directive and an executive order, we need to work together and ensure that no one, including the police and the army, whoever is involved, does what he's doing, and whoever does it is brought to book. We shall handle the police, but I think we need a cross community and government approach to handle this matter.
Honourable Kajwenje.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to raise a matter of national importance. And this concerns plummeting and collapsing milk prices, farm gate prices, as a result of trade hurdles between the Republic of Kenya and Republic of Uganda. Right Honourable Speaker, from this morning, the farm gate price for milk per litre was 400 shillings in Nyabushozi constituency, and in most of the southwestern, central, the cattle corridor up to Karamoja. This is very unfortunate, Right Honourable Speaker, and it is brought about by the fact that the Republic of Kenya has, unfortunately, stopped giving export permits of powdered milk to the Republic of Kenya. My constituency, to the Republic of Uganda, my constituency, the people of Nyabushozi, and the rest of the cattle corridor people, buy manufactured acaricides, injectables, and vaccines from the Republic of Kenya. And now they cannot be able to service the loans they took when milk prices were at 1,000 and above. They cannot take their children to school. It's going to be a loss of government revenue and loss of jobs, because the dairy industry has been a big employer, Right Honourable Speaker. I now make my prayers that the government of Uganda, through the Ministry of East African Community Affairs, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, engage urgently, address with the Republic of Kenya and address this matter as a matter of urgency. Two, that the governments of East Africa should, Right Honourable Speaker, at all material times, remain committed to the implementation of East African trade protocols. I also pray, Right Honourable Speaker, that the government of Uganda should consider support or compensation to the farmers of this country whose livelihood is at stake and likely to collapse. Right Honorable Speaker, my last prayer. The Milk for Schools project should be fast-tracked and implemented by this government because it will increase domestic consumption, it will stabilize prices, and increase the nutrition levels for our children. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minister for Trade.
Mr. Speaker, we are aware of this situation, not only milk, but also some other products. So what we are doing right now, the head of state has been informed about this situation and is going to engage the president of Kenya to see how we can resolve this matter. At operational level, we have arranged a council of ministers to discuss the issue of milk and other products, and then bring this matter to the heads of state summit and find a lasting solution on how we can protect the community. Because as a country, Uganda, we have been committed to all the protocols we have signed, and we expect that our sister countries should do the same. But also in terms of support to the farmers, we cannot promise that we are going to have a subsidy for the farmers. But what government can promise is that we are doing all we can to find markets, alternative markets for the milk. We are now in advanced stages of engaging other countries like Algeria. We are about to sign an agreement where Algeria is going to take quite a sizable amount of liters for milk from Uganda. And by doing this, finding alternative markets, taking advantage of the African continental free trade area, then in a way we resolve this. But the matter is known and action is being taken, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Angura. Honorable Angura.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, last Thursday we passed the appropriation bill. And among one of the key issues that was discussed exclusively in that bill and agreed from both the opposition and the NRM side was the 100 billion shillings that was shifted from Ministry of Energy specifically for power. And it was resolved that this arose because of the slow implementation of the monies that were available to REA while shifting it to the ministry. And it was agreed, Right Honorable, that the Ministry of Energy comes with an exclusive report here on Tuesday yesterday, such that we can harmonize on this and see how we can realign and create an opportunity to look for avenues for that 100 billion shillings. Right Honorable Speaker, what Honorable Sarah has raised is something that is affecting the whole country and all of us. And we badly needed that 100 billion shillings to be reinstated to the ministry. Right Honorable Prime Speaker, I thought that today, as it was expected to be yesterday, that would have had this on the order paper because the ministry committed, and this was a highly contentious issue that we needed to resolve. I would request, Right Honorable Prime Speaker, that since this is not on the order paper today, maybe if it pleases you, it be considered tomorrow and we harmonize on this and see how we can look for that 100 billion to be reinstated to energy in order to connect the areas that are now suffocated with the poles standing, with the wires.
Thank you. Now, Honorable, it is not the duty of Parliament to look for money. You can't do work of the executive. Number two, the process of appropriation has ended. Government has a window under 3% where it can, if it finds the matter very urgent, it can get that 100 billion and give it to the ministry to implement projects, and they seek retrospective approval if they consider it urgent. They have another window of bringing a supplementary. Whatever we discuss here, we cannot amend the appropriation bill. Okay? Maybe if you say you want us to go to reconsideration under Rule 222. Okay? That's number one. Number two, beyond GOU component, we have projects in our constituencies which are externally funded. Money is there. On those loans, we are paying interest as a government, but they are not absorbing those loans. I have them in my constituency. I'm being accused that we are just waiting for elections to come, 2026, then I resume projects, as if I'm the one who directs on how the ministry does projects. So let the ministry perform. We have loans which we passed. We passed the last mile connection loan. Honorable Bangura, I had you on the Committee of Natural Resources. I had you on the Committee of National Economy. Tell me what they've done with over $200 million. So let the Committee on Natural Resources, in fact, engage the ministry. Chairman, you're here. Now I direct you, because for you, you're within my ambit. Okay? Meet the Ministry for Natural Resources and look at the issue of how they're implementing the projects we've passed over time. This 100 billion was on GOU financing. Before you talk about GOU financing, you have hundreds of billions under external financing on which we are paying interest as a government. Why are you not absorbing that money? Okay? So I don't want this house to be doing to feel like you blame yourself for the decision you make. The house made a decision which it can stand by. If there is any gap anywhere, that gap, the executive will propose how best we can fill it. But we want them to implement, to absorb the money we gave them under various funding. Very many, we used to call Honorable Bahati a vendor of loans. Yeah? Most of these loans were for energy. Why aren't we having electricity? Why should you put up a transformer? It reaches to an extent of being damaged before you can even commission. You put up poles, they brought poles in my constituency for 5 years. 5 years you dumped poles, you went under on. And you expect me to have kind words for you. You are a matter of national importance, Honorable Sarah. If you go on this one, then you won't have an opportunity. Go on national importance.
Thank you, right.
Already directed the committee to handle.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in March 2021, the Ministry of Local Government did launch officially the issuance of LC1 stamps. And Right Honorable Speaker, as we talk about security issues, issues of corruption, issues of forgery, these LC1 stamps, which were nationally procured, would go a long way in helping us deal with some of the challenges of forgeries and even theft of cattle that we are seeing in some of our communities. In my district of Tororo, Right Honorable Speaker, we have LC1 chairpersons who have never received these stamps to date. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that the Minister of Local Government does issue these stamps to the LC1 chairpersons so that we can be able, let us know where the problem is and why they have not been given these stamps since 2021. And then after that, let these stamps be issued to the LC1 chairpersons. Otherwise, our motion on rare, Mr. Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, has also been pending. It would help us deal with the gaps in the Ministry of Energy. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to apologize for that omission, but I stood here on this very floor of Parliament when Honorable Martin Muzale rose a point of stamps, and I appealed to all members to submit in case they had a similar gap. And all those who submitted, Right Honorable Speaker, were procured and delivered. I pledge to do the same for Tororo. I thank you.
But Honorable Minister, I think you better write to CAWs, because it won't be MPs to start dealing with LC1 chairperson. Write to CAWs.
Most obliged.
Yeah, they tell you gaps, then you fill the gaps. Honorable Court.
Oh, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. It is now a year that there was a blanket ban on cattle trade in northern Uganda. This initiative was taken by two ministries, that of Internal Affairs and Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. The intention of the ban was to curtail the rampant uncontrolled movement of the nomads, locally called the Balalo. But the ban in itself was blanket to the extent that persons who used to trade in animals in my constituency, Kyoga County, through the Kyoga ferry, were not able to trade in cattle to date. Right Honorable Speaker, Kyoga is a peninsular district on the windward side of the lake, and our only livelihood is cattle trade and fishing. Fishing is no more at the time for a common man. We are only left with cattle trade. And if the blanket ban continues, I am going to continue representing paupers, oipolois up to date. And then it is very hard to represent such people because I become a donor as I stand. It is my humble plea that the blanket ban be lifted specifically to persons who own licenses in Kyoga to continue trading in cattle. Two, the trade that was restricted to only a fro going to a Molatar should be given a to and fro so that persons from a Molatar can equally bring their cattle, not only receive cattle from Kampala. Those are my two humble prayers.
Thank you.
I so submit.
Honorable Minister for Internal Affairs.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Court has made a blanket statement that there was a ban. I'm not aware of a ban. There was an operation directed by the president, which was time-bound, and it ended. Cattle trade in general terms was not banned. We only enforced the quarantine restrictions enforced by MAIF. What I understand even today, post that exercise, some people have taken it upon themselves to restrict movement on their own and working under the guise of that operation. So we shall make, working with MAIF, a clarification and a guidance that going forward, cattle should move, subject, of course, to the usual restrictions where there is disease. Those ones can be enforced by MAIF. But regarding the Balalo issue, which was related to that one, an executive order has been made by the president again, banning the movement of Balalo to that area. So we shall see how to refine the position and communicate to the people of northern Uganda through their leaders.
Now, Honorable Minister, may I make a request that you meet with Honorable Koti? You can coordinate your colleagues.
I will, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, because it's a pressing issue.
With the
colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon, we have partners of Uganda Parliamentary Alliance on Food and Nutrition Security, represented by, I don't know the one who writes for me. Honorable members, in the public gallery this morning, yeah, my day usually starts very early, so I take it to be afternoon. This morning, we have partners of Uganda Parliamentary Alliance on Food and Nutrition Security, represented by Honorable Muwuma Milton, Chairperson, Uganda Parliamentary Alliance on Food and Nutrition Security. They've come to observe proceedings of the House. Please join me in welcoming them. And as part of my communication today, I was supposed to be briefing you on activities. I will use this opportunity to call Honorable Milton Muwuma. I give you 1 minute for my communication to update the House on this issue.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, on Sunday, the 28th May 2023, the country will be commemorating the World Nutrition Day under the theme, fuel for the future. Food and nutrition security is a big fuel, a major fuel that drives economic development and economic growth. Mr. Speaker, I have to thank you for joining with us and accepting to launch the Uganda Parliamentary Nutrition Week, which you opened on Monday this week. At the same time, want to thank you for remaining solid and united when we as parliamentarians requested you that we need to revive the program of providing maize seeds to members of parliament in the promotion of food security in this country. We want to pray, Right Honourable Speaker, that we maintain this program and provide and ask government to provide seeds at the right time for us to catch up with the rains. Mr. Speaker, we want to appreciate this parliament still by leading by example. When we provided or established a breastfeeding center for lactating mothers. And we want to urge different organizations to emulate this to ensure that we set aside centers for breastfeeding so that children grow while enjoying the right of breastfeeding for at least 6 months. Mr. Speaker, finally want to urge government to promote food security in this country. We need to roll out the tractor scheme to all areas in this country to boost food production and productivity. Mr. Speaker, we thank you so much for according us space in your communication. I think we needed to make a statement that the rules do not allow. I thank you so much and thank you again with the Right Honourable Speaker for moving with us at the Parliamentary Alliance on Food and Nutrition Security. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, yesterday, I requested the Minister for Education to bring a statement on the information which was circulating in the public that some of the courses being offered by universities are expired and our students or our children are not being admitted in some of the universities because of that issue. So the minister should be ready. Honorable Rob.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to thank the Honorable Muma, who chairs that forum on food security and nutrition. Mr. Speaker, in the national objectives and directive principles of state policy, Roman 22 on food security and nutrition, government or the state, actually it says shall be establish national food reserves. This government is going to make 40 years in power, Mr. Speaker. But we are waiting to see even a single silo full to capacity with at least some crane in vain. And moreover, it is a requirement and a dictate of the Constitution in the national objectives and directive principles of state policy. Mr. Speaker, it also requires the government to take appropriate steps to encourage people to grow and store adequate food. But all these 40 years, 4 decades down the road, we don't see anything.
Procedure.
Now, the question, my procedure is this government procedurally compliant with what the Constitution, mandates it to do?
Thank you. Thank you. I think, Rob, you can see this is a very, very critical issue, which I would propose you take advantage of Rule 53 as a leader of opposition. You bring an alternative statement on the floor, we debate it, and we make government commit from such an angle rather than it coming just as a matter of procedure. Okay, thank you. So Honorable Kirak, next item.
Statement by Minister of Education on accredited courses at public universities.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and dear colleagues, this statement is about Parliament's concern over the media reports on validating of the academic programs offered by higher education institutions in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Ministry of Education and Sports appreciates the concern the media reports on the validity of academic and professional programs offered by higher education institutions in Uganda has created. Right Honorable Speaker, we clarify as follows. 1. Section 5D 2 of Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act of 2001, as amended, mandates National Council for Higher Education to accredit academic and professional programs of these institutions in consultation with professional associations and regulatory bodies. 2, the process of accreditation is guided by a prescribed set of quality assurance capacity indicators specified in the National Council for Higher Education Quality Assurance Regulatory Framework. These indicators include those on infrastructure and human resource available for implementing a program, among others. The National Council for Higher Education, in addition, assesses the quality and relevance of the program and its learning outcomes, as well as the teaching and learning methods. Institutions are required to resubmit programs for the reassessment every 5 years for those who are doing master's and bachelor's and diplomas and higher education certificates, and every after 10 years for those that are offering PhD programs. 3, in accrediting professional programs, National Council for Higher Education consults professional bodies, which include, among others, Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council, Engineering Registration Board, Pharmaceutical Society of Uganda, Allied Health Professional Council, Uganda Nurses and Midwifery Council, Uganda Veterinary Board, Surveyors Registration Board, the Architect Registration Board, and Law Council. 4, on accreditation, institutions receive letters specifying the period after which the program should be reviewed and submitted for reassessment. Reassessment of the programs is best practice to ensure quality and relevance of graduates. Upon completion of the internal institutional program review processes, institutions apply for reassessment of a program by National Council for Higher Education. Once an institution has applied for the reassessment, National Council for Higher Education reassesses the program to establish, among other things, the implementation of National Council of Higher Education regulations regarding minimum standards, B, the adherence to the program design, the content, the duration, contact hours, and assessment of what is taught. C, relevance of what is taught for the job market and the nation. And D, the quality of graduates to be passed out. Number 6 is about information on accredited programs. Section 5B of the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act of 2001, as amended, gives National Council for Higher Education the mandate to promote and develop the processing and the dissemination of information on higher education for the benefit of the people of Uganda. Information on accredited programs is readily available. Expiry of accreditation. Expiry of accreditation as reflected on the National Council for Higher Education website, means that the program needs reassessment to establish whether the key aspects upon which accreditation was granted are still in place. No program will receive this label once institutions conform to the requirements for reassessment. Institutions with the program require reassessment have been urged to submit them for reassessment as soon as possible, in any case by 30th November 2023. Programs that have received prior accreditation, Right Honorable Speaker and dear colleagues, the Ministry of Education and Sports wishes to assure you and assure the public and all stakeholders around the world that qualifications of graduates on programs that have received prior accreditation in accordance with the National Council for Higher Education minimum standards and regulations by National Council for Higher Education are valid. So we shouldn't have the worries at all. Number 9, in the process of program review, some higher education institutions have found it necessary to delete from offer, merge, and/or improve the existing accredited programs. The changes ought to be communicated to National Council for Higher Education for appropriate update of the program database at National Council for Higher Education. 10, the ministry wishes to reassure the general public that qualifications awarded by higher education institutions in Uganda are highly regarded both at home and abroad. Graduates from these institutions continue to receive international admissions, recognitions, and acclaim. Number 10, the ministry disassociates itself from all media reports from any institution other than National Council for Higher Education on expiry of programs. This is so as to avoid the circulation of fake information that could alarm the public. We therefore call upon the public to seek the right information from National Council for Higher Education to allay any anxiety on the validity of the programs. Number 12, Right Honorable Speaker and dear colleagues, in executing its mandate, National Council for Higher Education encounters quite some challenges. One, inadequate staffing, as you're aware, inadequate transport facilities, inadequate funding for operational and development purposes, of course, also office space limitations. We call upon the honorable members to support identification of resources for National Council for Higher Education to enable the agency to execute its mandate more efficiently and effectively. Right Honorable Speaker, once again, we appreciate the opportunity that you have given us to present to you and the House an explanation on this very important matter for God and my country.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you. The most important aspect I picked from your statement is the reassurance. The speaker is speaking. You don't interrupt the speaker. Is the reassurance on point number 8. Okay? That chairperson and members, the public and all stakeholders around the world, that qualification of graduates on programs that have received prior accreditation in accordance with the National Council for Education minimum standards and regulation by National Council are valid. I think that's reassuring. That's very, very reassuring. But Honorable Minister, you see, sometimes we love using strong words without knowing the impact they can have one day. Why use the word expiring? If someone presented to you a product which had been declared expired, okay? It has expired, do away with it, start afresh. And yet you're just, I think you need to right away direct National Council for Education that these programs are marked as programs under review. because you are not saying that do away with the curriculum completely. When I submit, you review, you say, well, improve, oh, this is sufficient. But if it's expired, you throw in the dustbin. So don't throw our courses in the dustbin. That's number one. Number two, Honorable Minister, when you read through your statement, and really I've been in the higher education sector with you for some time. When you look at your statement, when you say a bachelor's degree, the curriculum is reviewed after every 5 years. Now you have a course like medicine, which takes 5 years. So it means once I'm admitted, by the time I'm graduating, my curriculum is expired, is expiring. That's number one. It means that once I'm admitted in a curriculum that had taken 2 years, I will only study a valid curriculum for 3 years. The 2 are expired. And yet I made a decision to apply for this course in this university based on a curriculum offered by that university. Okay? So, I mean, how do you look at a course that takes 5 years? You say its curriculum can expire after every 5 years. It's not tenable. And why are you giving yourself a much bigger burden of coming in to review? But finally, why cause a national crisis? Why cause a national crisis? Why cause a national crisis? The damage done to the higher institutions of our country by this, it will take, I can tell you, even if you clarify like what, to get the coverage that the negative aspect got will be very difficult. Maybe you'll have to buy space in the media and inform the whole country. You see how we inform partners. And finally, Honorable Minister, we want to know if you're using websites, let those websites be updated daily. I saw one government website when a minister had died long time ago. After like 2 years, it was still showing him as a full minister. When a man had died after like 2 years. Anyway, those are, I just wanted to give my observations. Okay, so I want to open up to members, and I'll start with the guild president, former guild president, and the only political party president in parliament.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you.
And the former lecturer.
And I want to thank the minister for the statement. Honorable Speaker, there are 3 things that we need to critically analyze. Number one, and really this is for the Minister and National Council. Number one, the rationale behind reassessment. In primary, at primary level, there is no reassessment of subjects. And you are doing it at the highest level. Once a course, a program has been accredited, and the university has a charter, the idea of periodical reassessment, in my view, becomes superfluous. Why is there a need? Now, if there are complaints or concerns, then as part of your regulatory framework, you can carry out what we call on-spot checks and assessment on any program in any university. But part of the problem, right, Honorable Speaker, is subjecting these courses to periodical assessment. The 5 years you are talking about, the 10 years you are talking about. National Council for Higher Education needs to review this. Secondly, right, Honorable Speaker, the law allows the National Council, for example, to grant provisional licenses to universities. But if you are granted a provisional license, and along the way you don't qualify for a charter, all the courses and degrees and programs you have offered remain valid. They remain valid. They are not invalidated. They remain valid as long as you have a provisional charter. In fact, if you have a provisional charter, you can only not undertake graduate courses. But when you're operating a provisional charter, you can have diplomas, you can have degrees, and it has happened. But the qualifications awarded under provisional charter before you get a provisional license, before you get a charter, are valid. Seeking to invalidate courses because of failure to resubmit for reassessment, again, will cause a fundamental problem. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, I think this is a matter that as a legislative body, we should take interest in. Part of what we are discussing here is in the law. I will tell you that the law empowers the National Council to accredit courses. But the law is silent on two issues. One, what happens to an institution that does not submit their courses for accreditation? What happens to them? And what happens to their courses? The law is silent on that. This is a matter that our committee, perhaps through you, Right Honourable Speaker, our committee on education should take interest into. So what happens to that? Number two, what happens to me? Because these universities are offering these courses, and National Council is watching. What happens to programs where students have graduated and yet their courses were not assessed or resubmitted for assessment? What happens? Again, the law is silent on that aspect. So I think as we look at National Council, it is also important as a legislative body to consider legislative reforms for purposes of clarity. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
The law has been pending. It has been coming every financial year. Honourable Minister, you also need to update us on the amendment of the Chairman, Committee on Education.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I'd like first of all to thank the Honourable Minister for making a statement. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, as a Committee on Education, we have been receiving several communications regarding these courses which they regard to have expired, and we have been interacting on our group. But I have also realized that the communication from Makerere University, if you also look at the communication from Chambago University and the word the minister has presented, they seem to be conflicting. So what we have decided as a committee is that we invite the Ministry of Education and Sports and the relevant agencies. We interact with them tomorrow and possibly Friday, so that we go into critical analysis of the matter. And not only are there challenges with courses, Right Honourable Speaker, but there's also problems with the implementation of the lower secondary curriculum. So I'd like to inform the House and request you, Right Honourable Speaker, and to inform the Minister that as a committee, we are going ahead to interact with them.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Mawanda, Honourable Kateshumba, Honourable Goreti. Oh, and I have a lecturer.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Representative from Wanari.
I'd like to thank the Minister for the statement. Right Honourable Speaker, yesterday I raised an issue of the fate of the DIT curriculum that was introduced alongside the lower secondary school curriculum. After registering the senior 3 students, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I raised the matter yesterday in respect to the DIT curriculum that was introduced alongside the lower secondary school curriculum, where the senior studies were supposed to sit for exams in this current year. Right Honourable Speaker, after the registration, after government receiving registration fees from the students, it halted the program. I requested the minister to come with a statement on the fate of the DIT exams and whether they are planning to give the students 2 sets of exams next year in respect to both the new curriculum and the DIT curriculum. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you.
You're right, Honourable Speaker. I have listened to the minister carefully, and I just want to pick out one of the statements he raised. I think one of the justifications for what is happening is underfunding to National Council of Higher Education. And the minister appealed to Parliament to help. But I want to ask the minister, the budget comes from the government. It comes here, you set the ceilings, you identify priorities, and you bring the budget to Parliament. If there are priorities under National Council of Higher Education,
Why don't you provide funds as cabinet? Why do you want the public to think that Parliament has not done work to give money to agencies that need support? I think this is a, right, Honorable Speaker, this is a problem we are having. You are pitting government again, Parliament against the public. Government must be able to identify priorities and provide the budget. The percentage of the budget that this Parliament is adjusting is even less than 10%. So the minister should take back that statement. But right, Honorable Speaker, finally, the chairperson of the committee has indicated that he intends to interact with the minister. Following that submission, I would like to request, Right Honorable Speaker, that you guide the House, you guide the committee on the parameters of the interaction. And then we continue with the debate when they have finished the interaction and presented the report.
No, we shall guide, because I will guide on how to handle this statement from the minister. But you see, what Honorable Katesh has raised is very critical, Honorable Minister. Out of a budget of 52 trillion, Parliament adjusted around 500 billion. That's around 1%. Yes, around 1%. But even that, we are being accused by ministers. And you don't need to ask me, because I don't sit in cabinet, that we don't know what happened there. Because we received reports of what happened on Monday, of blackmailing us, Parliament, how we have removed money from projects to other projects and what. But the ministers are here. MPs don't own any project. The projects they adjusted on are projects owned by ministers, and they came out of the priorities which you call unfunded. Now, National Council for Education, for example, the Quality Assurance Department, which is supposed to be doing this work, has 12 people. And they are supposed to be assessing 4,500 courses, curriculum. Can you imagine? So what happens? What happens is you will find some universities saying, we submitted, but we have not gotten feedback, because the council does not have the funds that can enable it to go and do that work in time. But that same council will go and declare courses expired when time elapses. So that's not our problem. We can't do work of the executive. We can't do work of the executive. So, Honourable Minister, for us, put money for National Council in the budget, and you see whether we shall remove it. We shall ensure it is protected. Otherwise, you can tell us where to cut, we will cut, and we give to National Council for Higher Education. Yes, I had picked, yes, Honorable Namuga, then Honorable John Face Magor. And then I'll pick Honorable Florence Akiki.
I thank you, right.
If you're a lecturer, please make a sign to me apart from Honorable Kayemba.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And also inform the House that yesterday we are receiving a report on security. I equally informed the Minister that inadequate education is more of an insecurity than the one we discussed yesterday. Right Honorable Speaker, when we are considering the budget, we looked at the general outcry of the public universities of failure by the very Ministry of Education to release the non-tax revenues. The ministries suffer for everyone who read the comments of Professor Nawangwe, one of them was lack of money, basically. But these universities collect money from students, and the ministry fails to remit this money back to them. So I think the ministry should also look into that. The non-tax revenue that is collected from the universities is not remitted to them to offer these services in time. So that is a weakness on the side of education. But Right Honorable Speaker, please allow me also submit on this. We have a challenge in the primary education regarding the candidate classes. Right Honorable Speaker, I represent a village constituency. And now it has become mandatory to all the pupils in candidate classes to be in boarding school. It is seriously affecting the vulnerable. The Ministry of Education should come out and explain, is it now mandatory and a policy for every pupil in public schools to be in boarding school as long as they are candidate classes? Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to get a clarification and explanation on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable John Face Magora.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for the statement. The statement comes at a time when we are just recovering from COVID, and most of the students, when they come out of that, and there's a lot of unemployment, and it comes to consolidate some of those feelings they're already nursing about, did we take the right choice to go to school? And so when this information comes up, Right Honorable Speaker, it first of all puts us at a question, why the words you exactly said is the question I was having, why did we have to use that very same statement, expire over a course of all these, and it's a lineup of not only one, so many, it's a lineup of very, very many courses. I think I believe with you, or I agree with the statement that that statement needs to go back and be corrected, so that that word expiry is actually removed from the entire circulation, so that if it's an assessment, do things are normal. We do assess, and then other things are cut off, and then the realignment is done. Then the second question, Minister, or Honorable Minister, is that what was the source of that information, first of all, and what was its intention to come to the public at a time such as this? So, and already frustrated candidate or students or learners. So that is very important. I think that's what I wanted to really say on that. And more so, the niche, the National Council of Education has a direct communication with all of these higher institutions of learning. There's a channel of communication. And this information was practically meant to go to those particular institutions who are responsible to resubmit their courses for reassessment. Why was the information just go to the public so that it's just taken up by the media, social media, and be misinformed, just like the minister said, it is misinformation. It can't be misinformation because it was information given to the public, and when you give it to the public, they can use it the way they want. You have no control. So I beg to submit that that really needs to be corrected and be redirected. Thank you very much, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Florence Akiki, then Honorable Okot. Honorable Florence was a lecturer for some time. Let her tell us whether she was teaching expired courses.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. The value of education cannot be underestimated, and the future of the nation is based on the education system and the type of programs that are offered by that nation. That notwithstanding, I wish to thank the Minister of Education for the statement. Yes, programs are supposed to be reviewed. Of course, the time frame according to the Act is 5 and 10 years. And as the chair for education has rightly said, most of these acts need to be also reviewed. So the starting point here is to look at the National Council, the Act of Higher Education review. And it is indeed overdue. A number of aspects that in that act need to be looked at seriously by the people the stakeholders of education. And we are ready, as part of this parliament, those who are interested in education should be part of this process. Let us involve all the stakeholders, not only the higher education, is also the lower education. There's a lot that is going on in education that some of us are not happy with. And therefore, let us take education in our hands, because the children that we are getting out there are going to serve the nation. If we have poor education system, then we are going to have poor engineers, we are going to have poor doctors, we are going to have poor lawyers, and therefore education is the background and the foundation of any nation. So for startup, let us review the act, and all of us we shall come here and look at each clause of this act, and so that we improve the education system in Uganda. I beg to submit. Thank
you. The issue of the act, it was part of the legislative agenda, which the government submitted. So we expect any time they bring it. So, Okoti, Rabshija.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pascal Menya, yes, and Kayemba. Those ones who have spoken, I request you remain seated because I won't pick you. Those who spoke on other subjects.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you also the Minister for the statements. The statement that you made, it is also on the public domain where the National Council of Higher Education have given a press statement on the same. I think the problem here is that what you made it went out, went in a very viral way, and everybody perceived that degrees and academic papers have expired. However, you are trying to follow that you are following to review the programs of all those courses that you have been mentioning them, according to the laws that you are following. But Mr. Speaker, the minister stated that this is to review and to see the infrastructure and human resources that can help the availability in the implementation of all those programs. And again, still he mentioned issues about the financing. But I remember very well that every students of every institutions, they pay some money. And those monies are in the name of National Council of Higher Education every semester. And at the same time, we wonder, can that money help to facilitate and do all these reviews? And besides, every schools and every ministries, there are always staff that do inspection, continuous assessment and inspections. Why do you have to wait until that time? This brings me to a point of, you know, as the country, we are also have allowed private schools to be open. Like when you go to private schools at secondary schools, there are private schools, there are government. You find somebody, a Ugandans who have opted to do investment in education, and that person is being given 5 years. 5 years of registration so that you can carry out a task of developing this nation through education. And somebody also opted to go and do investment, for example, in hotel industries. There is no limitations of the time period. And then you find for you to do an investment, you need to borrow money. And the money you are going to borrow is going to be a long-term borrowing. That will take you something like 20 years, take you something like 25 years. But if you have a license, a registration of only 5 years, nobody is willing to offer you such kind of loans. Why do you give that small time period of 5 years? Why do you have not to open it up? Yet you have also school inspectors who on the daily basis, they move to ascertain that so and so have opened just kind of investment. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, you will also tell us when universities are submitting courses for review, do they pay? You get it? Yeah. So that one we also need to capture it. Yes, Honourable Margaret Rabshija.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honourable Speaker, I think we need more research when it comes to these issues of curriculum. About 10 years ago, the nurses, they started a course of graduate nurses, started from Mbarara University, and it spread. But these children, or those learners, they graduated after a period of 5 years. but they have failed to get even a, what we call the salary scale. Many of them are getting 600,000. You can find them in Nakasero, but government has failed to come up with a salary scale and also to to send these people in the field. So many of them are frustrated. Others have decided to change course, to start afresh on something different. It means that we don't get enough research when we come up with these courses. So maybe that's why we can say that maybe it also expired, but they are still picking on the people to go for the same course. It is right, but right on our speaker. I think I've just talked for a second, but also we now go back to the curriculum, the lower curriculum. It started at a time when maybe we had the COVID. Many educators insisted that these people should be trained, the teachers who are going to undertake that exercise. About a quarter of the teachers, less than a quarter, were trained, and they didn't, but they couldn't remember because they couldn't even go back to.
Conclude, Honorable. Switch on and conclude.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. So that's another challenge. And now, when it came to senior 3, they told them, no, we cannot go to senior 3. Now go back to the old curriculum. So people are confused, and something must really be done in order to move. Otherwise, we are killing the education.
Thank you. I had picked Honorable Pascal Menya, then Honorable Soroka Yemba, then Honorable Guzuri, and then Honorable Remrich. Colleagues, we still have items on which you will speak. I will not pick everyone on this, okay? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you, the Minister, for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, in anything concerning education, as a nation, we all feel attached. The impact to which this circulating information has caused to our children in school and even parents, it's too high. Right Honorable Speaker, to an extent that even a certain student called and asked me as their representative, that Right Honorable Member for our constituency, what are we going to do about this circulating information? Right Honorable Speaker, I want to inform this House that students are already getting frustrated because of this communication. Right Honorable Speaker, it is the upper learning education which most parents toil a lot to ensure that they bring the future of their students, of their pupils. And Right Honorable Speaker, this circulating information caused a big impact. Why? Because many students in public universities, and this I want the Minister to give us clarification. Some of the public universities, the students are complaining that they are also being heaped on them charges of late payment. And this late payment, they effected immediately after returning back to school, Right Honorable Speaker. So when we are having all these in the struggle to attain education, and then we get such an information circulating, it causes more big impact.
Thank you. Honorable Soroka Yemba.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Before, I used to teach at Makerere University Primary School. After there, I went and did public relations. As a student of public relations, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to inform the Minister the way they communicated, it brought both psychological and mental teacher to both the parents, the students, and the graduates. I know some of the parents that are admitted right now, they sold their pigs for the children to go to university. And after they say that now the courses are expired, they said what next? So this message needs to go to all the government agencies and ministries. A simple communication can bring a disaster in this country. So we must be aware and scrutinize all the information we are going to give out to the people. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, I had already picked the members. Yes, so Honorable Guzuri, then Honorable Remricha.
Mr. Speaker, I want to associate myself with people who think this matter has already caused a lot of mental distress in the country. And because of that unnecessary anxiety, we must be able to have clear answers from the ministry as to what led to this, and the people responsible must be held accountable. Two, I wanted to understand from the minister under what law they are doing reaccreditation. I'm aware Section 119A of the Universities and Tertiary Institutions Act 2006 as amended provides for accreditation. So where is this reaccreditation coming from, and under what law is it being done? Mr. Speaker, the ministry, because of demand from the education stakeholders, was supposed to implement a centralized admission system. And benchmarking was done by the technical people in Tanzania. How this system works is, whether you're operating a private institution or a government one, there will be a streamlined way of admission, and that would ensure we weed out people who do not qualify and end up getting admitted. But also it will also weed getting admitted into programs that have either expired or are not accredited. To date, there is no clear feedback to the country as to how far we've gone with the implementation of this centralized admission system. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, we now have all these problems. Universities are mushrooming that are not licensed and accredited. The programs are not accredited, and nobody is taking responsibility. I sit in Committee of Education. I can tell you this sector is being run using decrees. You can see how they increase teachers' salary for sciences. Arts were abandoned. There's no policy for many things. They don't have policy for early childhood development. So I don't know the people we put there in education, what they are doing.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Remricha.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And to add my views on members' views over this issue. One, the Right Honorable Speaker also read in the newspaper where the National Council for Higher Education was saying that they were just lacking 60 million to do accreditation. That brings me to a question that when they are doing budgeting, when they are planning, don't they plan for this? And Right Honorable Speaker, I know I really totally agree with you. There is blackmail of this house in some areas. For us, we are the receiving end. It's the ministry that plans, brings us what we must pass as Parliament, and Parliament do its work. At the end of the day, my question to the minister, do they really know their priorities? If they knew that they needed money to do reviews, why didn't they budget? For our case is to pass the budget. And two, the Honorable Speaker, this issue of expiry do not only affect the learning students, not even those who have the degrees. If the degrees is one of those degrees that were cited that have been expired, it does not only affect those who are in universities. Even some of us who have these degrees, we feel scared because the same degrees were used to upgrade to the masters. Now it means even the document you use to upgrade to a higher level, you used a fake degree or a degree that was expired.
So it's not only about those who are learning, it's about all of us, some of us who did the courses that he.
Thank you, Honorable. Let me give an opportunity to former Chair Education Committee, Honorable Connie Garuango and Chiboga.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want also to take this opportunity to thank the Minister for the statement. However, it leaves a lot to be desired, given the fact that you rightly put it, the word expire is quite scaring. We have already students who have broken down during exams and are not able to continue with their exams because of that statement. And I don't know how we are going to help them. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a lot that needs to be corrected in the sector of education. Many times we've tried to give suggestions, but it seems they are thrown into the dustbin. Right Honorable Speaker, even currently, where we are having our children doing a curriculum where teachers were not trained is a big worry. Where we have students on loan and have arrears, but government has not provided for it, meaning that education is not looked at as a priority in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, we might, I don't want to prophesy doom, maybe I can leave that, but we need a lot. Right Honorable Speaker, can you imagine National Higher of Education may not even know some universities that give certain subjects that are not required.
Thank you, Honorable. Chiboga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the notice, we do not get a list of the accredited courses, such that we actually follow that even in the upcoming enrollments. They are only sharing with us doom of over 50 pages. I request that you share with us what is correct and we follow that. But Right Honorable Speaker, my other issue relates to the universities in question. You advertise for enrollment, you get tuition from these students, you teach, you get money, you even publish in the graduation list when you know that the course is already expired. To me, I put much blame to the responsible staff in the different universities, because now they have just advertised the students going on government on the courses that are expired, and we put that blame on the ministry. Dear members, I request that the staff in the respective universities clear us. We even need to know there is no expiry dates for some degrees. I do not know whether mine expired in 2010 or last year. We need to know. But when we are battling with unemployment of our youth, this is very important, because the youth had identified some European universities to take them on and thereafter be able to compete for the jobs they are in. So if we cannot even assist our...
Thank you. Now, if they've also given you expiry for citizenship on your national ID, it means we need to check everything. Leader of opposition.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Minister, I want to thank you for the assurances that your statement carries. But it's rather unfortunate that one of the victims of Bristol University has just posted some message to me. And it reads, even up to now, 2,260 programs are still listed as expired on the website of National Council of Higher Education. And moreover, as per your statement, Mr. Minister, it would have been wise for this Council of Higher Education to have reviewed rather than declared those programs expired. But what goes for propping, as a propping question, Mr. Minister, is about, even if I'm persuaded, actually I'm persuaded 100% to throw my full weight behind allocation of more resources to National Council of Higher Education. If indeed they have gaps, say for instance, staffing gaps, but there is a statutory instrument number 17, which you know of your sector, 2010, which requires every student per year in tertiary or university to pay 20,000 shillings. And besides that, institution is also paid to have their programs processed for accreditation. Can this money help to review, update? Why would there be delays in updating their website, for instance, if they get such money? But the $1 million question would be, why would universities continue to admit students to programs which are under review by the National Council of Higher Education? Mr. Speaker, our committee, I concur with you. These are thorny issues that would require this committee to interrogate further. We have so many stakeholders. Now, as we talk, we have tens of thousands of current and former university students hanging in balance. Our committee would do a better dissection to interrogate these thorny issues, because it seems the Council of Higher Education, it is not sleeping on job, it is overwhelmed. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll pick Honorable Ephraim Biraro.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also join others in thanking the Minister for the statement. It has provided some relief, only some relief, but a lot remains to be desired. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm concerned about the time frame that the Minister will take between now and when he makes clarification to explain the word expired to mean under review. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of fight, there is a lot of alarm outside. We are getting calls from learners, we are getting calls from students. They are saying, should we remain in this university? Because the course that I have registered for has expired. How sure are we that the other course also is not expired? Second, Right Honorable Speaker, it is even worse for universities that I think now are better off, which are not mentioned anywhere, because they are asking, are these universities existent at all? So now, Right Honorable Speaker, my request to the Minister is that they make immediate approaches to all the media and make official statements, and by none other than the Minister, to cool and stabilize the situation in public. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I had already gone to the side of the Minister, but I received those here colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon. We have, is it already afternoon? Yes. We have cottages from Bihanga Catholic Parish in Bihanga Sub-County of Buhenji District, headed by Father Bareche Mukasa and represented by Honorable Kates George Vakoye Chenga, Honorable Biraro Ephraim, and Honorable Mujiche Francis. They are here to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. That's why I made an exception for the area member of parliament to submit. Yeah, let me first ask the Attorney General to maybe help us clarify, please. First.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, we did see the notice that was issued by National Council of Higher Education. We have studied the notice. It is an administrative function that National Council of Higher Education is carrying out to review the courses. The use of the word expiry may have been a bit overboard, but that was their choice, and I think they're going to correct that. But under our law, there is no provision for expiry of courses. Courses are continuous. So the country needs to remain calm. There is no law that provides for expiry of courses. The courses are still valid. It was just, I think, a bad choice of word. But I think the review is going on, and National Council of Higher Education is continuing to review the courses to make them applicable to the circumstances that obtain with the changing circumstances in the world. But I think, Right Honorable Speaker, the country needs to be assured that all the degrees that have been issued are well within the provisions of the law. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Attorney General. And that was the issue for sure. And I hope, Minister, you take action, especially these regulations which institutions keep referring to within their powers. You gave me this power to do it. You can cause a national crisis. Like now I'm looking at the Honorable Tinkas, the way he's looking at me. I'm not sure your degree is even valid. So, Honorable Muyingo, let them.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and dear colleagues. I think from the very beginning, I must say that the Attorney General has done it for us all. The interpretation is the correct one. And I want to thank the Attorney General. I want to thank you for the interest. I want to thank you members for the support you have for this mission, as evident from the many contributions I've made. I've captured all of them, and I want to tell you people that if you give us all that support, I want to tell you we shall have the best education system in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, you asked many questions. Do universities pay to have their programs accredited? Do students pay?
All those ones can be answered at committee stage.
All these, otherwise, all these are going to be answered at committee stage. But one of the things I wanted to add, I've given you a lot of info. As you said, this message brought a lot of anxiety in the public. All of us, I am calling upon all of us to join hands to make sure that the right information get the right people. Even the message that has come from the Attorney General, interpreting the law, leading us in the law, let us all pick it, go out and share it with the public. Secondly, these people pay. The students pay to National Council for Higher Education 20,000 Uganda shillings every academic year. And that money is what National Council for Higher Education uses. But the budget for that enables us to collect about 5 billion plus. And their budget is over 10 billion, just reviewing and evaluating the different programs. So do they pay? Yes, the answer is they pay. Do the schools pay to have the programs reviewed? The answer is yes. The way I see it, Right Honorable Speaker, there is quite a lot that we are picking from you, which indicates that there are gaps in the law. And as you're aware, this law would have come, the amendment would have come on the floor long ago. But because of the importance of education, because of the importance of the matter, we've taken a lot of time consulting. And I can happily inform you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, that we are almost through with the consultation. We're almost through with one of these days. Of course, top management has already considered and blessed the whole exercise. What you are left to do is to make a submission to cabinet so that we prepare to come to the floor of parliament for consideration.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, yesterday we had an issue which had been raised by Honorable Bwanika regarding veterinary courses at Makerere, whereby the association said the council, you can, Honorable Bwanika, you can remind them that these courses are no longer.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, October 20.
Can Honorable Tinka Simire, can we have the attention?
Right Honorable Speaker, the Registrar of Uganda Veterinary Board last year wrote a letter to the principal of the veterinary college. And in this the letter indicated that they have altered the registration of the veterinary doctors who qualify from the veterinary school. You cannot practice unless you are registered. This has affected service delivery. It has also affected the graduates themselves. And they have reservation, the Uganda Veterinary Board say they have reservation on the training standards at the veterinary school. We want to know what the ministry is doing in that regard. Of Makerere University, the only university that offers a bachelor degree in veterinary medicine.
Thank you. Honorable Bwanika is fighting for his cause. Honorable Minister, can you let the minister first respond?
Right Honorable Speaker, these professional bodies, with the new curriculum, we have tried to involve almost everybody as much as possible in determining what we do in the lecture room, in determining what happens to our students throughout the entire exercise. This is where this item comes in. As you may also be aware, before, when it came to the Faculty of Law, before some time back, we would use the joint selection exercise until the lawyer said, no, hold on. Let's add some other value. So even these professional bodies have looked at what we are doing and they have advised. It's not yet a policy or a law. We are trying to consult over what should happen, because that's one body that has been consulted. We are consulting other bodies. And very soon, after we've completed our assessment or study, we shall be coming to Parliament with a detailed statement about what is going to happen. I submit, Right Honour.
Thank you. Statement referred to the Committee on Education. Chairman, you look at the details, plus the issues which crack. You should pick out from the Hansard and you communicate to the committee chair that they are handled. Next item. Procedure.
Item 3 on the order paper.
Mr.
Speaker,
I have a procedure matter.
The Attorney General clarified to the country that all degrees issued cannot expire and therefore are valid. I'm aware there are degrees issued by universities or institutions that are not licensed, and the courses, there are courses that have been pursued by some students that are not accredited. So can the Attorney General tell the country whether those degrees are equally valid? Because the country may need to know the right information.
Thank you. That's not a procedure matter. Let the committee handle. When we are debating, it will be handled that way. I don't want us to abuse the point of procedure. Don't want us to be abusing it. Next item, the issue of DIT, or that should be captured at committee level. We are going to come and we pick out the issues and we give them to the committee to handle. Next item.
Item number 3 on the order paper, laying of papers. The proposal to borrow up to special drawing rights, 374.8 million, equivalent to US$ 518 million, and receive a grant of special drawing rights, 34.8 million, equivalent to US$ 48 million,
with the International Development Association of the World Bank Group, and also borrow up to euro 40 million, equivalent US dollars, 42.66 million from the Agency Française de Development to finance the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area Urban Development Program.
Honorable Minister for Finance.
Madam, Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on behalf of the Minister of Finance a proposal of government to borrow up to special drawing rights 374.8 million, equivalent 518 million US dollars, and receive a grant of special drawing rights 34.8 million, equivalent 48 million US dollars from the International Development Association of the World Bank, and also borrow up to euros 40 million, equivalent 42.66 million US dollars from AFD to finance the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area Urban Development Program.
Thank you. The loan proposal stands referred to the Committee on National Economy and the Committee on Presidential Affairs for processing and reporting back to the House. The Committee on Education, you'll be required to report back within 1 month. But Honorable Minister, please issue that statement to the public, the one regarding our courses. Thank you. Next item.
Item 4 in the order paper, bill second reading, the Employment Amendment number 2 Bill 2022.
Honorable Minister for Gender. Now, colleagues, this bill is co-sponsored. It was first sponsored by Honorable Agnes Konehira, who is not around. She's on official duty, but she assigned Honorable Margaret Rabshija, also MP for Workers, standing for her. And then when it came, government also had their bill ready because of the limitation provided for under Article 93, and we wanted a bill that is well beefed up, especially on the aspect of financial implication and funding. We had to get the one for the minister and also refer it to the committee. Now, the lead sponsor here will be the minister because of Article 93. Otherwise, it would have been the member. But if the member leads, then it will be very difficult. If someone challenges the bill in the courts of the laws, it would be violating the provisions of Article 93 of the Constitution. So I will allow both of them to make a brief statement, but the motion will be moved by the minister.
Thank you, Honorables. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Employment Amendment number 2 Bill 2022 be read for the second time. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Honorable Oboth, Honorable Gidudu, Honorable Chimosho, Honorable Kaburindi. Yes, Honorable Nansa Chora, Numayanja, Chiboga, Mukono, Wakiso, Ruero, Zimbabwe. Oh, Santa Attorney General should be marked in red, yeah, underline. So, Rampara, Honorable Tom, Bright, Budaka, Honorable Pamela, Uopa, Masindi, and many other members. Honorable Minister, can you speak to the motion?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this bill seeks to amend the Principal Act, the Employment Act 2006, which identified critical gaps. And the issues that will be addressed today in this bill is to align it with the common laws, but most specifically on the issue related to grounds for dismissal from employment and termination. There are employers who have been dismissing and terminating people from employment without adequate grounds. And we needed to clarify two issues: the grounds for dismissal to be separate from grounds for termination. So that is one. Number two, we know there are many Ugandans seeking employment abroad, and migrant workers' employment, there has been a lot of issues raised. So this bill seeks to regulate the companies that employ Ugandans and integrate it in the new law. While we had the regulations was not anchored in the law. So we are now importing the spirit in the regulation to be in the act, so that those who externalize workers abroad are regulated by the law. Three, the current law does not require employers who have less than 25 employees to put in place measures that prevent sexual harassment at workplace. So the law says so long as you have below 25 employees, there is no need to put sexual harassment policy. We are now saying that let it be open, whether you have 3 or you have 5, you must put in place prevention measures for sexual harassment. The issue of breastfeeding, we know there are many, many employers who have not yet integrated breastfeeding and child care into their workplace, and we are introducing that provision. There are issues of casual laborers, where many employers are getting casual laborers after sometimes they work and they are not given contract and they are dismissed summarily. And we are saying we need to protect the rights of the workers. And in the bill, we are saying when somebody works as a casual worker for 6 months without a contract, it will be deemed, once you work continuously for 6 months, that you have a contract over 6 months. So to protect those who do not want to enter into contractual obligation with their employees. We are also providing for issues of severance allowance to allow workers to receive an allowance at the end of the employment relationship with the employer. We are also providing for measures to put in place issues related to declaration of jobs that should be preserved for Ugandans, so that if you come to work, you don't need to enter into all sorts of jobs in the country. There will be certain jobs that will be declared only for Ugandans, and foreigners will not be allowed to be employed in those. So those are the highlights that this particular bill seeks to address, and many other key ones, but I beg therefore to request the honorable members that we do support the amendment. I thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, you're directed. All committee sittings going on, let them be suspended for 10 minutes. Members first come here so that we can ascertain quorum, and members in the corridors and all that, so that when we are going on committee stage, we are very sure on the issue of quorum. Okay. Honorable Margaret Rabshisha. All committee meetings should be suspended.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thank the Minister. Much as the bill was first started by, we started with a private members bill. It started as a private members bill, but at a later stage, when the ministry brought theirs, we had to work together with our education, with our committee of gender and labor and social development, and we harmonized most of the areas that she has been mentioning. I submit.
Thank you. Chairperson, then to your report. I don't know how many minutes do you need, Chair? You say 20? Yeah. Yeah, for the report. It's a small bill, colleagues. This one we are going to do.
Thank
before
you
break.
very much, Right Honorable Speaker. This is the report, Labor and Social Development on the Employment Bill number 2, Bill 2022. And Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the documents that we processed, minutes, and all the other documents that we considered when we were processing the report on this bill. I beg to lay them on table.
Thank you.
The report of the committee has an introduction that is 1.0. The Employment Amendment Bill 2022, a private member's bill by Honorable Kunihira Agnes, Member of Parliament representing workers, was read for the first time on 21st September 2022 and referred to the Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development in accordance with Rule 128(1) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. The committee considered the bill, and prior to presentation of the committee's report on 6th December 2022, the minister responsible for Gender, Labor and Social Development tabled the Employment Amendment Bill number 2 for first reading. The Employment Amendment Bill number 2, 2022 was subsequently referred to the Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development to harmonize with the private members' bill and thereafter report back to the House. The committee has considered the harmonization of the two bills as attested by the Honorable Wabsheja, Right Honorable Speaker, and now presents its report on one bill, Bill number 2. Background to the bill. Several years since the enactment of the Employment Act 2006, a number of changes have occurred and situations not hitherto envisaged have arisen, necessitating the need for the law to reflect them. These changes include labor externalization, which was just taking root at the time of the passing of the Act, the need to provide for breastfeeding working mothers, and the need to address domestic and migrant workers. Further, the Act does not sufficiently provide for casual laborers, and yet the bulk of the economy in Uganda is concentrated in the informal sector, where these are prominent, and we need to transit them to the formal sector. The object of the bill, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that the members indulge that wherever you see bills, we are talking about one bill. The object of the bill is based on similar issues as discussed below. 1, regulating issues of labor externalization and activities of recruitment agencies. Labor externalization has in the recent years hugely expanded, accounting for the existence of over 400 recruitment companies and exportation of a large population of migrant workers to mainly countries in the Middle East. As a result, the industry has faced various challenges ranging from illicit or concealed movement of persons, continuous struggles and hardships for the migrant workers, and difficulties in repatriation causing an outcry in the public for help. Currently, there is no policy on labor migration, and the sector is being regulated by the Migrant Workers Regulations of 2022 and a bilateral labor agreement with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The bill therefore seeks to regulate the industry under Part 4A of the Employment Amendment Bill number 2 to 2022. 2, harmonizing the usage of the terms dismissal and termination in employment contracts. There is interchangeable use of the terms dismissal and termination in the current law, specifically in section 65 and 66. This has in effect created a gap in handling matters of concluding employment relationships between the employers and the employees. The gap has largely been covered by case law, and so the bill intends to clear this confusion by providing for grounds for dismissal under section 65A and to harmonize with the established court rulings on the matter. 3, regulating the powers of the labor officers. There is a confusion with the limit to the powers of the labor officers owing to the fact that the power to adjudicate is a preserve of judicial officers according to established case law. Therefore, the bill intends to clearly stipulate the extent of the powers and qualifications of the labor officers when handling labor disputes. Right Honorable Speaker, the case laws we considered on the subject matter is the case law in the Court of Appeal at Old Kampala, arising from the Industrial Court of Uganda labor dispute, and the Koram Kakuru, Musota, and Madrama Ja, Engineer John Eric Mujenzi, the appellant, versus Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, who is the respondent. We referred to the judgment of that court, and I beg to lay the judgment on table. 4, the rights of breastfeeding employees. The bill is cognizant of the new trends in the working conditions of employees and the need for them to support their babies that are breastfeeding. It is in this regard that the bill introduces the proposal in section 57 of the bill to protect the rights of the breastfeeding employees. Number 5, protection from sexual harassment at the workplace. The bill seeks to strengthen the safety of employees at the workplace by strengthening the provisions on sexual harassment under section 7 in the current law. It suffices that in certain instances, the bill proposes amendments to similar issues, for instance, on the rights of breastfeeding female employees, protection from sexual harassment at the workplace, powers of labor officers and migrant workers. And in addition to these, the Employment Amendment Number 2, Bill 2022 introduces other details like the distinction between dismissal and termination from employment. Number 6, provide for severance allowances. The bill provides severance allowances and allows workers to receive an allowance at the end of the employment relationship with the employer. The methodology, Right Honorable Speaker, were meetings and written submissions, and the committee met with a number of individuals and agencies, and I beg that the members peruse through the list up to number 25. We may not have exhausted because we continued to hear and read notices from different people and agencies. We did a documentary review of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. We made a reference to the Employment Act 2006, the International Labour Convention C-190, and I thank the Cabinet for ratifying C-190, Right Honorable Speaker, the Labour Disputes Act 2006, the Workers' Compensation Act Cap 225, Persons with Disabilities Act 2020, Children's Act Cap 59, the Employment and Labor Relations Act Cap 366 of Tanzania, the Contracts Act 2010, the Employment Act 2007 of Kenya, the Public Service Standing Orders 2021, the Employment, Recruitment of Ugandan Migrant Workers Regulations 2021, the National Development Plan 3, and the case laws. The general observations, Right Honorable Speaker, is 4.1, the compliance with the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995. The committee observes that the bill, through its principles, seeks to operationalize Chapter 4 of the Constitution by providing for the rights of employees susceptible to marginalization at workplace, such as breastfeeding working mothers, domestic workers, casual workers, migrant workers, and persons with disabilities. 4.2, compliance with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The UN 2030 Agenda containing SDGs is a plan of action for people, planet, and prosperity, which seeks to strengthen universal peace and freedom. Under SDG 8, the 2030 Agenda seeks to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. SDG 5 aims to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. The bill obliges the minister to, by statutory instrument, prescribe a simplified and accessible complaint handling mechanism for workers with disabilities, domestic workers, casual employees, migrant workers, and other categories of employees that he or she determines may require special protection. This is in line with SDG 8.5, which aims to achieve full and productive employment and decent work for all women and men, including young people, people with disabilities, and equal pay for work and equal pay for work and equal value. It is the observation of the committee that the bill makes a significant attempt at ensuring the attainment of a just and fair society in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. 4.3, compliance with the National Development Plan 3 and Employment Policy 2011. The committee observes that the bill contributes to both the goal and the vision of NDP 3, which are increased household incomes and improved quality of life for Ugandans and sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation, respectively. This is through the provisions that cater for protection for domestic workers, transition of casual laborers into term employees, and increased protection for breastfeeding working mothers. And through the provisions relating to migrant workers, the bill addresses areas of migrant labor which is provided for under employment policy, but not catered for under the Employment Act 2006. 5, specific observations and recommendations. So this would be 5.1, provision for migrant workers. The committee observes that the migrant workers, both into and out of Uganda, play an important role in the economy. While the statistics about migrant workers in Uganda are scanty, there is no doubt that there is need for a legal regime governing them. On the other hand, Uganda receives significant remittances for migrant workers, and numerous Ugandans work outside Uganda, not only in the Middle East, Right Honorable Speaker and members. A 2018 report by the Bank of Uganda, for example, notes that remittances from Ugandans abroad were 4.9 trillion, representing 4% of Uganda's GDP at that time, which was an 18% increase from the previous year. According to statistics from the Ministry of Gender, between January and June 2022, 12 billion shillings was collected from by government from monies paid by employers in foreign countries for Ugandans and migrant workers who go abroad. According to the same ministry, between 2016 and June 2022, a total of 201,637 Ugandans had moved out of country to work abroad through the ministry. The scale of remittances, as well as the sheer number involved in labor export, necessitate the need to put in place a legislation for this crucial area. At present, whereas the employment policy makes reference to externalization of labor, there is no principal legislation in place for the subsector aside from the employment regulations, the SI 2021. The committee recommends that the Employment Act is amended to A, provide for the regulation of recruitment agencies which recruit for employment both within and out of Uganda. B, provide for the obligation of the recruitment agencies. C, provide for the regulation of pre-departure institutions. 6.2, protection for breastfeeding female employees. The committee observes that whereas Article 40, Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution provides that the employer of every female worker shall accord her protection during pregnancy and after birth in accordance with the law, the Employment Act 2006 falls short of providing the requisite protection. Thus, while the Act under Section 56 provides for maternity leave of 60 working days for all women as a consequence of pregnancy, at least 4 weeks of which must follow childbirth. It is the observation of the committee that the provision does not adequately cater for breastfeeding while at work, especially in the light of the need to exclusively breastfeed babies up to the age of 6 months minimum. There is, therefore, need to put in place mechanisms to enable breastfeeding working mothers a chance to breastfeed while at the same time working. The committee, therefore, recommends that the Employment Act 2006 be amended to provide for A, the obligation of an employer to provide time and space for an employee for the purposes of breastfeeding their child. B, establishment of a breastfeeding facility at the workplace. 6.3, additional leave for female employees who give birth to more than one child at the same time. Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, we know that the children are not born at the same time. They are born different times, but this is a multiple birth where a woman in one day delivers 2, 3, 4. Yesterday I saw in Kasese someone with 6. So this multiple birth on a day is the one we are addressing, Right Honorable Speaker. The committee appreciates the strides made by Uganda in terms of providing for maternity leave for working mothers. As noted above, these are granted a maternity leave of 60 working days. However, it is important to appreciate that female employees who give birth to more than one child on a day face a harder task looking after the children than their counterparts who give birth to one child. Other jurisdictions in East African community have already taken this step. In Tanzania, under Section 33, subsection 6B of the Employment and Labor Relations Act 2004, breastfeeding working mothers are granted a total leave of 100 working days. The committee observes that it is important to provide additional time for maternity leave to this category of female working employees. Recommendation. The committee recommends that Section 56 of the Employment Act 2006 be amended to provide for maternity leave of 90 working days to female working employees that give birth to more than one child on the same day. That's the multiple birth. 6.5, additional time for paternity leave. The committee observes that while significant progress has been made regarding gender parity in terms of the law, which is crucial for societal development, oftentimes this has aimed at provisions that cater for only women. The committee further observes that presently, the period for maternity leave for working fathers is only 4 working days under Section 57 of the Employment Act. It ought to be appreciated that if we wish to have a society where men play an increased supportive role to their spouses, it is important that more time be accorded to male employees to help their spouses. Right, Honorable Speaker and members. Jurisdictions in the East African community, such as Kenya, have enhanced the time for paternity leave. Kenya's Employment Act 2007, Section 29, subsection 8, accords male working employees actually 2 weeks paternity leave. The committee recommends that Section 57 of the Employment Act 2006 be amended to provide for 7 working days for paternity leave. Right Honorable Speaker and members. 6.6, provision for domestic workers. The committee observes that despite the uniqueness of domestic work and the critical role it plays in the lives and development of Ugandans, there is limited protection afforded to domestic workers. There is thus a lack of appreciation of the role that domestic workers play, the unique nature of the work they do, and the vulnerabilities they face. Providing for additional protection for domestic workers would therefore contribute to reducing the informal sector from 51% in 2018-2019 to 45% in 2024-25, as pointed out, as predicted in the National Development Plan 3. Provision for casual workers. The committee observes that, save for Section 2, under which casual employees is defined, there is no provision for casual workers in the Employment Act 2006. At the same time, given the large informal economy and the need to reduce it, it is important to provide for protection of casual laborers to avoid exploitation, as well as aid the reduction of the informal sector of the economy. Without protection, casual workers continue to suffer from denial of benefits such as social protection and social security. The committee recommends that Employment Act 2006 be amended to provide for the protection of casual workers and provide for their transition into term employees. 6.8, provision on the powers of a labor officer. The committee reconciled Section 13 and Section 93 of the Employment Act, which give contradicting positions on the power of a labor officer in handling labor disputes with the settled principle in the case that I quoted, Right Honorable Speaker, of Engineer John Eric Mugenzi versus Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, Chaka number 167 of 2018. In the stated case court ruled that a labor officer can only entertain the matter if it concerns an infringement of the rights granted or obligations under the Employment Act and any other made in respect of compliance to terms of service is corollary to the primary jurisdiction to deal with infringement of the Act, and further that any claim in tort arising out of an employment relationship shall be brought before a court, and the labor officer has no jurisdiction to deal with infringement of the Act. Court further stated in the Engineer Mugenzi case that an employee appearing before a labor officer can only apply the methods of settlement by conciliation or mediation. The committee also noted that notwithstanding the settled position of the Court of Appeal on the powers of labor dispute, there is need to revise the current status. Right Honorable Speaker, the report from the committee on the bill is as I read, and the members signed at the next page. I beg to move.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable colleagues, I'm going to open up for debate. It'll be a short debate because we do more details at committee stage, where we'll be handling clause by clause. But now let me open up. And on this stage, we debate the principles and objectives. You don't go now into what the committee said you should amend and what, no. At this stage, the debate is just limited to the general principles and objectives of the bill. Thank you. Honorable Timogiri, Honorable Kamatenet, Honorable Fidra, then Honorable Hanifa, and Honorable Beatrice Award.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Isaac Otimgio, Pajere County. I thank the committee chair for the report and the minister for bringing this very well important laid bill. I would like to thank the committee for recognizing that especially in the Nutrition Week, which was stated earlier, that it is important actually to give mothers time to ensure that they breastfeed their children at workplace. Although I'm a bit constrained on the working areas that we have, especially in our country, some of the areas are actually small, especially for people working in arcades or maybe in the shops. I don't know how that would be brought into effect, but maybe we can have a collective area in some of the arcades whereby it is a joiner area for all mothers where they can go and breastfeed. But I think this is a very important aspect, especially in maintaining that our children actually grow up into healthy babies. I also would like to thank the aspect of the casual workers. Casual workers actually do play a very big role in our society. And at the moment, if actually the bill says that if they continuously work for more than 6 months, they will be deemed as contractual workers. That is actually very good for them so that it avoids overexploitation of these contracted workers because they give in a lot of time to our economy. But the bill comes short, as I've noticed. It just says that after 6 months of continuous working, they will be deemed to be contracted. But it does not actually put a lot of emphasis on the employer or on whether he has to actually offer them written contracts at that time and under which terms. So I think we may have to actually look at that at the committee stage to see if we can make a good amendment. Apart from that, I thank again the minister and the chair committee for this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Kamatenet.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. First, I thank the chair for the report. It looks so much on termination grounds as she was talking, but we should also concentrate on recruitment grounds and terms. Most employers do not give workers appointment letters. Even if someone is a casual worker, you can still give an appointment letter and specify the terms.
And this should start with us readers, because as you interact with the drivers, PAs, most of them don't have appointment letters. So you should also think about it. As we advocate for this, we should also try to do it. A second one, it is about payment of cash to employees. The economy and in this country, where you find we all depend on loans, even casual workers, when you give them appointment letters and you're paying through the bank, even if it is little money, someone can use it to get a short-term loan. So we should also, I think we should also put that in the recruitment terms and in this bill as we try to amend so many things. I think that is all. Thank you so much.
But honorable colleagues, in whatever, honorable Nanda, there is a group I picked first. I'll first deal with the ones I picked. So, you know, in doing whatever we are doing, however much you're trying to do good laws, you have to be cautious about your economy, about your country. For example, if I find that the adding on the implementation of a law, for example, in casual laborers, is going to make 100 million to do automation, and I cut off casual laborers. What do I do? So you need to look at the development of your country. You balance, you move slowly by slowly. I don't think it's all about, sometimes you can make a law which can make people make decisions that are going to knock out many people in terms of employment, especially automation. An example, if I'm running a factory and on feeding, I've been using casual laborers to feed the liquids, okay? And I find now, you're saying after 6 months, okay, casual laborers must become permanent. You're saying I should give them contracts. You're saying I should give them. I sit down, I say, I would rather run it to a bank and I buy an automated feeding line. I cut off casual laborers. That's just, it's a feeding which I know cuts across. So let us also have a business mind. We be cautious, but that doesn't mean that we don't protect our people. We should protect our workers seriously, but when we are extremely cautious of the decisions that the employers might end up taking because of the bill we make. Honorable Fidra.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In the same spirit, I want to thank the committee and the chairperson together with the ministry for ably bringing on the floor the amendment, the Employment Amendment Bill number 2. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to make my submissions based on 3 aspects of the principle. One is the fact that the bill is looking forward safeguarding some of the jobs for the Ugandans. We are well aware that we're looking forward into the industrialization of this country. And the fact that most of our industries in this country are foreign owned. I'll cite some 2 examples. In the building industry, the materials like the roofings, being a principal example, the manufacturing industry. There's a tendency in this country that once an industry is being held by the owners. And if such a bill is now looking into preservation and securing some of these areas, I think we need to support this bill once it gets into the committee stage. The second area, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to address is the externalization of labor. I have ever spoken on a committee level that actually in this country, it is not called externalization of labor. It is exploitation and slavery. By the fact that we are exporting unprofessional people outside this country. What is it that the country is exporting? we get to the Saudi Arabia, to the Middle East. What is the profession of the people that as a country we are saying we're exporting to? Are they professionals? No. They are going for casual labor. They are going for the work, which we as a country have had impact, and on this floor, the returns or the outcomes of the people that we've exploited or sent to these different countries. Some have died. We've had issues related to. I am well aware that this bill will be able to guide us as a country that this needs to be regularized, and hence we get good resources from. Right, Honorable Speaker, the last one I want to end with is the fact that it is on the right to breastfeeding, and more so extending maternity leave for those who have more than one birth, the twins or multiple birth. Right, Honorable Speaker, if the mother of a multiple birth is given in 90 days, how about the principal beneficiary who is the father? I am a Salongo.
You want to do breastfeeding also? You know, some of you men breastfeed.
Right, Honorable Speaker, there's a related benefit of a father who is given an extended paternity leave other than the 7 days. I want to really agree with the chairperson's submission that when we reach to the committee stage, equally, fathers need much more than 7 days for the.
Thank you. Yes, I had Honorable Anifa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is about the health insurance for workers.
Honorable colleagues, let's listen to
order.
Order.
I want to talk about health insurance for workers. Our employees should be given insurance, because sometimes when you look at risks they go through, for example, people working in factories. In Mukono, we have too many factories, and while people are executing duties, sometimes they are hurt by probably accidental hurts with their cuts on their bodies, and they end up paying, they getting from their salary to go for medication. So I pray in this bill that employers should include medical insurance for the workers such that they can be helped in that way. Also, I want to talk about the casual workers. Yeah, probably I want to ask if the committee looked into, while the 6 months before confirmed, whether they are not going to be paid some allowances. So I also pray that between the 6 months before they are confirmed, to be given some allowances as per agreed in your, if there are any appointments or contracts. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the report, and I want to thank the minister for the explanation she has given. It is one thing that we make good laws in this house. It is another thing to implement these laws. Right Honorable Speaker, our people who are qualified have failed to get the positions they ought to have in the workplaces where they are. We have had a tendency of having preference for people who are coming from outside, who know nothing. And by putting this law into place, I want to believe that our people here will be able to achieve or to work in the places where they are meant to work. I want to give an example, Right Honorable Speaker. There's a hotel in Uganda here where you find jobs which are meant for Ugandans: security guard, waiters, chefs. You find Indians, Chinese, and other foreigners. What are our people meant to do? When you go out right now to downtown, you'll find shops full of Chinese These are jobs for our people. If this law is in place, that means we are going to protect some of these jobs for our people, and the rate of unemployment in this country will go down. So I want to plead with this August House that we pass this law, and I also want to request the authorities that when this law is put into place, let's not consider foreigners vis-a-vis our people here. I thought we would first give priority to our people before we consider those ones whom you call expatriates who know nothing. So I want to support this, and I want to agree that all that the committee has said, we pass it.
Thank you.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Santa, then Honorable Award.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to add my voice in thanking the committee and the Ministry of Gender for coming up with this piece of legislation. Right Honorable Speaker, we have been trying to make sure that the law comes to place because the majority of our people are in the informal sector. They are unskilled and semi-skilled. So they face a lot of problems and without a law that can regulate many sectors. But Right Honorable Speaker, allow me first of all address myself and support the committee with coming up with a law in regards to the externalization of workers. There are so many of our people going out, and we have been grappling with this problem. And now that as a country, we are showing a good example by coming up with a very good law. It can now help us to really help the ministry to also negotiate when we are out, because we will have started from home. Two, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to talk on the paternity leave. Parenting is a shared responsibility right from the word go up to the end, and even when the child comes out. So when a mother is given a maternity leave, so should the father. In Singapore, Madam Honorable Speaker, they have 4 weeks. So the committee is suggesting 1. Oh, I wish at the appropriate time we could look at something like 2 weeks for the fathers. Right Honorable Speaker, when we talk about the maternity leave, we are addressing the issue of the children and the issue of mothers. The very first days of a child is very important, and I would like to really request the Minister of Gender that most of our workplaces, they don't have enough spaces for the breastfeeding mothers. And as you have said, Right Honorable Speaker, some of the employers will look at this as inconvenience. So I would think there is need for some kind of sensitization so that they don't look at it as a burden, but a service to our children, a service to our mothers, and a gender parity.
Thank you. You see, colleagues, where my fear is, I know, and all of us, I'm sure we know, there are some companies and organizations, when they are employing, they look at a woman and say, this one is going to get maternity leave for Saturdays, will not be here. Yeah. I think, Honorable Minister, maybe we also need to look at the issue of gender parity, even in private companies. Yeah. We go deeper so that we don't have roles that encourage employment of only men. Because you see, if I'm going to lose 60 days and I'm paying you, between me and you, if I'm going to look, you see, businesses make business decisions. Businesses make business decisions. And when I have loans on my neck as a business, I'm being auctioned. Okay? I mean, I'll have to look at business decisions. Honorable Beatrice.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable.
Nandara.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm going to address about 3 areas. One of the areas is to also add on to what Honorable Santa said. Really, parents are the first teachers of children. That is for breastfeeding and for a few months that we have to look after babies comprehensively. It should start right from
the womb. The father has to get deeply involved so that the child to be born should be born a child who is a happy child and healthy. And then you give father only 7 days or 7 working days. Can you imagine when he is one of the teachers of those children? The father has to get a little more. Right, Honorable Speaker. And we have to sensitize our people. These fathers have to do the roles. When we give them paternity leave, it's not about for them to go and relax, but together with the mother to be smiling to the babies. They should smile to the babies so that the babies are going to be peaceful and happy babies. And thirdly, for the multiple birth. This multiple birth, you are going to give only 7 days for the father. The mother is going to be stressed. In order to give stress-free children and mothers, we need more days also for those fathers. Now, for casual workers, we struggle with uchumi workers. To date, uchumi workers were never paid their benefits. Why? Because sometimes we relax. Even in this parliament, they told me after 2 weeks, the people should come out. I think it should be the Attorney General. Come out clearly on the position of Uchumi workers. And Uchumi workers, there were very many workers who up to date have not been given their benefits. So I'm very grateful to this amendment of the Act. Probably it will go along to address challenges of our casual laborers, casual workers. We need to care for our people a little better. When Honorable from Mukono talked about people getting hurt in their workplaces, when I work in the factory, and probably one of my arms get probably cut because of mishandling the machine. I think it is the company who should take care of even the treatment and payment. So this work hazard has to be addressed by the company or the person involved. We have a lot of problems with our people, even externalization of labor. This is something which we really need to address. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
This is I want to congratulate all men in Uganda for the job well done, to the extent that women are negotiating for more time to be with them. Right? Because it means we are doing a good job. If we were bad, they would be saying, no paternity leave, you go. But they are saying we need more time for our men to be with us after we've given birth. So it seems you're giving good massage, you're giving good care, you're giving Honorable Nandara.
Mr. Speaker, you have made a point that if a man has 10 wives, 70 days times 10, that will be 70 days in a year. And no working, for example. But Mr. Speaker, I want to address myself on about small areas which I need the indulgence of members. The moment we now put in the sector a domestic employee to be really totally treated under this law, it means under the Income Tax Act, he or she will be charged taxes on accommodation, on food, and at the end of the day, if you are paying 300,000 and the tax is 120, it will just pay those who pay 300. If you are paying about 100, that person will be demanded from your area. Mr. Speaker, we have to be very careful when making a law for domestic workers. Unless this law has to do exemptions, and this exemption must be asked now the Attorney General to craft it in the Income Tax Act. Failure to do that, we're inviting a huge problem to our domestic workers. 2, I want to thank the minister. I hope she will prescribe work meant for Ugandans. It is very bad. I want to mention it. These 2 tribes of people, they are really bad. The Indians and the Chinese. They really mistreat our people. They don't give them contracts. And when they ask for contracts, they chase in time.
Honorable Nandara, I think that's a blanket.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going
I think especially, yes, that's a blanket statement which can lead to homophobia, which can lead to people attacking these groups. I don't know. You can couple. You're very good and senior legislator.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I want to change the language. There are some of these two tribes who are fond of not giving some of the investors with certain colors, who are fond of not giving contracts to our people, and they can chase them anytime at will. I want to ask the minister, as she's prescribing the law, a contract is either written or implied or oral. I want the minister to make in our regulations to be, no, even if I work for you and you chase me, I will say, what was my last pay? That means my contract was that amount of what? Money. So I want to ask the minister, when she's making this, want to clearly say that the contract should be written. Failure to be written, implied or oral agreement will be taken into consideration. Why? Implied, if you pay me 60,000 today, next month you pay me 60,000, the other month you pay, that means my salary will be what? 60,000. So it should be a record of payment. Mr. Speaker, why I'm raising this? These are the people who contribute a lot to the incomes of those people, but they are, these, of course, you have known, we have removed forex exchange, they externalize all this money, and our laborers, the labor we provide, we are not remunerated well. Mr. Speaker, we should also make a law under women, for women who are producing. I'm not bothered about men too much. As much as they have done the work, they can have boy job. Mr. Speaker, there are women who produce today in the newspaper. Mr. Speaker.
No, a member is debating. A member is debating. No, a member is debating. A member is debating. Honorable Nandala, continue.
Silence is fond of disturbing me. Mr. Speaker, today in the newspaper, there was a woman who produced 5 women in Kasese, five children in Kasese. Now, 5 children is more than 1. So any woman who produces more than 1 kid should have different days of what? Maternity. I want to give a justification. The demand will be higher than for one child. And also the employers. Of course, Mr. Speaker, you have raised a very good point, which I was going to raise, because you are almost creating what we call a minimum wage almost. So many people might fear to employ what? Women. The minister should prescribe the law that if your job is supposed to get a license, a third of the employees must be what? Women. Now, why am I raising this? Employees should also, instead of giving many days, which I want to propose the minister, instead of 90 days, we should continue to give 60 days, but allow this lady to work less hours so that she can, you are saving on the following. The workplace which my colleague raised, I have a shop. It has boxes of items. If you bring your kid and the box falls down, it will kill the what? The baby. Why don't you work, say, from 8 to 1, go home, breastfeed your child, come again tomorrow so that you work those less hours. It will save more than saying bring children to places of what? Of work. I'll give the example, Mr. Speaker. In Kampala here, same as Mbale, whatever, all the children's parks, children's what? They are shopping malls. So if government has allowed shopping malls to be where people should relax, who tells you a shopman will create a place for where children should what? Play. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we should talk about.
Thank you.
Let me conclude on this, Mr. Speaker. Just a small one, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last one. These workers who go outside the country, you get calls every now and then. I think now we should put it in our law that the migration whichever point of exit, should not allow anybody to go out of this country without a copy of an agreement. You know, when somebody is entering a country, they say, where are your documents? And this will save us a lot. And that agreement should be clear. In case there's a problem, there's a payment in lieu, which includes either 3 months notice and your transport back from the country you have gone to Uganda.
Thank you. Colleagues, the debate will continue at committee stage. House suspended for 5 minutes to mobilize colleagues to come in. We ascertain quorum. Recently we had a judgment because you're saying we do 30 minutes so that we do lunch? No, the ones who are here by that time will have gone. So I know you. Let's do 5 minutes. We ascertain quorum and then we continue with the business. Okay? Yeah, we shall continue. Colleagues, let's resume. Colleagues, you might be asking yourself why I'm insisting on this. I must give you an update. In the recent case, when they nullified the anti-narcotics bill, court ruled that before we go for second reading on committee stage, we must always ascertain quorum, which is going to make it difficult doing our work because it would also mean we have to amend our rules and all that. So we are going to work with Attorney General to appeal this because we always have our clear procedure, it's clearly defined that if there is any member who has issues with the quorum, he raises the issues. And once the member raises issues of quorum, then the speaker, the presiding officer, must ascertain quorum at that stage. But now with this, you can see with the bills, it's becoming difficult for us to conduct business. Now on the side of the opposition, the ones who are in have gone. And so let me allow debate for a few minutes as you call colleagues who are in the canteen. But let all members, if these managers of the canteen continue serving members at such a stage, I will close that canteen. Yes, it can't continue that way. I don't enjoy being here. I don't enjoy coming here from 10 up to 7 p.m. We have business. I'm not doing my business, honorable colleague. So when someone tells me it's lunchtime, I'm not doing my business here. I'm doing national business, which we are paid to do. Okay? So please let me assign whips on the side of opposition and on the side of government to go to the canteen, or MPs who are in the canteen, come, we ascertain quorum. I already have a very good number of MPs on Zoom. I've joined us on Zoom. The last time I checked, they were around like 82. So I needed to add on so that we can have the right quorum and we proceed with business. So Honorable Chimosho, Honorable Chibadi, you have a procedure matter?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the procedure matter I'm raising on is we have been to the canteen and our colleagues are there, but the statements are being taken lightly. And our chief whip is not here. Me, I want to seek your directive and your authority to empower me as the current chief whip for just 1 minute. I go to the canteen, ask the people serving to stop and have everybody come here because they are not understanding the whole opposition.
Honorable Chibadia is the whip for Busoga, but also the Prime Minister is here. I may request the Prime Minister herself to move because she's a whip now, lead of government business. Bring your members and otherwise I don't have powers to appoint a chief whip. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you have come where I'm coming. Yes. We have our rules of procedure here, which I'm sure my brother Honorable Chibaria knows. And the rules know how people, our offices are constituted in the house and outside the what? The house. And this is not a first time in Parliament. And you went through induction course twice. Is it procedure right, Mr. Speaker? For Honorable to ask to be to become
I will send Honorable Chibadia to Honorable Nanda for further induction. Yes, I had picked Honorable Chimosho. And then use.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the chair and the team that worked on the report. When you go to the object of the bill, there is where they talk about strengthening the law on the sexual harassment. And Right Honorable Speaker and members, this issue of sexual harassment has been one-sided and majorly targeting men, the issue of sexual harassment. I would love to see how the committee comes out clearly on the issue of sexual harassment, because, Right Honorable Speaker, when we interact with men, they tell us that they are badly and sexually harassed, and theirs is a response to already bad situation. So I'm very keen to see how the law brings out the issues of sexual harassment and how it protects men against sexual harassment that is induced by women in some of their actions. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Now, honorable colleagues, we passed here a law. We passed here a law where we said we should fight homosexuality, but don't fight homosexuality by harassing men or women. Is it that bad? It's also the other way. I think it's mainly women who are affected by sexual harassment compared to men. But
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. First of all, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the Committee on Gender for such an elaborate report. But I also want to thank government for taking the first initiative for the first time to streamline the labor actualization sector. This is of paramount importance as a country, because what faces us is a dilemma of unemployment. And I hope if this sector is streamlined, we shall go a long way to solve this problem. However, Right Honorable Speaker, a number of times this House has raised concerns. And if you've noted, when it goes to issues of labor externalization, here even members debate with a lot of emotion. But the committee report does not address some of these issues that the House has consistently recommended. For example, we have consistently recommended to government that let there be labor attaches in every country that we're exporting labor to. This we have consistently recommended. And you cannot say this is an issue that can be handled administratively, because the office of a labor officer in our districts is a creation of this same act. Why can't this act create an office of a labor attaché and define their powers in that foreign country? For example, we can say a labor attaché keeps a record of those people that have got employment in that particular country of residence.
thank you. I'll pick Honorable Akamba, Honorable Mede.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for the elaborate report, and my emphasis would go to the issue of breastfeeding mothers. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this is a very good initiative to have it in our law, but my only challenge regards the employers who are operating from very limited space. For instance, those operating shops, those operating from maybe a one-room area. If we make it mandatory in the law that they must establish feeding facilities, then we stand a risk of these employers rejecting applications from female applicants to work with them. So I propose that we, instead of such a proposal in the law, we give time. For instance, we say that such an employee should be given either 2 hours instead of working from 8 to 5, we can say they can work up to midday or from midday up to 5. And then the aspect of casual workers, Right Honorable Speaker, this is very critical because many
Conclude, Honorable Khan. Conclude,
Thank you.
then
Many-
Honorable Med.
many employers circumvent the law, the employment law, and they mistreat workers in the name of being casual laborers. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I support this proposal of putting timelines before which someone can transit into a permanent or a recognizable employee of any entity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Med.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I would like to thank the committee for the report. However, I have 3 issues to raise. One, the report won't be so meaningful to employees if the aspect of minimum wage is not tackled in this country, because our employees are weighted below the international standards of minimum wage. So the Honorable Minister for Labor and all of us here, I urge us to bring the issue of, to take the issue of minimum wage seriously. The other issue is the right, the freedom of collective bargaining. Most of our investors are not allowing their employees to collectively bargain for salary, and yet their working conditions are very, very low. The third issue is the committee emphasizing on recruitment companies. Where is government as an entity, as the supreme entity in this? There are nations that are negotiating to export labor. In 2011, I was visiting Israel, and a colleague there told me that Israel had negotiated to import workers from Ethiopia. 2021, I was visiting in Canada, and the TV was awash with shortage of labor, especially industrial laborers. What is our country doing to train people who are exported when they have basic skills?
Thank you. Honorable Megade. Then Honorable Adiomu and Katabazi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I appreciate the need to provide adequate leave and providing for breastfeeding centers. But Right Honorable Speaker, I've seen here additional leave for female employees who give birth to more than 1 child at the same time. And the provision is 90 days, which is the additional 30 days from the 60. We have seen ladies who give birth to 6 children, 10. So what arrangement, or what is the committee basing on to assure that once we actually, even within the parliament here, we have the Nalongos, and they may actually tell you that those with the 1 child may not have been any better in as far as looking after that 1 child in relation to one who has produced 2. So I don't know what they are basing on. And when it comes to the paternity leave, the lady who produces more than 1 is given addition. What about the man who needs to look for care for more than 1? So I see there
Then, Right Honorable Speaker, we have seen situations where you have a shamba boy who impregnates the maid. The maid.
Thank you. Yes, even the microphone got scared of being impregnated. Yes, Honorable Adiomu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank the committee for the good report. But Right Honorable Speaker, in this report, I think one thing was kept, and that is the minimum wage. We are talking of the leave. I think if people are paid well, then they can easily get money to pay for these other workers. And Right Honorable Speaker, if you remember very well, just recently, I don't know whether you heard one of the audios from one of the drivers from judiciary comparing how much are the bosses are earning and how much are the drivers also earning. And really, that situation wasn't good if you happened to listen to that audio, whereby this driver was saying that for us, we are getting 300,000, but we don't have any leave. But again, the bosses who are getting leave, they get more than this. Now, the appeal was that we should do something to help them. So now, in this bill, I think this was an opportunity for other workers to know, or for us to talk about the minimum wage. Two, when we look at the recommendations of maybe giving a leave to only those people, but without increasing their pay, without looking at how much are they getting, although they will get a leave, but without considering the minimum wage.
Thank you. I have been told I have 98 people on Zoom. People have logged in, those who are following us on Zoom. So clerk ascertain for me the number of the members present in the house now. As Honorable Katabazi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Submission.
I would also like to thank the chairperson of the committee. But I have an issue mainly with the domestic workers, because how will you ascertain? First of all, the payment must be uniform, I think, in order, or at least we should have a minimum wage, because once they become employees, they are supposed to pay income tax and all these kind of things like NSSF. Then secondly, there should be an amendment somewhere in case this domestic work also does something wrong at home. Like Honorable Migade was saying, let's say the shamba boy impregnates the maid. Now you will give a leave to people to run a family in your home. It is even worse if the baby belongs to the man in the house. It will, the mother, I mean the mother, the wife is likely to terminate or chase the maid away against the law, because she will say, I must get leave. The law, that act is very silent about what will happen in case the father of that child is the man in the house. Because yes, I know so many complex issues. It will lead to so many people not allowing ladies to work in their homes. So, right on, I will.
Thank you. Honorable Sakero.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Allow me thank the
Gender Committee for this good report. Mr. Speaker, this bill has come a long way. And it is my prayer today that as a parliament, we do the needful and support the Ugandans there who have been crying out, especially in regards to the minimum wage. I'm also happy that the committee captured one of my presentations that I made about the extension of the paternity leave. Although I would have loved more, actually my suggestion then was 15 working days. But all the same, we can start with whatsoever is given and we see how it goes. And then thirdly, Mr. Speaker, even as we do this, the biggest challenge we have had is the lack of or the insufficient labor officers countrywide. When I was serving on the Gender Committee in the 10th Parliament, one of the issues that kept coming was the unavailable labor officers. There were actually few. And my request to the ministry is, if indeed these people are going to play a key role in monitoring the work conditions of our people at district level, then we need to have more of them. We need to empower them and make sure that they are trained to do their work and well facilitated. This is something I thought I needed to emphasize because it has.
Thank you. Honorable Cecilia Ogad.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do appreciate the movers of this bill because it's one of the rare hybrid that we have had tabled on the floor of Parliament, where both the government and the private movers have converged to form a common ground. So, Right Honorable Speaker, looking at the bill, there are very few areas of contradictions. However, for the women, I think we need to look deeper into it. The generations have changed. During my days, I have found it very difficult to forgive Uganda Development Corporation, who interviewed me when I was 5 months pregnant with my third child. And being the best in the interview, I was denied the job because they thought I could not manage to drive around. I could not manage to be a good boss. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think for women, we have to make sure that we tie the qualification of a woman to the job is going to hold. And there should not be any kind of discrimination when it comes to a woman's excellent performance on her job. That one I have not seen in this particular bill. Speaker, the issue of casual laborers is relevant, but until we put minimum wage on it, how are we going to determine, how are we going to protect the rights of these casual laborers? Some will be paid 30,000 shillings a month, others 80,000 shillings a month. Some of you might not have known. I've always interacted with people who manage the fuel pumps. They are paid 75,000 a month. The transport to the job is not catered for. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think the movers of this motion should improve on that. And the salary or the payment we are giving the casual laborers must be predictable. Because there are some bosses who said, we have not been paid yet. So where do you expect me to get money to pay you? I'm sure even some of us do that. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to really genuinely protect the rights of the casual laborers. And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, it should not only be sexual harassment to be taken care of. Sexual exploitation sometimes is done with the willingness of the person being exploited. If you want to protect your job, Sometimes you go an extra mile to allow yourself to be exploited, not because you want to, but because you want to retain your job and maybe to get promotion. That is also one area where the movers could help us improve on this bill. And finally, Right Honorable Speaker, let us not ignore the point which has been raised. The investors, we honor them, we love them, and we want more to come. But it's also true that they abuse our people. There must be something in the law where hate treatment should not be tolerated. If somebody is going to hate me because I'm black and because he or she is white or red, it is wrong when it comes to employment agreement. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable colleague, the debate is going to continue at committee stage when we are handling these clauses. Rarely have we had such an extensive debate just on the principles. Yeah, I have ascertained the quorum, and I want to thank you for coming. Please, when we are, one of our biggest duties is to handle bills. So when we have bills, until that on a general appears, and I hope he's going to do it very soon. You might not appear in full, but at least in part on that part. Otherwise, we are going to be crippled in the way we do business. So we have 193 colleagues present against quorum requirement of 175. So we have quorum. Now I put a question, honorable colleagues, that the employment amendment bill number 2, employment amendment number 2 bill 2023 be read the second time. Those in favor say aye, to the counter nay. The ayes have it.
The employment amendment number 2 bill 2022 bills committee stage. Clause 1.
Chairperson.
Clause 1, Right Honorable Chair. Amendment of the Employment Act 2006, Clause 1 is amended. A, by substituting in paragraph B,
Honorable Nandara.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I want to seek the indulgence of the move of the motion. This is a clause dealing with interpretation, definitions. And there are more definitions which we are going to bring. Wouldn't it be procedure right, Mr. Speaker, that we stand over clause 1, then we shall come back after doing other clauses, so that if more definitions come up, we could do it once and have some.
Yeah, I think along the way, we might need to redefine more and more items. So let's stand over this, and then we shall come back to it at the end. Okay? Chair, I think that's okay. Okay.
Clause 2.
I put the question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the counter nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Chair, I'm sorry. We inserted a new clause immediately after clause 2 as follows. Insertion of section 7A in the Principal Act. The Principal Act is amended by inserting a new section immediately after section 7 to read as follows. 7A, prohibition of intimidation, harassment, and violence against an employee. 1, an employer or the employer's agent shall not intimidate, harass, or violate an employee at the workplace. 2, for purposes of subsection 1, A, harassment and violence means written, verbal, or physical abuse or behavior that interferes with work or creates an intimidating, hostile, or an offensive work environment. B, intimidation means physical or verbal abuse or behavior directed at isolating or humiliating an individual or a group of individuals, or at preventing an individual or a group of individuals from engaging in work activities, and includes 1, degrading public tirades by a supervisor or colleague, insults related to a person's personal or professional competence. 3, threatening or insulting comments, whether oral or written, including by email. 4, desecration of religious or national symbols or both. 5, withholding food or other basic necessities which an employee is entitled to under the contract of employment. And 6, insulting the modesty of an employee. And our justification, Right Honorable Chair, is that Uganda recently ratified the ILO Convention on Violence and Harassment, the elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work. The amendment is to therefore align the Employment Act with Convention 190 in accordance with Uganda's obligation as a partner state under ILO treaty. 2, to protect the right of everyone to work in an environment free of violence and harassment. 3, the amendment is an incorporation of agreed upon principle that was contained in Employment Amendment Bill 2022 into the Employment Amendment Bill number 2 as a result of the incorporation process of the bill.
Thank you. Government, do you? Let me first get the opinion of the government.
We agree with it. It is operationalization of the ILO Convention C190.
The private member.
Mr.
No,
Chairman.
let me, Honorable Nanda, don't mind. I would allow you. I just wanted to get the opinions of the movers.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker.
Can you raise the microphone, Honorable Raushisha?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. I concur with the definition.
Okay, Honorable Nandara, then Honorable Nwaga.
Mr. Chairman, I think the private members bill had made some clarifications. I want us to know which bill are we using, the private members bill or government bill?
They consolidated, the chair at the beginning mentioned it clearly, they consolidated and went for government bill because the government bill incorporated issues that were in the private members bill.
So, Mr. Chairman, that's why I'm raising it, because I have the private members bill. What the chair has read, 7A, was the private members bill. And the reason why I'm raising this clarification, because I thought if we are going to do that, I would request the private members bill, if he could agree that we make an amendment on her agreement. And if she does, it will be able to help us make this law better for the employees.
But I asked her and the member and agreed.
Now, since she has agreed, Mr. Chairman, I wanted us to write here to add, you see, we have talked about employees without agreements. I wanted us, if mistreatment includes lack of what? Written agreement. I wanted to add G, a non-provision of written agreement. The justification that it will help an employee to fight for our rights. Because if you don't give me an agreement, I have no evidence against you. So this is what I wanted to ask the government.
Don't we have a clause in the bill on? Yeah, don't we have a clause on casual labor, those who don't have agreements and all that?
Honorable
Chair?
Right Honorable Chair, already we defined the work contract in the definitions as we shall go back. And we know that even in the Contracts Act, the contract can be oral, can be written, can be verbal. All those are contracts, and they are considered in this employment bill. And in any case, Right Honorable Chair, we are dealing now with harassment and violence, not casual workers and their contracts.
It is right to talk about harassment, but you have talked about even the dismissal. And that's why I'm bringing up
Honorable, I think get the government bill and also the report. Get the report, okay? So that we go on the issue of prohibition of intimidation, harassment, and violence against an employee. With the moment we consider all those issues you're bringing in on this clause, then we would be widening it beyond the scope that is meant to be covered here. Honorable Nwagaba?
Yeah, thank you. The only clarification I wanted to get from the mover is the penalty for offending this particular provision. You are prohibiting the intimidation harassment. So what happens to the employer who commits an offense under this provision? Have we provided a penalty for it?
Chair?
Yes, Chair, we provided for the penalty, and I think as we go on, we shall be giving the penalty because we specified the penalties to this effect.
You see, that would be anticipation. What Honorable Nwagaba is saying, he needs to know before he supports this clause that there is a penalty. So,
Right,
and where is it?
Chair. We provided for the penalties in.
So we got
in
clause 25 on penalties and offenses? Is this where you
penalties
covered,
and offenses.
is it where you covered all of them?
Yes, Chair.
Honorable Nwagaba, you can look at clause 95 in the bill.
The good registration would require a sub-clause to specifically say it is an offense. So that when you are looking at the particular details, you go to the offenses generally. But if you leave it hanging as it is now, and then you wait to read on clause 25, it's not a good registration.
I think the one in the drafting, it should have been.
Right,
welcome.
Honorable Chair. Maybe we can import the one that is in the private members, because the private members had provided it right away.
Yeah. Because that's how the practice is very clear. Because now it will mean we shall be going on a clause. Then we go to another clause which we've not yet approved. We depend on it to pass this clause. Now that is anticipation. So usually we want, if you prescribe an offense here, we know the penalty right on. Attorney General, you wanted to?
Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Chair, the challenge you have here is that you have many that already exist in, because this is a law which is talking about labor relations. So it's telling you will do A, B, C, D. You will provide this, and we had a provision in 96 which says a person who contravenes the provisions of this act for which no penalty is provided is liable on conviction for the act. So we can redo the drafting, but my problem is that we may have to carry that in every provision. It may be a bit bulky because these are non-compliance with the provisions of the employment thing. So the provision that you have here was wide enough to create that for contravention of the thing, other than just simply commission of an offense. Because if I harass you, we have other laws which you have to deal with, the penal code and etc. But for this particular act, the penalty is prescribed. So it may be easier, Right Honorable Speaker and Chair and my honorable colleague, if you look at clause 25, if it takes care of all these, the offenses.
Honorable Nandara?
Mr. Chairman, harassment, violence, mistreatment is not the same as not filing an employment return. Because if you take that unemployment return is an offense, yes, it may be some 10 current point and whatever. This is a serious offense, which must be really be penalized so that people stop it. And Honorable Anthony General, I would propose, as Honorable Nwagaba raised it, we prescribe a real penalty for this one, and it should be punitive. And for the private members bill, she was talking about 42 current point. That's 840,000. That's very little money.
You see, Honorable Nanda, what I'm picking from the Attorney General is that nearly every clause is an offense, provides an offense. And you would go prescribing a penalty on each and each and each, okay? So the argument is that we can look at 25 and we see, is it sufficient? Can it cover? And in practice, is it acceptable?
Yeah, my major concern is if you look at the private members bill, for example, clause 25, subclause 3, which says where an employer acts in contravention of any provision of this act, not specifically designated as an offense, like this particular one, a labor officer may caution him or her in writing. So you commit this particular offense because it is not specifically prescribed as an offense, then you take your complaint to the labor office. I just cautions the investor who are fond of committing these offenses. So I would rather feel comfortable. You say a person commits an offense under this section if he does any of those. Even if you don't prescribe the penalty, we can have the penalty in the general section on offenses and penalties, but let us prescribe it as an offense.
Attorney General?
Most of that, thank you very much, Honorable Nwagaba. I think he makes a valid point. I'll propose that we add a clause 3 under 7A to read, a person who contravenes this section commits an offense. I beg to.
Yeah, I think that would sort us out because their clause 25 would apply. Honorable Taylor, you wanted to add anything?
Yes, my argument was that the magnitude of the provision of this particular clause cannot be taken omnibus with the other lighter provisions, because this one addresses very, very serious issues, and prescribing its punishment independently would give it more enforceability than leaving it blanket.
But you see, this is the first clause we are handling. Okay.
Chair, I've looked at all the other clauses. I've read the
that's
the bill and the
anticipation.
report.
That's anticipation. We haven't reached there. So the rules limit us, rule 8 limits us when
Much
it comes
obliged.
to that. Yeah. So let's, I think we've gotten a very good middle ground. Let's describe it as an offense. Attorney General, can you help us capture it so that it's well captured? Or even your colleague Nwagaba can also help, whoever is ready.
Right, Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 2, the insertion after clause 2 at section 7A be added a subclause 3 to read that a person who contravenes this section commits an offense. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable colleagues. I put the question that a new clause be inserted in the bill as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Yeah. And this proposal covers the new amendment as clearly brought by the Attorney General. Okay, thank you.
Clause 3.
I put the question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Chair.
Right, Honorable Chair, after clause 3, we insert a new clause immediately after clause 3 as follows. Amendment of section 34 of the Principal Act. The Principal Act is amended in section 34 by inserting immediately after the word disabilities with the following words: domestic workers, casual employees. Justification: to include domestic workers and casual employees as a special category of employees. 2, to ensure that domestic workers and casual employees are among the workers for whom the minister may make regulations providing for their working conditions and special protection. 3, the amendment is an incorporation of agreed upon principle that was contained in the Employment Amendment Bill 2022 in the Employment Amendment Bill number 2 as a result of the incorporation of, because we are now looking at one bill. So that is the new clause, Right Honorable Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair and members, we agree with it because it will support subsequent amendment to provide for rights of casual workers and domestic workers.
Thank you. Now, since the chair would have justified, and the moment you agree, just make it easier. We agree, okay? And I need, now I still have the private member.
Right, Honorable Speaker and the members, I concur. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Honorable Nandara.
Mr. Chairman, special category is where you cannot define. Now we are defining casual laborers. Now, Mr. Chairman, under the definition of an employee, under our section 1, I was trying to find out if we don't include, means the person who has entered in a contract of service or apprenticeship contract without, now why don't we define an employee to include casual laborer, domestic worker, so that is not treated in a special group. There must be, we're trying to create that a casual laborer, a domestic worker, who is a worker, will have a relationship between employee and employer, if the committee agreed with me.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair. I think to put it clearly, a casual worker and a domestic worker is not an employee per se by virtue of the provisions of the Act. An employee under the Act is that person who is employed for a period longer than 6 months and has a contract which can be terminated by notice and that kind of thing. A casual laborer has not yet gotten to that stage of being an employee only if after the 6 months. So if you define employee under the Act to include casual laborer, you'll miss the principles that we are trying. I propose that the insertion here will be a good one because the domestic worker is growing. People are now using both home and work. So the advisory board could sit down and give us a clearer working in that space, but they are not employees by virtue of this Act. An employee is slightly different from this.
I think that's very clear. Clerk? Honorable Nwagaba?
I thought the Attorney General would make it clearer, but now I believe it brings more confusion. Because by including a casual worker and a domestic worker in the category of what is envisaged under Section 34 disabilities, you are literally, you are vulgarizing it, so to say. And in my view, you would rather have limited the issues of domestic workers and casual workers to regulation, not in this particular act. Because if you amend and provide for them here, then it means it actually means you recognize them under the Employment Act. That's my thinking.
Right, Honorable Chair, I think what the object of the law is trying to do is to create a certain degree of protection for the casual worker and the domestic worker, while at the same time not giving them the full protection of an employee. And that is why I think they're saying this special category. Technically speaking, in English speak, their employees, like Honorable Nandala said, they have a relationship of employee and employer. It exists. But the law is trying to create that very fine balance of saying, we require you, the minister, to go and make special regulation for these categories of people, persons with disabilities, casual workers, employees of that category. So it may be difficult for the minister to make this regulation if you do not provide for them, because we are seeing it as a growing area, an area which requires probably constant, the employment of a person in the office on a daily basis of a 4-year contract is easy. So I was proposing, Right Honorable Chair, that we leave that there. I don't think it will create any harm, because the regulations will have to now deal with that special category and define it a little bit better. And if it changes, it's easier to keep looking at it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think what I'm getting from this is that the moment we capture them here, then the minister will be mandated to make regulations that protect them. But if we don't provide for them here, we shall be leaving it at the discretion of the minister. But even when she makes regulations, someone can come and say, under what law? Okay? So as long as it does not affect the definition of the employee under Section 6, then I think it is safe. We mandate the minister when the minister comes in. Colleagues, I want us to move. Honorable Cyrus, and then I'll allow Honorable Nanda, who raised it first. Honorable Nanda, if you're ready.
I'm ready, Chair. Yes, I'm ready. My concern is whether the committee benchmarked on this particular proposal. Because the way I see, casual laborers are so many. And for us to manage this might be total confusion and total headache. I'm just trying to be really skeptical about this. Which country has done it before? Has it been successful? Because I even fear people are going to fear to employ people. Because they are going to say now the laws are there, they are trying to regulate. Can I get some clarification maybe from the chair or the minister? Anybody who has recorded success that we can follow.
Yeah, but Honorable Cyrus, you see, what we can to protect against that, if you're thinking someone might bypass Parliament, those regulations can come here. The minister would bring the regulations here. If you find that he or she is creating conditions that are making it difficult for anyone to have casual laborers or what, then you would be able to see and make recommendations.
That will be good, Chair. That will now mean we've got to specify in this very law that the minister is directed to make specific regulations to deal with this particular issue.
That's the essence of the new clause.
Yes, but it will do no harm for the minister to explain. Or the committee, did you benchmark? Whom are we learning from?
Honorable Minister, can I allow Honorable Nanda so that Honorable Minister you come at once?
Mr. Chairman, I want to already plead with members to come with the original law. You're asking the minister, what we're working under Section 34 is talking about making regulations. So you don't need to ask the minister to make it is here. The moment we insert it here, it will be with this. And yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I don't want us to think about what other countries have done. We should do what is good for ourselves. So I want just, Mr. Chairman, if you read Section 34, it talks of, and even Attorney General, I'm sure you're there, is a person with disabilities and apprentices. How do you spell it? Talk it. Apprentices. Apprenticeship. That word, Mr. Speaker. But if you go, that's what I said, that word. If you go to the definition of employee, again, that word, what you have just pronounced, appreciation, whatever, is there, Mr. Speaker. Now, why, if you go to definitions of an employee, on page 7, it makes a contract and it also brings in that person. That's where my worry is coming. If you are saying, it says, means any person who has entered into a contract of service or apprenticeship Betty, tell me. So that means already under 34, it is being recognized, but it is coming here is being treated as a what? An employee. So that's where, Mr. Attorney General, I need your help. Why do you want to recognize only this group under employment? And this is an employment act we're working on. Why don't you also, if you're putting it there, will you accept those casual laborers, domestic hours, to be brought under this?
Attorney General?
Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Chair, my brother Honorable Nandala Mafabizan, who asked us to leave this particular clause on definitions so that we go on and come back. And if you look at the proposals that have been brought here, which we shall discuss, there is a definition of a casual worker, definition of a domestic worker. The question is, where do we put them and how do we treat them? But I can do it now if we want to change that position of the chair.
No,
We'll
can't
come
do it
back to it, to the definition.
Okay. Honorable Minister?
Honorable Chair and members, I want to notify the House that under the International Labour Organization, disability, persons with disability, those that are going into apprenticeship, those that are casual employees are termed and protected under the Employment Act. And in all Commonwealth countries, which includes East Africa, and Uganda is a Commonwealth countries, they all have provision which defines employers work relations, where a person works once in a while or comes for a short time. It might not even be the ones you're thinking about of casual laborers in a construction site. It can be, for example, Parliament can decide that they want professional for 6 months or 3 months and they go away. So they are not keeping them for the entire employment contract of say 3 years or 5 years. It's a very short period of time employment, and that's why you need to protect their rights. So many countries have already done it, and we are only inserting to include those two on top of the current persons with disability and those in apprenticeship.
Thank you. I now put the question that a new clause be inserted as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, there is a new clause. We are.
Chair, you'll be waiting. I call you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Yeah, so Chair, come and.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair.
The answer has to be clear.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. We are inserting a new clause immediately before clause 4 as follows. The Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately after section 34 the following new section. 34A, casual employment. 1, a person shall not employ another person as a casual employee for a continuous period exceeding 6 months. 2, where a person employs another person as a casual employee for a period exceeding 6 months, the person shall, at the expiry of the 6 months, be deemed to have entered into a contract of service with the casual employee. 3, where an employer lays off a casual employee and the employer rehires the same casual employee, the casual employment shall be regarded as continuous. 34B, piecework. 1, an employee may enter into a piecework contract with an employer. 2, piecework under this section means the amount of work that an employer pays the employee for upon the completion of the work by the employee. Justification: to ensure that a person employed as a casual employee has security of the job tenure in the event of continuous employment exceeding 6 months. 2, to provide for the protection of persons employed as casual employees who oftentimes work on casual basis terms indefinitely. 3, to provide for a piecework contract where an employer and employee determine the terms of employment based on the amount of work done, contrary to the duration of the work. 4, the amendment is an incorporation of agreed upon principle that was contained in Employment Amendment Bill 2022 into Bill number 2 as a result of the incorporation.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, as you come, have you thought it through very, very well that you're not going to cause serious unemployment? That's the only question I can put on this cloth, because, and I want to honestly give you very honest view. Construction sites, factories, and maybe if you had said that this person, if he's re-employed within a period of like 2 months, but when you say, I think let me pick views of members. You respond at one. Honorable Pendi.
Yeah, you've actually rightly stated it, Mr. Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson. One, if you bring in this particular clause, then the earlier clause we've just passed dies. Because we've already provided, the minister should make regulations to cater for this category of persons who are not covered under the Act. But if you bring in this particular clause 34A, then you are incorporating them under the Act. You no longer need the regulations by the minister to cover it. Secondly, you may have, for example, an engineering company to get a contract to construct parliament, uses casual workers. The following day, State House, the same casual workers. Goes to individual and you adopt them as employees under the Act. I can tell you, with the kind of unemployment we have, no employer will take them on. So you will have a turnaround of casual workers that will actually render casual work unprofitable. 2, but section clause 34B, piecework. This is an independent contract. Why do you want an independent contract to also form a part of an employment under the Act? So, Mr. Chairperson, I strongly object to these amendments. They do not agree with employment.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to pick you, Honorable colleagues. Oh, I had picked Honorable Saro Pendi, then Honorable Saro. No, then.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, in addition to what the Honorable Mwagaba has said, how I wish this had been qualified. And during the consultations, this is one of the things that I raised because of the complications. He has talked about those, construction sites. But Chair, my concern, the issue I want to raise, colleagues, look at the industries that we have. Forget about construction sites. You find an industry well established, it has been in existence, but it has these casual people, employed casual laborers, without any written contract, and they are there forever. And the moment you raise your voice, you are dismissed. Those are the ones I thought we would deal with. Let us qualify this. It is okay to have casual laborers provided for, but it must be qualified so that we look at those established industries. Secondly, Chair, what is going on in this country? And I've raised this on the floor of this House. People are now smarter, not even employing casual laborers. What they do, they get Nwagaba and company advocates and sign a contract with Nwagaba. Now it is Nwagaba who is employing all the apprenticeships and others at whatever fee he or she wants. And that's what we must deal with. That is how they are actually trying to avoid paying taxes, avoid, even paying NSSF, those benefits that employees would be having. So I am not happy that that issue was dropped. We must also open that and stop these companies from employing companies and hiding workers under them. So, Attorney General, I don't know how you can help us there, but I don't know whether you're picking the point. You find well-established industries, Tororo cement industry, I don't know what cement.
Thank you. But honorable colleagues, you need to go deeper, you know, the categories of these workers. Most of these are people who don't qualify for any job, who don't have any qualifications. I've used the word most. Yeah, I'm very cautious. Number two, you find these are mothers who are, for example, when you go to a factory like Dari, if I can use an example, where they sort hair, even a 90-year-old woman can sit and sort her hair slowly by slowly, can get that chance. But what I've cautioned you about, from what I know in the sector, it will be cheaper for companies to automate than carry the burden of this role. Now you will have made the role, but if you are not steady, you are knocking out many people who don't have an opportunity of education like some of us to go and get other jobs, white collar jobs. These rija, casual. I had picked Honorable Cyrus, then Honorable Taira. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I think
Let's do a
really
quick round.
We should avoid entering into a situation of legislative excitement, where we just make any law because we want to make it. I'm worried. I do not agree with having those provisions in our law. This can lead to violence even in our communities. Anybody who knows that the employer has been good to them will return and say, give me more work. The person returns because they know the person employed with good terms. But if we try to legislate on everything, I can bet you and I can tell you, we are going to have a quagmire. And we shall all be in shame because people will be asking, but who made this law? At least I should not be a part of that. Let me put it on record. I reject it. Thank you.
Yes. No, I have colleagues I picked. I'm going to do a quick round, honorable colleagues. Yes, I think I had. Let me do Wakiso, Sandara, Teira. Then we come.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, apart from, as an individual, for me, apart from this legislation work, elsewhere, I mean, the engineering profession, and my first work was masonry work under NALIA, that's National Housing. So I'm saying all this, we had several porters, and up to this day, I collaborate with several of my friends who are engineers to see that several of my people are fixed. Now, when we talk about the construction sites and engineering in general, even elsewhere, such jobs, there is no way we shall put the employer to make a serious contract over how the, given the kind of conditions of the market. That aside, yesterday I was also in Goyoge market. We have vendors and many other people. These people are employed somewhere, but if at all we are to go into detail over issues of casual laborers and employment, what we may not afford to entirely exhaust the market of casual laborers or casual employment. I would suggest, Mr. Chair, as we've already prescribed and managed to put for the minister a window for provision of casual laborers, can we say that the minister will bring to parliament regulations concerning the casual employment, and it will aid, we delete the insertion.
Let me first pick workers as I come to, let me pick on a worker as I come to. Okay.
Thanks very much, Chair and honorable members. The law is about employment. There is a difference between business and employment. It is our duty to protect our citizens. I want you to be mindful about that. I represent workers. We have been fighting the word casualization up the level of ILO. As we go to the field now, even graduates in some industries are casuals. Yes, we are mindful about our employers coming, investors, and creating jobs. We know the scarcity of jobs. But should we fold our hands and our people be exploited because we should not talk? This is what we're trying to address. We are saying, look, if somebody has been used for a certain period, are you still needing him or not? Chair, I want to ask a question. Either you have a lot of money or not, you go to the mosque, you follow the standards. Failure to do so, is say, leave us, we shall remain poor. We are trying to legislate. The confusion I'm trying to see is that we should be mindful about the economy. We should be mindful about that investor so that it does not go back. We want the investor. But how should we treat our people first? I went to South Africa. To start a company, a certain percentage must be indigenous people there. Are we bringing this here? Before you bring casuals, either Indians or Chinese or whatever, can our people do that job? If we simply keep quiet, then we are doing a disservice to our nation. I think.
Thank you. Honorable Nandara, then Honorable Teira.
Mr. Chairman and the colleagues, first of all, I want to associate myself with what Honorable Nawagaba talked. The moment casual laborers you are thinking is not only those who carry bricks. Even professionals can be a casual laborer. But the moment you will say a casual laborer, after 6 months, he becomes an employee, you are making a huge, huge mistake. I want to tell you why. Okay, in a profession of accounts, you have got a contract, you're going to do some financial management consultant. It is for a period of 6 months. As it's about to end, maybe you get another one. Or maybe an extension. The moment you say this person is supposed to be permanent, it means he's not supposed to access the payroll. I'm just giving an example. Even doesn't, it's no different. Even as professionals, we are also sometimes casual laborers. Mr. Speaker, let me give an example of this cooperative union. We're a coffee entity with farmers. There's a season for coffee when they bring coffee. But when they have collected the coffee, there's milling. When you mill, because you want to export, there are people who will come to pick this week. Next week, they are not there. The other week, they will come. Eventually, you may have to say these are good pickers. You maintain them that whenever there's picking, you call on them. The moment you say these ones become employees, we are not going to employ those ones. And at the end, those poor mothers you have talked about will have no job. So, Mr. Speaker, the moment we have said there will be regulations, which and we have already passed it under clause 34, which will be amending clause 34. I would plead with my brother Bakabulinde that casual laborers we are going to define are casual laborers who come in for when assignment is existing. Period. When it is over, it is over. Failure to do that, we're going to make many people who would be casual laborers and go. I have a construction, I'm building a building. It will never take only 1 year. It will take about 5 years. This mansion comes in, goes. The same one, the same porter. So the building of 5 years, that means after 6 months, that man must become a what? It is very dangerous. You will have no person working.
Honourable Minister, are you seeing a problem that the regulations, under the regulations, you won't have enough authority over this to the extent that you even need to cover it in the act?
Thank you, Chair. Probably the Minister.
I'll just ask a quick one to the Minister then.
All right, Honorable Chair and colleagues, under the current Employment Act, there is an existing regulation, 2011, and Regulation 39 provides for contracts for casual employees. The principle in this is that we provide for casual employee to be given contract after 4 months. When you've worked continuously for 4 months, you are entitled to a written contract as a casual employees. The problem we've been having is that in the context of most complaints that are going to industrial court, the employers are not following. So it is really up to this house, because we have already tested this regulation at the ministry and with the industrial court, that they are not, and the ruling always in industrial court is that regulation is inferior, and the principle of continuous giving someone a contract after lapse of 4 months is not embedded in the act. So that's the problem we have had. But if it is because of the economy, then we will go and see what to do.
Attorney General, youth, let me first, we haven't had a voice of the youth on this matter.
Chair, thank you very much. Indeed, as members in this house, all of us are potential employers. But to legislate for an employee, you need to divest yourself of the mindset of an employer and think as an employee. The aspect of a casual worker. For example, you're looking at it from the side of an employer, employing that person for that particular time and it becoming an obligation in the long run. But imagine this particular casual laborer that you have employed for 6 months and more. And at a certain point, this person gets, let's say, an accident and cannot continue. Do you still have an obligation? Or what happens in reality is these people are dumped and they suffer. This is why it is important that this house makes this drastic legislation, puts it in place such that if a person is employed on casual basis for 6 months, let them get the benefits of an employee. But what I picked from you, Chair, what you're suggesting is on the clause that suggests that when a person is rehired, what we can compromise on and say is, let's put a timeline and say, if a person is rehired within a period of, let's say, 3 months, this person should qualify. I beg to submit.
The private member had something to say. The private member who moved the bill.
Yeah, thank you very much. Right on our chair and the colleagues. When we are looking at casual workers, I think many people are focusing on those in the factories. But I will tell you that, for example, Tembo steel factories, what they do is that they have now graduated. These casual workers have been assigned to someone outside the factory, and they are exploited because they gave the money to a third party who is not in the factory, and is the one that decides what to give those people. For us as workers, we feel that there is inequality as far as workers are concerned. We have a hospital, SAS, in Kampala. The doctors have become casuals. You go, you are called to work twice in a month, in a week, and they give you 100,000. Even Victoria, she's saying the same. The teachers in private schools, most of them are casual workers. They don't have appointment letters. Even during the holidays, they are not paid because the one of the school will say, where do I get the money? The children at home. So we shouldn't encourage everybody to work on casual basis, because it has taken all the graduates, because the teachers in private schools, about 60% are casuals. So we are trying to look at this not from one angle. We need to look at those people who have failed to come to parliament as workers or some other areas, and we are looking at one-sided view, which is not fair. Let us consider these workers, they are Ugandans.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the submission of the private member. But unless we are going to categorize the casual workers, we are going to create a very serious problem. Chair, you have alluded to Darling Company and other companies along Mbarara. These people come and check in the morning whether there is work to be done or not. When there isn't, they go. But there are those who have picked some skills to do work faster. Now there are over 10,000 who flock that factory every day. Not all of them are given work every day. Some are given on Monday, some are given on Tuesday. Now, if they stay around for 6 months, What you are suggesting is that they become employees. What the employer will do, he will pick out 500 whom he believes can do, and all the others will be out of employment. I want us to be more realistic in approaching this law. This clause 34A is and B is not called for now. Let's allow the regulations to categorize which casual workers are we dealing with and for what privileges and benefits. That way, the minister will have all the opportunity to look at different categories. I thank you.
But you see, colleagues, these people are paid. Okay? So if my business cannot sustain them, what do you want me to do? I cross the business, I chase them because I will have an option. Okay? I won't sell property to go and pay what the law requires me to do with these people. This issue seems to be very complicated. Can't you even have a separate law for them? Because they are so detailed. Honorable Minister for Trade, I can tell you for industrialists, this is going to be a really tough one. The solution will be automation. And those people whom you're talking about, they will lose their jobs.
Yeah. Chair, we need to, colleagues. Chair, we need to balance between the challenge that we are having of unemployment and the treatment of Ugandans. To say that you regularize somebody who is a casual after 6 months might be very challenging from the point of industry where I am. For example, there are those factories that operate on seasons, and the season can go on for 7 months if it's a good season of some crop or processing. So if you cross 6 months and you have only 1 month, you are now supposed to regularize this person as an employee. So it is important that and yet really this will also push away some investments in terms of prediction that it's going to be a cost on this. So I would suggest that the treatment of these people in terms of giving them short-term contracts and all that can be handled at a regulation level. But if we entrench it in the law, it is going to be a huge cost. And as the chairperson is saying, then many investors will now opt for automation. They will opt for automation and then we lose employment. Thank you.
Colleagues, you remember when you had the situation and on BAT decided to shift operations to Kenya. It is selling in Uganda, tax-free in Uganda, because the taxes are paid in Kenya under the East African customs. So let me pick Honorable, I would allow you, Honorable Akamba.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and colleagues. I am for protecting casual laborers. Honorable Chair, we can qualify. We can qualify much as those isolated cases of Darling and the other companies are coming in. There are many factories which employ casual laborers consecutively, day one up to the last day in the year. But even when they work for such companies for 5 years as such, when they end their casual employment, they do not get any benefit at all. The majority of Ugandans are in this category. We need to look at the side of industries, but we must strike a balance and also protect Ugandans who are employed in this category. I am a legal practitioner. You get at a point when you're faced with a casual laborer whom you think really should be protected, but the law is silent. You try to rely on the regulations. You've had the industrial court is like, we can't do much. My proposal is we adopt the insertion with the qualification. And this is my proposal.
Can you propose on the qualification?
Yes, the qualification that I would do, which we can extend it further from 6 months
to 1 year. Yes, that's my proposal.
Then, I don't even remember the committee. You know, colleagues, I just want us, I want us to shift, to move. Let's move, okay? Yes, I want us to move. We are, there is a proposal that has come from Honorable. Okay, workers, let me first pick workers. Oh, I had picked the Honorable.
Thanks very much, Chair. This is the proposal for harmonization. I do agree with my colleague who is proposing 1 year, but I want members to know the spirit behind this. The spirit is, we have been crying that the country needs taxes, and we have gone to different areas to get taxes. Here, free taxes. Do you know that casuals don't pay?
Yeah, no, let's go on the proposal.
Secondly, the proposal is, yes, if we extend to 1 year, and during that course, a casual person falls sick or gets an accident, he should be treated like a permanent person. I will be okay.
Minister?
I just want to put some context.
Let the minister put some context, then Honorable Semuji.
To notify members that there are two other categories of work that might address the concern. There is piece work. This is where you get somebody to work maybe for a month or 2 or 3, but you pay every month. Your contract with them is every month. That one is called piece work. It will not be under casual work. Then there is task work. Task work is where it's every day. Somebody who comes, where somebody was saying in Mbarara or on the way to Mbarara, there is people who come and loiter to wait. Those are daily payment. It's called task work. It is not casual work. So the issue of casual employees are those that they are permanent and doing some work for you. They stay for 1 year, but because you've classified the work as somebody who comes to do that work, for example, if you go to a factory, you'll find people working every day, going to, for example, carry the steel or packaging. Those packaging, they do it every day, but they categorize them as not expert. They have worked 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. That is where we are saying we need to protect that category.
But what is your view on the proposal of 1 year from the Honorable colleague?
Yes, that's why I'm saying let people not worry about where people are doing tasks on a daily basis and you are paying on a daily basis. That one will not affect you. And where it is piece work, it will also not affect you.
The member is saying instead of 6 months. Okay?
That one on the time frame, we can agree on the time frame.
Honorable Semuju. Honorable Semuju.
Mr. Chairman, I have people in my constituency. Let me give a background and proposal. Who go to these factories every day. They will be excited by this proposal. But be mindful. One time I went to Tez landfill because I felt people there were being exposed to toxic. And then they told me, MP, thank you very much, but we want to stay here. You can, I have also gone to a cigarette factory in Chireka before. I wanted it closed. But the workers there said, please, Honorable, thank you very much, but we want to continue working. I have interacted with many factories in Woyogerere. So this proposal, very good, very exciting, but has the effect, because you are dealing with people who are also intelligent. So the moment you put these stringent measures in the law, you're going to render people who you seek to protect vulnerable, you're going to chase them. Can I therefore, Mr. Chairman, propose you can allow 1, 2, 3, 4 members to step out, find the best way of protecting workers without rendering them vulnerable, because you are now telling their employees that as a matter of period, 6 months, 1 year, now they change their classification.
So I am very happy with it, but I fear it can create a crisis.
Information?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I want to inform the House that in the Employment Act, Honorable Minister, if you can listen to this, and Attorney General, the Employment Act 2006 defines a casual employee as a person who works on a daily or hourly basis where payment of wages is due at the completion of each day's work. So this contradicts with what the Honorable Minister had said. Because you had talked about task work and said this is different from casual. So we need to define, Chair, we need to define who a casual employee is as per this amendment, so that there is no contradiction. And then we'll cover them properly.
We shall be going back to the amendment clause. Yeah? So, Attorney General.
Right, Honorable Chair. First of all, I want to be clear. This is an amendment proposed by the private member. It's not one part of the government bill. Members, Right Honorable Chair, members have raised very serious concern on both sides. There is a concern of the exploitation. There is a concern of the protection for the workplace. Honorable Nwagaba did mention something earlier and said, to what extent do we fail to deal with the regulations that are created under the proposed section 34? This proposed section 34 gives the minister the mandate to provide regulations for persons with disabilities, workers, casual workers, apprentices, and other categories. Are we suggesting, therefore, that the regulations you will make here will only be rejected for casual workers, or they will be rejected for all the categories mentioned? Because if that is the case, then, Right Honorable Chair, we may have to go back and come back with the provisions to protect persons with disability, domestic workers, apprentices, which are all provided for in that category. I beg to propose, Right Honorable Chair, that we deal with this issue by abandoning this amendment and go to the regulations and ventilate this issue carefully, define all the categories carefully, and then make this, even the proposals that they are making of 1 year, are dependent on the kind of work you are doing. If it's a part-time factory for agricultural produce, the 1 year won't arise. If it is,
you see, I'm having an issue here. Members are imputing that regulations are weak. And you get it? No. I want Attorney General. I want the Attorney General to clear that, because if we give the minister powers, okay, second powers to go and make all these regulations, are they weak? Just you clarify on that.
Right Honorable Chair.
Honorable colleagues, let's listen
I have not confronted a situation where a court has refused to follow a regulation which is sanctioned by Parliament. It's legislation. It's just subsidiary legislation. And if there's any gap in those regulations, we can address them. So I would not want to say that the regulations are weak. I'm hearing it now, but we can actually go back to the industrial court and address this.
There's no one on the floor, Honorable. No, he took off. Yes, Honorable Semuju had made a proposal, but at this stage, I'm really cautious on such a matter to just go give it a few people. I'm really. What do you think, Honorable colleagues? No, colleagues, I'm going to put a question on this. And even if it requires me saying you put up your hands, okay? We will do it that way.
Chair, I
Okay?
thought,
No, I haven't allowed you because we need to move. I've seen. Honorable colleagues, I put the question that a new clause be inserted as proposed. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. I'm repeating again. I put a question that, no, we on a clause. These are not just proposals. We are on clauses. So if you've not been following, this is not the usual. You get it? Yeah, I put the question. Can we first deal with the amendment as brought by Honorable Akamba? We first do it that way. Is proposing 1 year? No, I can first put his proposed amendment, and the members either agree or reject it. Okay.
Mr. Chair, is his proposal for the amendment to 1 year can only stand when we have either agreed to insertion of the clause or not. So we beg that you first
No. I can do it whereby I first amend his proposal before inserting it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Honorable.
Yeah, I think to not be fair, because my amendment is premised on the proposal to insert. So,
Okay.
yeah,
So you withdraw your.
No, Honorable Chair, should do the question as to whether the insertion be made or not go in my way, then the question would be put as mine.
No, Honorable. Now it would mean that you again move a motion for us to recommit. Because we would have, that's what the rules say. That's a procedure. Okay? Yeah. So for now, we are going to vote on insertion. If you feel there is any further amendment, later on, you will propose that we recommit. Colleagues, we have a procedure of registration here. It's a clearly defined procedure. You go clause by clause, and then the moment you insert, you can only come back later. You can only come back later for a recommittal, and then we reopen and put a new question. That's what the procedure is. So I'm not going to change. Yeah, I'm going to change anything. Hey, I have to stick to the rules. Yeah. So I put the question that a new clause be inserted as proposed. So those ones who want and those ones who don't want. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put that question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I put the question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, Clause 6, we have an amendment of Section 39 of the Principal Act to delete Clause 6. And the justification is the deletion seeks to retain the provision in the Principal Act on repatriation, which stipulates that repatriation shall be to the place of engagement of the employee, contrary to the position in the Mother Bill, which limits repatriation to the place of recruitment of the employee. 2, to ensure decent settlement and better protection of an employee in case of repatriation. 3, in the case of G4S Secure Solutions Uganda Limited versus 201 former employees of G4S Security Services Limited, a labor dispute appeal number 022 of 2017, the industrial court clarified that repatriation means transporting the employee from the workplace to his or her home, that is, to enable the employee return home after the termination of his employment.
Honourable Minister.
I concede and agree.
Honourable Rabshija.
I concur. Thank you.
I put the question that clause 6 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, clause 7 is an insertion of new part 4A. Clause 7 is substituted for the following. Part 4A, recruitment agencies. 39A, illicit or concealed movement of persons. 1, a person shall not facilitate the illicit or concealed movement of persons for employment abroad by organizing the departure, transit, or arrival of the persons in Uganda, or give assistance to any organization for that purpose. 2, a recruitment agency shall not recruit a person whom the recruitment agency knows to be unlawfully present in Uganda. 39B, licensing of recruitment agencies. 1, a person shall not transact the business of a recruitment agency in Uganda without a license issued by the minister. 2, a license referred to in subsection 1 may be issued subject to conditions as the minister may determine. 3, a license issued under subsection 1 shall be valid for a period of 2 years from the date of issue. 4, a recruitment agency may apply to the minister for renewal of a license issued under subsection 1. 5, the minister may, in writing, revoke a license issued under subsection 1. 39C, recruitment agency to be company. The minister shall not grant a license to operate a recruitment agency unless the person seeking the grant of a license is a company incorporated under the Companies Act. 2, a recruitment agency granted a license under this act shall submit a report of its operations to the commissioner at the end of every calendar year. 3, the minister may, by regulations provided for, A, the procedure for obtaining a license, the procedure for renewing a license, the conditions for issuance of a license, the grounds for revocation of a license, the governance and general operations of recruitment agencies, and the fees payable. 39D, institutions not eligible to be licensed as recruitment agencies. A company in the category listed below is not eligible to be licensed as a recruitment agency, A, as long as it is a company whose object allows it to conduct business of a travel agency or sales agency of an airline company. B, a company that has any of the shareholders or its board of directors engaged in the business of a travel agency. C, a company with a political, religious, or cultural agenda. D, a company that is declared insolvent. E, a company whose license was cancelled. F, a company whose directors have been convicted of an offense relating to illegal recruitment of workers or trafficking of persons. G, a company whose shareholders or directors are directly or indirectly engaged in the regulation of recruitment of persons for employment. 39E, recruitment only on issuance of job order. 1A, 1, a recruitment agency shall not recruit a person without a job order. B, and approval of the job order by the commissioner. 2, a recruitment agency which contravenes subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 1,000 currency points. 3, where the act or omission constituting an offense under subsection 1 is committed by a person who has A, the power to represent the recruitment agency, the authority to take decisions on behalf of the recruitment agency, or the authority to exercise control over the affairs of the recruitment agency, the person is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 500 currency points or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 3 years or both. 39F, due diligence on employer. A recruitment agency shall, in consultation with the minister, carry out due diligence on the suitability of an employer whom recruitment agency intends to recruit for prior to recruitment for the employer. 39G, obligations of recruitment agencies. 1, a recruitment agency shall, A, before a person who intends to work in Uganda or abroad signs a contract of employment, orient the person on the policies, procedures, and terms and conditions of employment, including the rights and duties under his or her contract of employment. B, ensure that the contract of employment signed by the person being recruited for work is witnessed by a next of kin. C, ensure that the person who intends to be employed abroad is skilled for the job as specified in the job order. D, ensure that the contract of employment is not prohibited under the laws of Uganda or is in accordance with the laws of the country where the person is to be employed. E, assume full responsibility for all claims which may arise in connection with the use of the license of the agency. F, keep and maintain a record of all persons recruited through the recruitment agency, including names and addresses, contracts of employment, biodata, and passport photographs. G, keep, monitor, and update a record of the next of kin of persons recruited through the recruitment agency. And H, ensure that a person who intends to be employed abroad is trained by a pre-departure training institution accredited by the ministry. 2, for the purposes of this section, pre-departure training institution means an institution accredited by the ministry to orient and induct an employee recruited for employment abroad for purposes of preparing that employee for employment abroad. 3, the minister may make regulations to prescribe for A, accreditation procedures for pre-departure training institutions, B, duration of pre-departure training, C, fees payable, D, procedures for suspension and revocation of accreditation of pre-departure training institution, E, general operations of pre-departure training institutions, and F, any other information as may be required by the minister. 39H, repatriation clause in contract of employment. A recruitment agency shall not recruit a person for employment abroad unless the contract of employment provides for the right of the employee to be repatriated at the expense of the employer under the following circumstances. A, upon the expiry of the period of service stipulated in the contract of employment. B, upon the termination of the contract of employment by reason of the inability of the employee to perform the contract. C, upon the termination of the contract of employment by agreement between the parties. D, upon the termination of the contract of employment by a competent court, or E, upon the death of the employee. Justification, to broaden the proposed new part 4A by providing for the regulation of recruitment agencies for employment for both within and outside Uganda. 2, to offer protection for persons recruited for employment both outside and within Uganda by stipulating the obligations of the recruitment agencies. 3, to ensure that there is a repatriation clause for persons recruited for employment abroad when the employment relationship between the employer and the employee ends. 4, to ensure that a person who intends to seek employment through a recruitment agency is securely recruited through a job order approved by the ministry. 5, to ensure that all the necessary procedures and due diligence in securing employment for Ugandans abroad is undertaken by both the recruitment agencies and the ministry through the labor attachés based in the countries where the employment has been sought. 6, to provide for the regulation of pre-departure training institutions. 7, to ensure that persons seeking for employment abroad are duly oriented for employment abroad through the pre-departure training institutions. 8, the amendment is as a result of the harmonization of some principles in the Employment Amendment Bill 2, 2022. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Attorney General can.
I think the general principle is agreeable, but Attorney General has a small amendment.
Okay. Shadow Attorney General.
Thank you, right, Honorable Chair. The principles by and large are good, but I have concerns in the following proposed amendments. To begin with, clause, what is termed as 39B, sub clause 2. Unless the conditions under which the minister must issue these licenses are clear and certain, we will have a situation where a minister will make conditions for company A completely different from conditions for company B. So let's have a principle that will make the conditions for the grant clear, unambiguous, and certain. On 39,
can we tackle one by one?
okay.
Yeah. On that one. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think you're right. The regulations need to be clear. And actually the proposal I wanted to make is just to clarify on 13C, the minister shall make regulation. Instead of saying may make regulation, to make the minister shall make regulations under this section to prescribe for accreditation procedures, duration, and etc. So I think that's where we need to add that provision for the licensing. Make regulations for the licensing. Yes, conditions for the licensing. Yes.
So I will agree to that if it is included. Then 39B.
But I don't want to lose, you know, I don't want us to lose that. I wanted us to be certain on it, because you see, there are many clauses under this part. So on, when we are coming, the ones proposed, we shall vote on the clause, not on the bill. Then after, we put a general question for the bill after agreeing on the clauses, so that we don't lose track, because the clauses are very many under that part.
So the other one I am looking at is again 39B4. The minister applying, a recruitment agent applying to the minister for renewal. We've had instances in specific provisions of other laws. If you do not provide a time frame within a minister must respond to the application. The application will lie there until you pay bribe. And the other laws, not particularly this one. So we would want a time frame within which the minister must respond to the application. And so is 39.5. The conditions for revocation of the license must also be specifically provided for, made clear, certain, and unambiguous. Then 39A. 39A. Is it 39? No, 39D. You are trying to oust.
I think let us go on clause by clause on this, to make it very easy. I don't want us to lose focus. So 39A. Do we have any issue? No? So Honorable Nwagaba, now we can capture your issue, which is under 39A. Okay. 39B. Now 39B, Attorney General, that's why he made a proposal to check it under 39G3. Okay. Oh, on A? On A.
On illicit
unconcealed movement of persons.
Yes.
Chair, we have had cases where our children go out, then it emerges that, oh, their body organs get removed. So I think it should be illicit for a person who is being recruited to go and work outside, to go when we have not verified their health status. So I would therefore want to insert,
especially the organs.
Yeah, the organs, because we need to be assured those issues have emerged over and again. So it should be illicit for a person to be taken there when you have not done thorough health examination on them, and there's a certificate to show everything is okay. So I want to insert subclause 3.
No, let's first get the principle, okay? We see the principle, Honorable Minister, would that be tenable? Do you be able?
Right Honorable Chair, at the moment, it is mandatory for every Ugandan traveling abroad to be checked through a framework that is agreed between the government and JCC and World Health Organization. Now, in the context of, but that is when you are traveling through the companies that are lances. Now, this provision of 39A is talking about those who are actually trafficking people. So if you are trafficking, it becomes difficult for us to know unless you deal with it at the airport. Because we will not know that you don't have a work visa, they go with a tourist visa and they lie at the airport. So there, it will be difficult for you unless you say all categories of people between this age to this age transiting through the airport must have a medical, because that's why they're saying illicit, because they are being trafficked. So that one will be difficult on the medical examination application.
Honorable Komaket.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, all along they have been bringing up the issue of recruitment agents. If you look at the bill very clearly, the bill is more of showing a recruiter being the employer, which is not true. This is what happens on the ground, Honorable Chair.
No, we on 39A. So you cannot give a general submission. 39A strictly.
Chair.
Let Honorable Oguzuri finish his point.
Chair, what that section proposes to deal with is illicit movement of people. So we are saying, arising from the challenges we have faced as a country, we must be able to plug that gap. Whether you're a recruitment agent or you are moving people illegally, it should amount to an illicit act when you take people out without a medical recommendation. Good enough, the minister said they're already doing that mandatorily, even with registered people. So all we are trying to do is to domesticate whatever you are doing or to regularize it through a legislation, so that there is no room for anybody, whether you are a registered recruitment agent, you should be able to make sure these people are in good condition and eventually return.
But Honorable Oguzuri, and this is just a simple principle in registration. You cannot regularize an illegal activity, because this 39A provides for illicit or concealed. So this is already an illegality. You can say, so under an illegality, we must check your parts, we must check your what, it would be wrong registration. It's not allowed.
Chair, if we allow this to go like this, what that means is I can be a registered entity, but because we have not enshrined that as a requirement, the person can just take others without
this
ascertaining.
can come under licensing conditions, but as long as it's an illegality here, under 39A.
Mr. Chairman, I want to give my brother Oguzili information. Yeah. First, there are countries where when you're going to travel, which demand for an insurance, medical insurance cover. And those are maybe those Schengen countries. But there are countries which don't need and medical insurance. So both illicit and normal, you can go away in some countries without medical checkup. So, Mr. Chairman, I think unless government of Uganda is now making a rule that anybody who crosses any border must be checked before he gets what? Out. Both normal going and illicit going. Failure to do that, you are going to increase burdens even to those which could be right what? Businesses. My proposal to this, my brother Nguzili, first of all, illicit is a wrong business. When you are good, you are doing a wrong thing. But also, even if those who are doing rightfully, if we start to include more costs of that nature, it will be very expensive to have employees done.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, we shouldn't waste much time on this, okay? Whereas Honorable Guzuri has a very valid concern, okay? It cannot fall under 39A. 39A is creating a crime. So let be scanning through. You see under what clause your proposal can be accommodated later, okay? But not under 39A. Please, you know, registration and drafting and all these things, okay? They are not about how you feel about a certain issue. They are clear processes. A clause that creates a crime, you cannot come to regularize anything under it. You say, for example, a clause in the Penal Code Act that provides for theft. You start showing how you steal, how this stealing is okay, how a thief should not dress. You already declared a thief. So you can't say a thief should not put on green under this clause. You already a thief, okay? So
if you could just allow me one more time. Under 2, Chair, under 2, it says recruitment agents shall not recruit a person whom the recruitment agents knows to be unlawfully present in Uganda. That is already a condition which, when not fulfilled, it makes movement of person illicit.
Scan through the bill and look for where you can put your valid proposal. The proposal is valid. Attorney General, can you help us?
It's already provided for, Right Honorable Chair. If you look at 39C3E, the minister shall make regulations provide for the governance and general operation of recruitment agencies. Yes. No, that's what I was talking about earlier, which I wanted to change. Shall. So when you talk about the general operations of recruitment agencies, that is where in the regulations you tell them what you expect them to do when they are recruiting people.
Okay, so Honorable Sarah.
Chair, my problem is that this is a new clause that is being inserted. And we have 39A, B, C, all these are new clauses. And when you look at the penalties down, I have a problem with them. And Chair, for me, I would think that it would be better for us. It would be smarter if we provided for offenses under these new clauses, since they are new. For example, the illicit or concealed movement of persons which we are dealing with. A recruitment agency shall not recruit a person whom the recruitment agency knows to be unlawfully present in Uganda. So if somebody, for example, is from DRC or Kenya or what, and this company is recruiting this person, this is a serious offense. And therefore, Right Honorable Chair, I would be comfortable if we immediately provided for the penalty immediately after this. So this is what the amendment that I want to propose, that will provide that this is an offense and would attract a penalty of, because this is grave. Uganda will be used as a route for trafficking persons. So I would be happy if we provided for an offense of 5,000 currency points for this, so that we don't see children from within the EAC, East African Community countries, being trafficked through this country for purposes of organ harvesting or other reasons for trafficking of persons. This is the proposal that I want to bring, that we have 3. This is an offense and would attract a penalty of
Thank you.
5,000 currency.
I think Honorable Sarupendi, we agreed that offenses will be provided for under 25. But what we can do like what we did on 7, when we handled question 7, we create an offense career. Okay, like how it was at General, like how it was done under clause 7, which Honorable Nwagabad brought. And then the penalty will be under 25. Would we have a subgroup?
Right, Honorable Chair, we could actually just add the 39I and just say anyone who contravenes the provisions of this part commits an offense.
Yeah.
And then we deal with it.
And then when we reach on penalties under 25, we shall go into details of all those currency points, because we said if you create a penalty for each and every, most of these clauses are about penalties really, and the offenses. The bill won't look smart. So let's continue that way. So the proposal, you've had the proposal by the Attorney General. Chair, are you okay? Are you okay with that? Honorable Cyrus, is there anything different?
Chair,
I will need you on the microphone to confirm that you're okay with the proposal.
Chair.
Let Attorney General draft it so that we can read it, you confirm it, and we make it part of the proposal.
Chair, I wanted to agree with the minister because I know the issues that were raised by Honorable Lee. We already have laws that are governing the concerns, and members need to be mindful that whatever we're discussing here is directly in connection to employment. So whenever we discuss these matters, pin them to employment. So this is for the purpose of employment. And therefore, I would ask that you put a question and you move, and we move. Because in my opinion, this is well crafted, the drafters did a good job, and people already are tested. They examined, that one I can assure you. Under this employment acts, under this employment contracts, you can't go out of Uganda without being examined for medical purposes. Let anybody parade evidence here to the contrary.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you.
Now, but you see, the committee and the drafters have done a good job, and we are trying to make their job better. Okay, by getting more views from members. You know, do you know when you put such a vote, that's when you reach out and the media asks, and they're like, Honorable colleague, you're from passing this employment amendment bill. What were the principles? What are the major clauses? I'm saying, you see. So let us follow. We got 39B, 39A covered.
Yeah.
A, yes.
Chair, mine
Yes,
is
we shall get it.
yeah on 39A.
Sorry. There are more offenses covered for under this part. So we want to put it at the end of the part, since they introduced it as a part. Okay.
Yeah, Chair, the Attorney General had proposed that we include that a person who contravenes this section commits an offense, just as a statement.
No, he said this part, I was listening properly. So there are
Okay,
many.
at the end.
Yes, at the end, because there are many that will be covered, and he said 39I.
Chair, mine
On
is
A?
clarification on 39A in regard to still what Honorable Lee says. In the event that we know it is illegal, this is an illegality, in the event that a person is moved out and comes back with a claim that one of my organs was removed, under which clause, since this is a new insertion, we do know that in this country, there is no complete checkup of persons who are moving across. Let us not be deceived that all our Ugandans who will be seeking employment out of this country will provide complete internal organ kind of checkup report as a certainty. Now, where is this clause to cater for this kind of claims in the event that it happens, because it has ever happened?
Honorable, when we reach on 39C, that's where we said the minister is about to make regulation, because we said that one, you see, you can't legislate on each and everything. You can't cover each and everything. So the minister, the licensing conditions, but also Honorable Guzuri, I told you, be scanning, you see why we can cover. You need a home. Your proposal looks beautiful, but it needs a home. 39B.
Chair, clarity.
Honorable, you don't access a microphone without my permission. 39B. On B. Honorable Nwagaba started on B. Let's allow him to continue, and then others will.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Chair. I'd said that we will need to be clear about the conditions under 39B2, under which the minister will determine the application made to her to issue a license. Then I'd also suggested under 39B4 that a time frame within which the minister must respond to the application be provided, and the 39.5 that the conditions under which the minister may rely to revoke the license must also be provided and be clear and unambiguous.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Chair and members, these conditions are already embedded in the current regulation. This particular provision, we are putting principle to anchor the existing regulations. For example, on time frame, in the current regulations, the license must be issued within 45 days on receipt of the application. And let me conclude, then you clarify at once.
My understanding of regulations is that they are inferior to an act of parliament. And it becomes worse if the regulations come before the act. So the existing regulations definitely cannot cover the act we are now making. You will have to come up with new regulations. And I wouldn't mind if it is stated in one of the sub-clauses that the regulations to be made under this act will provide the grounds for revocation, blah, blah. Because, you know, we've had ministers who can milk a dead cow. And this is one of the clauses where a potential corruption exists. So we want to be very clear and unambiguous.
Honorable Nwagaba, just Honorable Nwagaba, would you be satisfied that we handle this concern of yours when we reach on 39C?
No objection.
39C. Because 39C is providing the regulation the minister can make after we pass this bill. I had allowed Chiboga on B.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. On B, I would request that a license be granted to a company after sharing a liaison contact all the areas of coverage, because you find that the employees taken by certain companies reach there and have no liaison contact, and sometimes we get to hear that even in the back home here, their contracts are terminated. So I would request that before such a company is granted license, let it show us the contacts of the liaison, all their coverage countries. Thank you.
Licensing regulation?
Chair.
No, Honorable, please don't access a microphone without my permission, please. Please.
Right Honorable Chair, as you have already noted, the committee is indicating that the company, the people who take people abroad must be a company. And when you're a company, you cannot restrict because the company operates nationally. So for you to say we define areas of coverage, to say maybe you're operating in Central or you're operating, it would be violating the Companies Act. On the issue of liaison office, I think that's administrative. We can take it as administrative, that each company must have where they want to recruit, they should have an office. But usually we inspect before you're giving any licenses, we inspect where you are. Before you are even renewed, also we inspect to ensure that you have a premise.
Thank you. Honorable Nanda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to look at labor migration protocols and whatever. And I want to interest the Attorney General. If you look about, let me look at 39A, B, are we not confusing labor migration? Because this is an employment act. Do we have to bring labor migration in an employment act? I want us to be careful. Wouldn't it be better if the protocols cannot work? Of course, we have these protocols. If they cannot be helpful, then you may have to think about bringing a labor migration act. Because here you're talking about illicit and concealment, licensing agencies, recruitment agencies. For
Information.
No.
Information, Chair.
And who is that?
Oh, okay.
Some people are not going to heaven.
Okay, you give me the information. You give me.
No, colleagues, is he accessing the microphone? But anyway, number one, when you want to speak, you stand up. Okay? Yes, you stand up. I have empty seats this side, so if I can't see you better. But Honorable has accepted your information. So,
thank you.
Doctor, please.
Mafawi, the information I want to give is that indeed your concern was raised as we engage the stakeholders that we need a special act for immigration, externalization of labor, because the Employment Act and the immigration, they were two different things, but because we don't have that special act alone, we have to try to cater for this particular group of labor. So yes, in the future, I think government will have to come up with another bill specifically looking at externalization of labor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And that's why the speaker said you needed, yes, so that I see you. You know anybody to give you or to allow you, he can only look at the face, either he agrees with the face or the body, but now it's also right, it's all right. So now what I want to state, Mr. Chairman, the International Organization of Migration, of course, we'll deal with that. What I want to put here, Mr. Chairman, for now, maybe we could do it, but this is not the right house for this, because we are leaving a lot to deal with labor migration.
Yeah.
Attorney
General, that was your question. So, no, that Attorney General answer his question.
Right Honorable Chair, the issue we are addressing here is people who collect people here and take them away for work, for employment purposes. Yes, we shall deal with the migration law because we can migrate for many reasons. But this one is actually to protect that person who is collected here and taken to a place that they don't necessarily know. So we're trying to create rules here that require this person to have a little bit more care, a lot more care in taking these people out. So I think it will not offend anything at this point to house it here. And if at a later point Parliament feels it needs to be housed anywhere else, we could always.
Mr. Chair.
No, please,
He has
please,
given-
please. Stop somersaulting on the floor. Huh? I don't think you'll be accessing the microphone based on how quick you are. Yeah, but she usually behaves very well. I think it must be an urgent matter. Come and raise it on.
Thank you,
That
Chair.
appears very-
Chair, it's because that sometime back, when I was in Dubai, I interviewed some Ugandans, and also of late, we are getting calls. That's why I wish to be clarified more. In this very licensing 39B, where are we seeing that protection of our children who come from here? There is a company that is well licensed here in Uganda. And when the children reach somewhere external outside Uganda, where are they being protected in here? Are we seeing further regulations to see that the companies licensed here, the agencies, are given a further restriction and obligation to protect our children who are out there and who have left this country? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair. First of all, Uganda, the Parliament of Uganda cannot write legislation which is extraterritorial. Our legislation stops at our borders. That's as far as it goes. So what we are trying to do by this law is to tell this employment agency that when you take this Ugandan out of here, while you are here, we shall exercise this law against you. So a member actually raised earlier, we are trying to create an employer, a pseudo-employer relationship by the recruiter, and say you have a responsibility over this person. And we do not expect you to come and tell us that the country there did not treat them well. You are the guardian of that person, so to say. So we have that challenge, and we are trying to. Right Honorable Chair, I think, colleagues, it's a long provision and it's new. We have regulations which were discussed in this House extensively to guide, the regulations that were made, employment recruitment regulations, migrant workers regulations 2021. They were discussed in the House extensively, guiding government on what needed to be done. Those regulations were made under Section 97. What we are doing here is to pick many of the principles that were in this regulation and anchor them in the law. And like Honorable Nwagaba said, once this is anchored, we'll probably have to bring back these regulations and even make them better. So the ideas that have been brought, the new learnings that have come since 2021, can now be incorporated into the new regulation, which could give some more protection to the citizens of Uganda outside.
Thank you. Honorable Narude, you're the final one on this.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, although the name is Kalule.
Sorry, Karure.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Flavia.
Chair, I have a concern on 39B. And the key concern that I have is about the powers that have been bestowed upon the minister with regards to recruiting and with regards to licensing recruitment agencies. I get a feeling that we are making this minister a demigod of some sorts, because if my proposal would be if we could have probably a board or a committee of more than 5 people recruiting, and with all this authority we are giving the minister. For example, I'm looking at a point where we've had agencies that have been licensed are recruiting people, but they get there and these people, their passports are taken away from them and these agents continue operational. So what happens? Is it possible for us to say that instead of the minister having all this power, recruiting, licensing, revoking, all that, can we say a committee or a board of 5 people who have been approved, who have been, what is it called? Approved. Like you've reviewed them and approved them, and then they are the ones to have that and are questionable. And these recruiting agencies are questionable to them, not just the minister. Thank you very much.
Now, Honorable Karure, in fact, the minister should even have more powers. Reason being, he's the one we can deal with here. When you go to those committees and all that, the minister will come and say, I don't have powers over those committees. Parliament, you gave powers to the committees. So the person we can hold responsible here should be given powers so that we keep checking that person from here. On colleagues on B, I want us to move. Yeah. No, Honorable Nanda, I had already allowed you on B. I need to allow Honorable Nifa and the rope.
Thank you, Chair. 39B, 5, where the minister may, I suggest we say the minister shall to reduce on his powers, because it says the minister may in writing revoke a license issued under subsection 1. So if we allow the minister to insert to use may, at one point in time, the other companies may be affected just in case he doesn't sign or revoke. So I want that to be reinforced, that the minister shall.
Then I don't know where that would be best. Huh? Maybe you're trying to say when someone violates the conditions of the license, the minister would have an obligation. But who will determine that someone has violated? Again, it's the same minister. So, colleagues, to me, 39C will help us a lot when we reach on 39C. Yeah. Rob?
Chair, I have a concern on this very number which we have just talked about. 39B5. The minister may, in writing, revoke a license issued under subsection 1. Now, when you look at subsection 1, a person shall not transact the business of a recruitment agency in Uganda without a license issued by the minister. So what are you revoking? I think we need to look at that. There's something wrong there.
What you have issued, you can revoke it.
Exactly. No, yeah, revoke, but you must give a reason, because you are the same minister who issued it. Now you are revoking it. And here you have not explained why.
Violations of 39C, which we are coming for.
C, but we haven't reached C yet. So I think that is where the Attorney General may have to help me, because we are preempting C, but we haven't reached C. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the environment we are living in Uganda, and this is specifically for Ugandans who are going out seeking employment. The environment we are in, if we are going to give all these powers to the minister, let's pray that Honorable Beta Moi will be there forever. If not, we may have a minister who may say, but you see, there are certain people who should not, or they may think these people are being recruited for political reasons. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we have to make sure that we insulate and also protect interests of people who can easily be misunderstood by virtue of their political identity. So I think we need to clear this. I feel there is a lot of power concentrated, which is, for me, when you talk of a minister, it's political. And yet recruitment agency is business. So now when you are going to have a minister to control the business of recruitment, then there is likely to be a strain of political influence. And that is where I feel that we should find a way of brushing it up.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, I think the Honorable Cecilia is correct. The provision here should read in 1 that the minister may issue a license to a recruitment agency, and then that license then that can be revoked. If you allow me to just do the redrafting, I can come back to this, Right Honorable Chair.
By the time I put a question on the whole of this part.
Yes.
Because yes. I don't want to put a question on clause by clause. I'll put a question on a part the way the chair brought it. Okay, let's go to C. C. On C, we are on C now.
And
we will not finish.
C,
on C.
Right Honorable Chair. Number C, I will propose that we amend the 39C3 by making it mandatory, not discretionary to the minister. So instead of that, the minister may, we say the minister shall. And secondly, I also propose that the regulation is made by the minister under this particular provision should also include what we have discussed under 39B. That is conditions for licensing, revocation, and the like, and even the procedure. Then the regulation is also made under this particular part must be read before Parliament for approval.
And can you draft it well, Honorable, so that on that one for amendments, I would have to put the question.
I
before they
will
are
try,
captured under.
but also lastly, and I believe the Attorney General will agree with me, towards the end of this part, because we've given the minister too many powers, we must have a standalone provision on appeal process against the minister's decisions under this part for any aggrieved party, which should be a standalone. And of course, we can agree that the appeal can be lodged to the High Court or whatever, but there should be an appeal process against the decision of the minister under this part by an aggrieved party.
Thank you. So, anything more on C? Joel Leku, is it on C? Leku, is it on C?
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Is
It's
it
on
on-
C.
My hand is raised up.
When you get passport, you have to clear with ISO. You have to clear with Interpol. You have to have approval from the ministry. You have to train. So if we are to make them annually only 1 year, if it was only there, only the Ugandan part, it would be okay. But for the purpose that the procedure and scrutiny is long, sometimes they get an order and it takes even a year before everybody is taken abroad. That's the rationale. Secondly, I just want to request colleagues that under 2, we clarify on the commissioner, because the definition there is the commissioner is defined as commissioner labor, but
let's finish the one of 2 years.
okay.
Colleagues, are you satisfied with the explanation of the minister? No, let me put a question on it, because we are going to rotate. We need it finished reading. Okay? Yes. Do you agree with the proposal of 2 years or 1 year?
1 year.
Okay. Those who agree with 1 year, say aye, and to the contrary nay. Those who agree with 2 years? Now, me, I've scanned all of you. I know what you agree with. Okay. Those, I don't know how I should even put the question. Okay. There is a question. No, there is already a proposal. Okay. That is provided for by the committee. Those in favor of 2 years and those against, for those in favor, say aye, and to the contrary nay. For 2, that's for 2 years. The ayes have it. We shall go with 2 years. Commissioner.
Right Honorable Chair, 39C2 compels the commissioner to give a report for the operations. And I just want to clarify that the commissioner, if left this way, the definition in the act is commissioner labor, and yet for the external externalization of labor, the commissioner in charge is commissioner employment services. So I want it for purpose of this to be commissioner employment services.
Colleagues, do you agree on that amendment, proposed amendment? Okay. Really, on the name of the commissioner?
Yes.
No. Just the title of the commissioner? No.
Clarification.
Let's move to 39D. And you still have, Honorable Guzuri, you will not propose an amendment on each and every cross. Please, no. Listen, Honorable, wait, Honorable Guzuri. Get the microphone.
Chair, the issue was, once a report has been brought from the recruitment agencies to the commission, we expect that the minister will be able to file an annual report here in this parliament. That will help us evaluate and assess.
We passed that. We agreed with you. I put a question and members agreed with you.
Okay. I just wanted to become sure.
Yes. 39C, Honorable Cecile Ogwar. 39C, Honorable Cecile Ogwar. Colleagues, if we move like this, we shall need 100 years to make it all. Oh,
Right,
please,
Honorable
I'm the speaker here.
Chair.
I want to remind some people I'm a speaker here. I'm in charge. So you hear whispers from there. So please.
Right Honorable Chair, 39C3. Right Honorable Chair, when the issue of externalization of labor came to the attention of Parliament, there were lots of allegation for what do you call it? Conflict of interest. We came to discover as Parliament that there were so many high-profile politicians involved in the recruitment of our children for this kind of employment. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my concern under 39C3 is that what is that safeguard that we have that these high-profile politicians are not going to be involved as the heavyweight monopolizers of this recruitment agency. Because the problem I have is that now with their colleague, a fellow minister, who is in charge of almost everything, how can we now safeguard this country to make sure that no minister should be involved in the recruitment agency? Because if they do, I'll suspect that they will be maneuvering their things in the cabinet, because that is how it started, right, Honorable Speaker. So can you assure the country that there will not be any element of conflict of interest in the operation of this act if it becomes a law? Can I be assured, Attorney General and others? I'm not saying we ban ministers. I'm not saying that. I'm saying to avoid conflict of interest, to avoid exploitation of the position that one has.
Honorable
How can
Cecilia
I be
Gwal,
assured?
when you look at the report of the committee 39DG, a company whose shareholders or directors are directly or indirectly engaged in the rejection of recruitment of persons for employment is not eligible to get a license under this law. Honorable Sarah, you had an amendment?
Yes, thank you.
Under C?
Yes, thank you. Right Honorable Chair and Speaker. Chair, under 39C3, the minister may by regulation provide for, we have written all of them there, obtaining, renewing, issuance, revocation. However, Chair, there was this public notice which I did circulate to one of the WhatsApp groups, Chair. Application for accreditation of training of migrant workers. And this is a company whose shareholder is a former PS of the Ministry of Gender, Pius Bigirimana, with other shareholders, Elizabeth Bigirimana, Elizabeth Precious Bigirimana, Maria Keza, Peter Bigirimana, Cyprian, and so on. The Bigirimanas are many here. Chair, the issue here is that this person is applying for accreditation of training of migrant workers from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. This already to me is insider trading. This is a former PS in this sector. But here, where we are not providing for the training of these migrant workers, and I thought that I would move an amendment under 3, that the minister may regulation provide for also the training of migrant workers. Because we are not, I thought we would put it here, Chair. Because
Honorable,
I don't know where else it appears,
Attorney
but I'm
General.
looking at 39C.
Attorney General.
But also the issue of insider trading, Chair.
Now, Honorable Sarah, do you think if we went under 39C, E, okay, which provides for the governance and general operations of recruitment agency, but he or she wants to provide for training of Attorney General?
39GA, the minister shall make regulations, we are going to amend that, to prescribe for the accreditation procedures for pre-departure training institution.
Yeah, but colleagues, I know this is a topic. This is a topic. Listen, I know this is a topic that is very sensitive, but you cannot cover each and everything in a row. Then you will not have a row. You'll have a notebook which has very many details, and whoever we look at the row will ask one day, which kind of parliament did this row? So, but what is very important is to create an avenue, provide for an avenue of flexibility for the minister to always accommodate all these views.
Chair, I will probably, we can look at Honorable Sarah's proposal in another way. Probably we can train the migrant workers, the recruitment agencies. We can train them so that they know the law, how to, the procedures and what have you. But definitely it is in practical and sustainable to train the migrant workers. But we can train recruitment agencies so that they are acquainted with the law and procedures.
And
of what to
that's
follow.
not
I don't
a matter for the principal role. That's not, colleagues, please, this is not a matter for the principal role. It might be a matter of concern, not but for the principal role. It's for regulations. Honorable Semuju, is it on the same? Oh, we are moving on. This is not a matter.
I have two proposals, sir. First, I agree with you. Most of the sentiments here are sentiments about agencies recruiting people. Even if you impose a death sentence, the mistreatment is not happening in Uganda where you are presiding over. Most of these things are going to be done at another level, either Minister of Foreign Affairs or President. So let's restrict ourselves to what we can be able to govern. And the second proposal, Mr. Speaker, I am now hesitant because you said we are overloading the law. But let me raise it. If it is overloading, then I'll abandon. Because going outside to work is a matter of life and death. I'll tell you, Ethiopia one time stopped. There were protests. They had to remove the ban. We have now said under C that the minister within 6 months will bring regulations here. We have not said how much longer those regulations must stay in parliament, because now we want to join the minister in managing, which for me, I disagree. If we must join that the minister brings regulation, I want to invite this parliament that you also ask parliament to approve them within 1 month, because you are putting deadline for others and not deadline for yourselves.
Thank you. Shadow Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. I believe since my proposed amendments have been agreed to.
No, on this, on Honorable Sam Joseph. I need your guidance.
Well, on that one, we have the rules of procedure of Parliament, which every cover all subjects that Parliament deals with. We cannot put that in this particular law. And our rules of procedure are embedded in the Constitution.
45 days maximum. Okay. Honorable Bakaburindi, workers. And then Honorable Nantaba.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I apologize for disturbing on this. Because
no, you're not disturbing. You're doing your work, Honorable.
Thank you.
You're not disturbing.
Chair, Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, unfortunately, she has gone out. And Honorable Sarah raised an issue of avoiding conflict of interest. We are doing it in good spirit. We don't want to come here and start mentioning names, but we know this is the crux of the matter. And we are saying, if you want to solve it, we cannot legislate on each and everything, as somebody was saying. Just put a provision. Let the directors of the agency for recruitment and directors for the agency for training be gazetted. Then you will see. Only that.
Yeah, but the problem is you don't have a law that stops people from doing business. Apart from this one, which you're providing under D, people involved in the licensing and regulation. So you can't make a law here and say, because you're a minister, you should never go in this business. That would be real unfair. You get it? That would be. It doesn't mean being a minister, I'm conflicted in a sector which I don't regulate. You know, I had around on Nantaba.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, the sentiments of the MPs who have submitted on this matter so far are alluding to the recent tortures of our young girls working abroad And the issue of migrant workers is coming on and on. And Right Honorable, like someone has said, we may not want to mention, but the truth is that there is conflict of interest. Right Honorable, the Employment Act, or the bill that we are trying to handle today, does not have extraterritorial powers. We are only legislating for Ugandans. But we are not looking at the girl whom we are sending to Saudi Arabia. And that girl has no help, has no remedy under this bill.
Honorable, kindly relate your submission to 39C. We're on 39C.
Right, Honorable, I wanted to make a proposal that we come up with the externalization of labor. We have to come up with a law on externalization of labor, a standalone law.
Honorable, we finished that long time ago. We did that when you were not here.
But Right Honorable, they are bringing in issues of training, issues of recruitment, which is actually happening.
Okay.
And the recruiters are recruiting even for externalization. And the Employment Act we are dealing with does not create remedy for those externalized girls.
Okay.
So we are mixing the two issues, Right Honorable. I would propose that we defer all these those clauses and handle them in a different bill, which is the Externalization of Labor Act. That is what we want. We want a law on externalization of labor.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I'm going to make my own assessment. If I scan and I find you are not here when we are debating and all that, I don't allow you to speak because we shall be going back. This is the issue which we handled at that stage. The same bill which the member talks about, the Principal Act says, an act to revise and consolidate the laws governing individual employment relations and provide for other connected matters. So it provides for it clearly, but we agreed here. We agreed here that a law will come for that, and the committee alluded to that a long time ago, so we can't go back because the committee had already. So, Honorable Karwanga, is it on 39C?
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. On 39C, there are two areas of concern to me. One is about conflict of interest. And I want to say, there is no law in this Uganda.
On 39C? Can you read it? Where is it?
No,
on 39C.
Mr. Chair.
39C, where? Read the report on 39C. Please, you. That's 39.
My point is this, Mr.
That's
Chair.
39D.
About conflict of interest.
That's 39D. When we reach there, you will submit.
The next one is about the reporting. Should I also wait for D or it can be captured under C?
The one for one?
Reporting.
Honorable, you're on C. I want to be reminding you when you talk. You have to read the report. If you don't have a report, if you are just waiting, you won't submit by rumor. You wait for what the rumor is about, and then you say, now it's standard. We are following a report, now we are clear. Yeah. So 39C, use.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. On 39C, because 39C requires that these recruitment agencies must be a company. Right Honorable Chair, in the event that a company changes registration details during the period of operation of the license, for example, shareholders or directors, or it changes its address, wouldn't it be important that for accurate oversight, we compel these companies to promptly notify the minister of some of these changes? But also secondly, Right Honorable Speaker,
just under regulations. You don't need it in the principle. Yeah,
and then
provided when the companies are.
Okay. Then there is a issue of revocation of licenses. Right Honorable Speaker, I propose that it should be revocation and suspension. because revocation means permanently canceling, and suspension, which is not provided for, would mean that we are temporarily, yes, we are investigating a matter. So I propose that we also include suspension everywhere we have revocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. The purpose here was clear and purposeful, that either the person has a license or does not have a license, not to be in between. So when the minister finds that you have committed the offense, they revoke, and then we deal with the other issues. And if you put yourself back in place, you can go and apply.
This is not an issue where we need leniency. We have to be very strict and straight. Finally, 39C.
Yes.
Honorable Fidra.
Thank you, Chair. It is on 39C2. A lot of submissions have been made, especially by the shadow attorney. I want to agree with, but there was a proposal made by the minister that a recruitment agency granted a license under this act shall submit a report of its operations to the commissioner for, is it employment something. My understanding of 39 in its entirety, that it is catering for both externalization. If you are a recruiting agent, you're going to recruit both for external agents and locals. Now, where will those who are recruiting for locals report to if we insert that?
Honorable Minister.
Both are under the Commissioner Employment Services.
Thank you. So, Honorable Shadow Attorney General, come and read for us your draft proposal.
39C. 39C3. The minister shall, by regulations, provide for ABCD as is. Then subsection 4, which we shall insert, will read as follows: that the regulations made by the minister under this section shall be laid before Parliament for approval.
The period.
In a period of 6 months from the date of commencement of this act.
Thank you. Is that okay, Chair? Because this
we had Mr. Chairman, we had said the minister shall submit the return.
No, this is the one. Let us first finish one. Okay?
But
the
you had-
report.
But I thought you had assigned him to do it.
No. Let us first finish this one. Let us first finish this one. Honorable Chair, you okay? You okay with that?
I want to agree with Honorable.
Honorable colleagues, you okay with that? Good.
I remember
On the number, which number?
prior to this process, the Attorney General agreed with the proposal that the minister shall through regulations, shall make regulations for training related purpose. So I thought it would come before
We shall come to that. Shall come to that. Yeah.
because those are some of the areas where regulations are supposed to be under.
Honorable, just, but it seems you don't have a report. Show me your report. Huh? Show me. If Karure goes, so she would go with your wife. Because you have G. Huh? You have G. He keeps borrowing the iPad. If the battery runs out, I will give you my copy of the report. Honorable Nandara. Yes. So,
Mr. Chairman, you are I thought, I'm very first of all to apologize. I thought you had said the Honorable Nawagaba was going to put that. So I don't know, which I want to again engage his brain. Where do we insert?
no, Honorable Nwagaba.
Where do we insert the report, the annual report, which the minister will be submitting? We put it after 2 or what? And I also want to engage your brain again.
Well, since you were my former role, I believe we will put it under 2, and where the minister had also proposed an amendment to specifically state commissioner employment services. So it can be coined to be brought under 2 as one sentence. Draftsman can capture that.
You think it is better that way, Attorney General? We capture it under 2. You know, at this stage, we can even just capture the principle once we agree on it and we vote on it. Then when we are cleaning the bill, our teams usually go through and ensure they clean up and they pick the spirit as provided for in the Hansard. Okay, so let's move to D. D, I think, do we have issues on D?
Mr. Chairman, D on E.
Yes.
A company whose license was cancelled. Mr. Chairman, you can cancel a license. Maybe somebody failed something small. Yes. And he has now rectified the issue. There must be a mechanism of that person to be given.
No, you reapply. You go through the application process.
No, but he's saying institutions not eligible to be licensed as recruiting agents. That means when your license has been cancelled, you will never be eligible.
Yes, I think this is a good point of concern. Wow, because you see, if you cancel a license over issues and I address those issues, you mean I'm totally condemned for? Why don't you give like a period? Maybe you say you won't be eligible for a new license for a period of like 2 or 5 years. So I don't know. Attorney General and
so the second one, Mr. Chairman, is G. And you have raised it. That directors indirectly. Now, I want to assume Cyrus, he gets a license now. And I'm giving an example of
Cyrus a cattle herder or Cyrus Honorable MP?
Honorable Cyrus, cattle rider. Mr. Chairman, now he gets a license now. The following day he is appointed Minister for Gender, which is most likely, because he's doing well, he's removing all these labor functions. Can we really say his company is not eligible because he got a license before he was what? Appointed. 2, of course, there are those who can knowingly do it. And this is why I want to bring this example. The reason why we made the law that some person to be registered as a shareholder must put his passport, his photos, show everything, because many people were registered in companies with directors who are dead, minors, and whatever. So, Mr. Chairman, again, I want to ask you here, be helped. One of that which is known. How would you know that Betty, who is the current Minister of Gender, is not having an interest in company 2, despite the fact she may not be appearing on the shareholders register, but behind could be it. So this one may be what we have to add here. Okay.
We recently amended the law and provided for beneficial owners. So if Honorable Betty has a company where she doesn't appear as a shareholder, but she's a beneficial owner, her names will be captured in the list, the register of beneficial owners. Because whoever doesn't, by the way, register herself or himself as a beneficial owner, once things change, you will lose for good.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
colleagues, I want us to move.
No, we have to move.
We are rotating so much.
I think why don't we put here? Why don't we?
Let Honorable finish. He's still on the floor.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask the Attorney General, maybe and also my Attorney General, who was my time, that who knowingly, because there are those who may be unknowingly like Cyrus, but there are those who are knowingly that they are beneficiaries in a company directly or indirectly in recruitment of persons.
Colleagues, these are issues. Whichever law, why you have a law that comes with penalties, people will always be there trying to violate the law. You know, that's it. So I think what is important is the principle in the law that but looking for people who will hide, those who will not hide, you can't provide for it here. The law cannot. Let's move. I want us to move. Huh? So, do you have an amendment? Do you have? No, is it an amendment? Oh, no, if it's not an amendment, let's.
Chair,
I'm going to make you think around amendments now. I can see you're manufacturing amendments quickly. Yes, Honorable.
my proposal is to delete C completely. I do not see any problem why a religious or cultural institution should not do business of taking people outside, including a political party. I also propose that we delete B. Why should someone operating a business of travel agents be stopped from operating another business of taking people outside? Why? In fact, it is easier. If that person runs into trouble, the travel agency should bring him back. And then I have, those are two proposals, but I have, before I propose the third one, a company whose license was cancelled. If a company who has had a license cancelled, do you need to put it in the law that they should not take people outside? Because you have said a company whose license has been cancelled. Now you are saying they shouldn't take. How do they take if the license is cancelled? Do you have to repeat this in the law?
So, Attorney General.
I think what Honorable Semuju raises, especially on A and B, may run us into some bit of problems, because now you're trying to interfere with other people's trade because they're in another business. We can control that. So I would agree that that should be dropped. A company with a political register. So I think also that that is not, it does not necessarily mean that you've done something wrong. The E, a company whose license has been cancelled, this provision is on eligibility. That is before you have the license. So if you have had your license cancelled, the principle here was you should not be able to apply and get another license. I think what the issue here is the perpetual denial may not be a good thing. So we could say a company whose license has been cancelled within a period of 5 years before the date, I limit within the time, because a person needs to pay and stop. If I made a mistake, I should be able to pay. Even when I go to prison, I do prison time, finish and come out. So even here, we may give a time within which they cannot apply for a license.
The time is, but Attorney General, you need to go for the company and directors. Because I will go and I register another company tomorrow and I qualify. Yeah. So you need to coin for us something that can also cover directors under them. No, allow me to first put a question on the two proposed on C, on B and C. Where are they at? Yeah. A,
Honorable Chair, yeah.
And
A,
C.
B, yeah. Because you see, since we cooperated since we Companies Act, we literally removed the ultra-virus rule. So
okay. So
A,
colleagues,
B, and C.
A, B, and C be deleted. Those in favor, aye into the counter, nay. The ayes have it. So, the one of C, the amendment, let's capture the principle. How many years would we give? We do 5 or 10? 5?
Mr. Chair, we need to be very sensitive. I have made a mistake and I've had my license cancelled. I have since then made good of the mistake that I have made, sometimes even bona fide. 5 years, you are killing people's businesses. I have made a mistake. So can I suggest 2 years?
So, Honorable Pending, how many years?
Mr. Chairman, by the time a license is cancelled, you must have committed a grave offense. And if people can be convicted and barred from holding any public office for 10 years, then why don't we have the same 10 years here? My proposal.
Let me put a question.
My proposal is on
5
10 years, Chair.
Correct, let me put a middle ground of 5 years, okay? Those for 5 years, those in favor say into the container. The ayes have it, 5 years. For us to be able to move, okay? And that's for directors and the company. So, at this stage, we don't do inquiries, honorable. You know, here we on close by close and we are moving. So, E, 39E, on E.
I have an amendment in F.
F, no, we on E.
Okay.
E, F, G, H, I, J. So we on E. On E, Honorable Sarah.
Chair, I'm raising an issue of a contradiction. When you read E, 2, a recruitment agency which contravenes subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 1,000 currency points. Chair, this takes me to the issue I was raising before. Now here we have been able to provide for the offense under 39E. And yet on other clauses, we have not done the same. So why this contradiction, Chair? But also secondly, you can see how smarter it is when we move this way. But lastly, if we are to maintain this clause as it is, Chair, 1,000 currency points is just 2 million shillings. 20. A currency point is 20,000. Oh, okay. Okay, then I drop that. But the issue I'm raising is on the issue of
not being covered under 25.
Yes. So for me, it is smarter when we have the offense just within that same clause, as you can see.
Attorney General, why don't we be consistent?
The issue mainly when you find legislation of this nature, this is not a penal legislation. This is not a code for, it's not a code for penalties. When you find this, it is normally where you are specifically identifying a place where you would ordinarily find what do you call it, consistent breach. So you deal with that. Now, like taking an order without a job orders are like consistent. So I think that was the purpose behind the nature of drafting. But the Right Honorable Chair, the issue of drafting is a parliament can draft. Ours is to only advise that we think this is how it should be done.
No, you're a member of parliament.
Yes, and what we are advising is that where you have a specific, in non-penal legislation, where you have a specific matter which is prone to abuse, you deal with it there and then.
Okay.
Yes.
I think it's a good explanation. Colleagues, let's move. We will not finish on D.
There's no number of years on the current point because it cannot only be current point. I think it will erase with the term of imprisonment, not exceeding 5 years or both. No. The company as persons, when they are going to take a company in the prison, they take the directors and the manager. So be careful, Cyrus.
Yes, Chair. Chair.
We are not yet on F. So, so we move to F.
Again, on 39E, the commissioner for consequential amendment is Commissioner Employment Services.
Good. On, let's go on, let's conclude with E. On Santa, is it on E? Santa?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we have just passed the offense of 5 years in E 39E2. And on 39E3, C, we are saying the authority to exercise control over the affairs of the recruitment agency. The person is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 500 currency points or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 3 years or both. I thought we should be consistent and we talk of 5 instead of 3 here as well.
Attorney General? The Shadow Attorney
Honorable,
General can.
Honorable Santa, I missed, you lost me somewhere along the way.
Shadow Attorney General can.
To you, Honorable Santa, the conviction in 2 is in respect of a company, an official person, and in 3, it is in respect of the individual. 2, the proposed sentence of imprisonment is in compliance with the Road Reform Miscellaneous Provisions Act, which provides for the term of imprisonment to rhyme with specific fines as prescribed under the law. So it is in order.
Thank you. We go Oguzuri on E.
Yeah, Chair, on E, I have 2 issues. One is under E 39E 1B. If I put an application for approval and the commissioner does not approve, now that we have not specified the criteria for approval, where do I go? That's 1. 2, Chair, I was reading on social media today, some governments are running adverts calling Africans to go and fight in Ukraine. So somebody may see such an opportunity and come, that they can recruit Ugandans to go and fight. So how are we going to help the country? I wanted to see how you can help address such a problem under 39E.
So,
those are the 2 concerns I
So
have.
the member wants to you provide for recruitment of mercenaries. Honorable
Where a certain jobs are not covered under this, we get cabinet clearance. Now we had that company come to the ministry asking for recruitment of Ugandans to go to Ukraine, and we rejected it. And we are now seeking an approval from cabinet and His Excellency the President, because in the context of that one, it is a matter of security. Then
let's not be diverted by that. I know that can open.
And on the issue of approval of job order by the commissioner, I think it's better we deal with it in the regulation than importing it here, because we already have it in the regulation. And you cannot reject once it is already uploaded, because the uploading of a job order is cleared from our embassy abroad. So once it is on the dashboard of the commissioner and cleared already from abroad by our embassy, really you cannot reject it. But if there are concerns, we can still integrate in the regulation.
Chair, what I've seen here, I've not seen any reference to embassies in this proposed law. So it is important that
we are going on F, picking issues on F. Honorable Moti, we're on F.
Chair, on F. On F.
Those ones who have been threatening Saropendi that they should be allowed to go to Ukraine because they want to kill Saropendi. Yes, Honorable.
Can you assist me get?
Who else has, yes, Karure, Flavia, then Honorable Isingoma will come later.
Thank
after
you
getting-
very much, Right Honorable. Sorry, thank you very much, Chair. So on F, this due diligence, a recruitment agency shall, in consultation with the minister, and I think for me, that is where I have a problem. The consultation with the minister, then be able to carry out due diligence. We have had cases where recruitment agencies that have taken our people abroad to work. The people abroad have told us that they get there and the employers who they've taken to those people confiscate their passports. So they have no details, no travel documents with them, and then they mistreat them. Now, if the recruitment agencies are first consulting with the minister to do due diligence on the employers, I find there's a problem there because there is some conflict. What if the minister wants people to go abroad, and then you're telling them they need to verify the people we are taking to our people? I find there's a huge conflict of interest there, and this needs to be changed. Thank you very
I
much.
think, Honorable Minister, what a member is clearly putting here is that you have the power to issue a license. Your commissioner has the power to approve a job order. Okay? Why would you put an obligation on the recruiting agents to be the one to do due diligence? It should be you whom we've given that power. Before you give a job order, before you give a license, you know you carry that obligation. So that, because the recruiting agents is driven by business. Yes, they are conflicted. So the duty is on you.
Let me
No,
first
let the
explain
mi-
to
let
you,
the
then
minister.
maybe I would have addressed it.
Honorable Minister.
Yes. Now, what happens, sometimes recruitment companies travel abroad, like Qatar or UAE, they meet the recruitment agencies abroad. They source for the job. Then they come to the ministry and present the job and state that I have a job, like now I have people who are placed before the ministry that they have jobs in Greece and other countries. In that circumstance, we do not allow to give you that job from that company before we write to the embassy abroad to do consultation, to do due diligence, because we have ESO attaché in each of those embassies. So then if we say that it is only the minister, we can then make assumption that even if they bring, we will assume that they have not brought, but we'll still do our due diligence through our embassy.
What if we take it to the commissioner who approves the job order? Because the minister does not approve the job order, only gives the license.
We can do that, but the essence of it, what I want members to understand is that there are many companies who travel abroad and source. They look for the companies, they get the companies, then they come back to our ministry and present the companies that they have found. Then the ministry, through our structure and the embassy and ESO, do due diligence before accepting them to be lancers, because you have to first also be verified and vetted by our embassy abroad before they upload it on the ministry's portal.
Honorable Minister, what
Yes.
the member is just saying is simple. Why are you involving the recruitment agents in due diligence under the law? It should be your people.
It's okay.
It should
We
be
can
you.
delete the recruitment company.
Honorable Semuji, because the minister will say, you see, you people, the company, the recruitment agency did due diligence and it passed.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
You see, the things that the minister is supposed to do that are administrative are also being put in the law. That Someone has brought a job order and you want to ask ISO to verify, and you put this in the law. My proposal is to have this deleted. Actually, this is redundant. The work that you will do in your office with your commissioners, you can put it in the law.
I totally agree with you. Colleagues, really, due diligence is my internal process of getting satisfied. Why? So I put a question that this clause be deleted. You see, colleagues, we have to move, but due diligence, okay? You have the licensing conditions provided for under the regulations. The minister who is going to issue that job order, because this is at the level of a job order, you can't put it in a row that must do due diligence. By law, the minister and the commissioner before issuing that job order must be satisfied that they are dealing with the right company. So really, you can't put it here. I totally agree with Honorable Semuju. Yeah.
I really agree with
So
you.
I now put a question that the clause B 39F be deleted. Those in favor say into the content A. The ayes have it. G 39G. Due diligence. I don't have any problem. We go to 39H. Okay, now we go to, I'm going to the Attorney General. You read for us. You have an issue on H?
I'd proposed an insertion at the end, standalone clause on an appeal process, that any person aggrieved with the decision of the minister or the commissioner under this section shall have a right of appeal to the High Court, and the decision of the High Court shall be final.
Yes.
I have been here a little bit longer, not even as an MP. I remember a debate in this parliament that took almost an hour. A proposal like the one my shadow Attorney General is proposing, going to court cannot be put in a law. If you want to go, you go. So you cannot say that you will go to, you appeal to court. That's automatic. If someone wants to appeal to court, can appeal to court. We had a debate here of nearly a whole day.
No, but you see, he's saying the decision of the High Court shall be final. So he's putting a limit. That's why he's.
The right of appeal is not automatic. It can only be granted by statute. So if we do not provide for an appeal process against the decision of the minister or commissioner here, then you will have disputes with no recourse at all. That's why I'm bringing that particular proposal, Honorable Semuju, and I pray you concede.
Thank you. Honorable Attorney General, you have a answer?
I think, Right Honorable.
On that same issue?
Yeah, on that issue, I think Honorable Semuju has a legitimate point, but I think what the Shadow Attorney General is raising here is about the limitation, because any decision by a minister, any administrative decision, whether provided for in the law or not, can be challenged under judicial review before the High Court. Any administrative decision in the country can be, but what we need Parliament to be clear about is the addition that the Shadow Attorney General is making, that the decision of the High Court shall be final, meaning that once that decision is made on this issue, you can't appeal it.
Honorable Taylor, let me first speak around the friends. Then
thank you, Chair.
Then audited friends will come later.
Thank you, Chair. I already have a challenge with saying the decision of the High Court should be final. We have a judicial process which allows aggrieved parties to continue pursuing justice in what they believe to be right and wrong. First of all, the minister has the powers to cancel license. If we had created an alternative before going to court where the decision of the minister is appealed, that would allow us to have gone through a longer process that restricts beyond the High Court. But if we are not providing that alternative, then let us allow the parties to pursue justice for as long as they can, because we do not lose anything. This is a civil matter. They can do it at their own cost. Thank you.
Attorney General.
I think it's not at their own cost, it's at your cost. Because normally the Attorney General is the party to the case, so you have to spend money on it. But I think, Right Honorable Chair, the issues here, we may want to consider how far we want people to go. In this parliament here, you have, the parliament has made a decision that you shall not appeal an election petition past the Court of Appeal. So you've had only two decisions, the decision in the High Court and a decision in the Court of Appeal. In this case, you'll have a decision of the minister and a decision of the High Court. It's still two steps. I think it's a legitimate request. However, I would propose that the decision of I would agree with the Shadow Attorney General that the decision of the High Court should be final in as far as the issues in respect the repatriation of labor.
I put a question that the amendment be done as proposed by the Shadow Attorney General. Those in favor say into the container. There is have it. So, Attorney General, you had, we gave you some assignments.
There was an assignment given to insert 39I, that any person who contravenes the provisions of 39A, G, and H of this part commits an offense.
I thought I is what the Shadow Attorney
So
General.
mine will be 39J.
Yes, should be.
Most obliged. 39J. Any person who contravenes the provisions of 39A, 39G, and 39H commits an offense and commits an offense. The reason is that 39B has no offenses in there. 39E provisions have been made. 39F has been deleted. So there's G and H. I beg to submit. The penalty is going to be provided for as we get along.
This we agreed upon them earlier on. So what the Attorney General is doing is very simple. That create an offense under those provisions so that clause 25 can be applied. That's just the major. I hope you're not reopening this on Nanda. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. I agree with Attorney General on that. But also the minister might commit an offense. Yes, that's why we must also be careful.
Abuse of office.
Abuse of office, doing things.
And Corruption Act.
Yeah, so we can.
And Corruption Act would deal with the minister. Okay?
No, I'm not meeting you, but better you might be good. But when we meet, bring Cyrus.
Abuse of office and Corruption Act.
I think we need to be careful. The failure to perform a duty that has been given to you in law is another offense. A neglect of duty, abuse of office. The failure itself to perform the function is not the offense. So you would not say here that when the minister fails to issue a license, the minister has committed the offense of failure to issue the license. The minister at that point has neglected their duty, and you have another law. They have abused office, and that goes to another law. So the administrative action I'm supposed to take, the failure to perform it in itself is not the offense. That's why I omitted it.
I put a question that 39J as proposed by the Attorney General.
Chair.
Honorable Pendi.
Under 39B, we are talking of licensing of recruitment agencies. And one says that a person shall not transact the business of recruitment agency in Uganda without a license issued by the minister. But we know that there are people who recruit our people and take them abroad without a license.
39A, you covered it. Under 39A, you started with that. It is.
I think this one was also addressed by Honorable Cecilia Ogwal.
Okay.
Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, when she was submitting on 3B, did raise that issue, and we turned it into a positive and said the minister may issue a license to a person to operate the business of a recruitment agency under 39B1, and B to the license issued by the minister under subsection 1 may be subject to the conditions as may be prescribed by the minister, so that you can be able to cancel it in 5.
Yeah. Colleagues, I put a question that 39J as
Chair.
proposed by the Attorney General.
Chair.
Those in favor say aye into the container.
Chair.
The ayes have it. I put the question that part 4A be substituted as proposed. Those in favor say aye and to the container. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Chair.
Chair. Clause 8 seeks to amend Section 55 of the Principal Act. Section 55 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 1A.
Can you speak in the microphone, Chair? We hear.
Subsection 1A, paragraph A, by substituting for the words first months, the words 2 months. B, by inserting immediately after paragraph A, the following. AA, if at the expiry of the 2nd month, the sickness of the employee continues, the employer is entitled to pay the employee half pay of employee's monthly wages for a subsequent 4 months. C, by substituting for paragraph B, the following. B, if at the expiration of the 6th month, the sickness of the employee continues, the employer is entitled to terminate the contract of service on complying with all the terms of the contract of service up to the time of termination of employment. Justification: to protect an employee who falls sick for a period exceeding 6 months by ensuring that the employer continues to pay the employee a wage. 2, to strike a balance between the obligation of an employer to pay the wages of an employee who has been sick for a period exceeding 6 months and therefore is unavailable to work with the employer's need to continue operating gainfully by lessening the employee's wages to half after 2 months of continuous sickness. 3, to provide for the ground to terminate a contract of service in a case where the sickness of an employee continues beyond 6 months.
Honourable Minister. Private mover. Are you okay with the amendment?
We are okay.
Good. Yeah, that's the one I put there.
Right, Honourable Chair, I concur.
I put the question that cause A to be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye to the container. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Listen, colleagues, when they have finished reading and all that, you stand up. That's why you saw me. I looked here, everyone was seated. That's how I do it. Yeah. Please. That's Honorable Remejia Chia, you've been here longer than me. Yeah. So and you can go for recommittal much later after we finish. Chair.
Chair, we seek to insert 2 new clauses immediately after clause 8 to read as follows. Amendment of section 56 of the Principal Act. Section 56 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately after subsection 1 the following. 1A, notwithstanding subsection 1, a female employee who gives birth to more than 1 child at the same time shall have a right to a period of 90 working days maternity leave from work on full wage. Amendment of section 57 of the Principal Act. Section 57 of the Principal, oh no, that's another one.
Minister, I always start with the minister and the mover.
We would rather if it is structured in a way that it can be up to and give leeway for someone who wants to return to work after 60 days, they can. But if you say 90 days is now mandatory, there are some people who will give birth to 2 children, but after 1 month might still want to go back to work.
Attorney General, you wanted to say something about it?
Honorable, Right Honorable Chair and colleagues, 60 working days. I just want us to be clear about what we are doing. 60 working days means the person is out of work for 82 days. 90 working days means the person is out of work for 122 days. So we need to be, as we make these proposals for these amendments, we need to be mindful of the burden we are placing upon the employer. Because it's a private person employing someone, and you're telling that a person can be away from work for 1/3 of the year, and you have to continue paying them the full wages. I think it's a bit extreme. I would pray that we drop this amendment.
Honorable colleagues, I put a question that the amendment is dropped. Those in favor say and to the content nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I put a question that I put the question that clause 9 as amended as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the content nay. Oh, Chair, have you moved the amendment on clause 9? On clause 9, still on clause 9. Yeah, please. Oh, is it part of the report?
Chair, the committee proposes an amendment of section 57 of the Principal Act before clause 9. Section 57 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 1 by substituting the word "for" for the word "7. Justification: the amendment of section 56 of the Principal Act is intended to give a woman who gives birth to more than one child at the same time to fully recover, since multiple pregnancy is considered to be of high risk nature to the health and body of the woman. 2, best practices from East Africa, like Tanzania through its Employment Labor Relations Act, CAP 366, have similar provisions protecting working mothers.
But Honorable, that's a consequential.
It was a consequential.
Yeah, it was consequential, so it's finished. So
Okay.
we got clause 9.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Can you call it?
consequential.
Can you call it?
No.
Clause 9.
Chair, because the whole of
Chair,
new clause
9,
all of it, and Chair, just the whole clause and its consequential amendment were all dropped. Yeah.
Okay, no, this
Clause
is
9.
This is breastfeeding.
Yeah, clause 9.
Clause 9, insertion of new section 57A in the Principal Act. Clause 9 is amended in the proposed section 57A by deleting the words "and childcare" wherever the words appear. B, by deleting subsection 2, and C, by inserting immediately after subsection 3 the following. For purposes of this section, breastfeeding facility means an exclusive and properly equipped area where an employee can breastfeed a child, express milk, or store the milk for the child. Justification: to provide for the protection of the right to work for breastfeeding employees, to support working mothers to breastfeed exclusively for the first 6 months of life in compliance with World Health Organization and UNICEF recommendations. 3, to provide a secure and private breastfeeding facility at the workplace. And 4, the amendment is as a result of the harmonization of the two bills.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Chair, we reject that. The current bill, government bill gives leeway for the employer to offer either time or space or facility. So to go into defining well-equipped express milk storage for the children will drive many women out of jobs.
I put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, into the content nay. The nays have it. I now put the question that clause 9 stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, into the content nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Chair.
We propose a new clause to insert a new clause immediately after clause 9 as follows. Amendment of section 65 of the Principal Act. A, in the head note, by substituting the word for the word termination, the words termination of employment. B, section 65 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 1A by inserting immediately after paragraph D the following. E, in the case of redundancy of the employee. F, in the case of sickness of the employee which lasts more than 6 months and renders the employee unable to perform his or her duties under the contract of service. G, where the continuous employment of the employee may lead to breach of a statutory obligation. B, this is C, I think, by inserting immediately after subsection 2 the following. 3, an employer may terminate the contract of service of an employee on the ground of redundancy under subsection 1 upon proof that A, the employer has ceased business operations, B, due to reorganization of work, introduction of labor-saving devices, or change in work pattern, the employer requires fewer employees for the existing work. 4, an employer shall, before terminating the contract of service of an employee on the ground of sickness under subsection 1F, seek the opinion of the medical doctor of the employee relating to the medical condition of the employee. Justification. This is a consequential amendment to move some of the proposed grounds for dismissal from employment under clause 10 to form other grounds for termination of employment under section 65 of the Principal Act because they are not as a result of misconduct. 2, to realign and distinguish the grounds of dismissal from employment and termination from employment. 3, to ensure clarity.
But, Honourable Minister.
We don't have a problem with the rest except under 4, where they are saying you seek, the employer shall seek the opinion of a medical doctor of the employee. What if they collude? So let it just be seek the opinion of the medical doctor. But the rest we are okay with it.
Yeah, but now my concern, you said it's a consequential amendment. Okay, form other grounds for termination of employment under section 65 of the Principal Act. So this one coming, which is under 65A, is not part, is also consequential. Okay. Okay. So what on the general?
Right, Honorable Chair, the issue here was that we've dealt with the issue of sick, termination for sickness, and then there was the issue of dismissal, which was mixed up with termination. So after cleaning those up, we needed to reorganize 65 and 65A.
Okay.
The employer's right to terminate with or without reason still must be retained. Now, if you condition an employer to terminate the services of an employee on the ground of sickness and you burden him with getting an opinion of the employee's doctor, who may not even be known by the employer, who may not even exist, honestly, you will find complications in implementing this. So I would rather leave it to that, have a ground for the employer to terminate on account of sickness, but the question of seeking opinion be deleted.
You see, if it's a consequential amendment, and I think it's in relation to clause 8. Okay? It was a consequential amendment for clause 8. Now, if we pass clause 8 and it's a consequential amendment, then we have to go with it. You can't have a debate on a consequential amendment. You can only have a debate if you recommit clause 8. Now, the moment you recommit clause 8, and indeed we amend it or we reject it, then also these consequential amendments, we would go back to them. That's very clear. So we can't do much about this. No, on a consequential amendment, please. We can't do. Listen, a consequential amendment until what you are doing, you're going to be debating clause 8, which we must wait for until recommitment. Yes. It's a matter of the law and your procedure. Oh, where is the mistake, Honorable Nandara? Show me the mistake under the
Mr. Chairman, termination. You see, what it is a clause dealing with section 65. And section 65, which is standing alone, it talks about termination. It's very clear in the law. And if it's talking about termination, it's talking about termination of employment. So you cannot say we're putting the word termination with the addition of employment to mean consequential, because 65 is standing on itself. In fact, the new clause they are bringing is trying to amend section 65. Mr. Chairman, if you see, amendment of section 65 of the Principal Act. And in the Act, it talks about termination. And when you add the employment, I want to be, that's why I was standing out to ask the Attorney General to help me. Termination is dealing with termination as far as the Employment Act is concerned. Now, when you want to add the word here, how does it become consequential? By adding the word first employment. And that is to be consequential. And two, as the Honorable Nawakaba, the Attorney General, the Shadow Attorney raised it, you cannot burden somebody with workers because of it. You may be a non-performer claiming to be sick. Eh? You know, and you are in your head, you are right, but you are claiming to be what? Sick. Now you use sickness and you bring problems. And when they go and check, you are not sick, but you're a non-what? Performer. So how do you measure sickness of non-performers for people who are not sick? So Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, we need to be careful with this section. It's a serious law which we must deal with.
Chair, because if the termination provided for under clause 8 was on sickness.
Chair, it is true that termination is provided for, and we looked at termination together with dismissal, the way they are used in the mother law, and we found them being used wrongly. They were being used interchangeably, and they would mean wrong, because for dismissal, it must be a misconduct. When I'm sick, I should not be dismissed. I can be terminated. So we were trying to create a clarity. Secondly, we were even providing more grounds for termination to just beef up on what is provided for.
Honorable Gilbert Oranya, was this related to the same? You can.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the point I was raising at, when the Honorable Minister stated that the employee's doctor shouldn't be consulted, and according to the chairperson, he's saying the consultation should be done to the employee's doctor. Right, Honorable Chair, we have ever had cases with factories
There are big factories whereby when someone is working, the person will get injured. And we have ever had that so many before court of laws. And the company find it very difficult to pay that particular worker. Mr. Chair, the way I was looking at it is that the employee's doctor knows better the condition of that employee, because the employer would wish to go to any doctor because he doesn't want to pay that particular employee huge amount of money.
Thank you.
He may connive, go to any doctor, the doctor will recommend because they wanted to save his resources. Therefore, I wanted that the proposal of the minister is not all that very appropriate. Let the proposal of the chairperson stand as part of it.
Attorney General.
Right Honorable Chair, first of all, the principle that is being
Adjust the microphone so that you.
first of all, the principle being discussed here already exists in the law. Section 55 of the current law provides for termination for termination of the employment service after 2 months, when an employer has been sick for 2 months. Cabinet thought that that was not enough time, and Cabinet thought it should be 6 months. That after a person has been unwell for 6 months, because you have the 2 months, then you have the notice period. So the person needs to be unwell for a time, especially because we consider that some of the ailments are actually acquired on the job. So the person is working, gets unwell on the job, and then after 2 months, they're out of a job. Then another person joins the job, and after 2 months, they're out of a job. So the principle already exists. So what we are discussing, Right Honorable Chair, was that the sick pay was not provided under Section 65. Rather, the termination for sickness was not provided under Section 65. So it's being introduced here so that the grounds for termination are clearly set out there. Secondly, Right Honorable Chair, the issue of a medical doctor, the problem there would be is the employee's doctor takes now a higher burden on the employer to find the employee's doctor. But if it is a medical doctor, we actually even have a medical board. We have a medical board already provided for in the law. So the question that we want to be dealing with here is, how do we prove that this employee has been unwell for 6 months in order to be entitled to termination? What we are trying to avoid is an employer saying that person was away from work for 6 months, having been unwell, and therefore terminated. So the duty here is to have some kind of evidence available from a medical practitioner that you actually terminated this person's service because he was out of employment for a period of 6 months. So that's where we need to think. So, Right Honorable Chair, I think what we need to reconcile here is the medical doctor of the employee or another medical doctor. But the principle is really 2 months was not sufficient for a person to be unwell for 2 months and you fire. And Right Honorable Chair, that's actually what informed the 6 months of pregnancy thing. So people can be unwell for periods of 3 months for whatever reason. So that's what.
What's your view on the doctor? Which doctor do we go with?
For me, I would propose, Right Honorable Chair, that we seek the opinion of a medical doctor. I beg.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Basis of that comprehensive explanation from our dear Attorney General, I withdraw my recommittal of clause 8.
Thank you.
It's sufficient.
Thank you. Honorable Esther.
Thank you so, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Many times upon dealing with issues of courts and the like, normally the doctors expected are those from health centers or like government facilities. I would suggest to make it clear, because many times this can also be another point of diversion. we should be specific or depending on the doctors accepted as per the current laws, because it might make us another.
Shortera?
Thank you so much, Chair. I need clarification from the Attorney General, because the challenge here is that at whose cost will this be? Because if you say the medical doctor, if it's the medical doctor of the employee, then it's the employee to bring the report. But if you say it's the medical doctor, so who is going to pay for the cost of the medical report?
Yes, Attorney General.
I think to clarify that it's the employer. It's the employer who wants to terminate the services of this employee. So it's the duty of the employer to bring the evidence that this person was away for 6 months. And then, yes, that's what it says. An employer shall, before terminating the contract of service of an employee on the ground of sickness under subsection 1F, seek the opinion of a medical doctor. Because the employee has come to you and said, I've been unwell. That's why I've been away.
Okay.
And you're saying you've been away for too long.
Okay, so let's move, colleagues. Honorable Guzuri, you have a different opinion? The same?
Not largely, but I wanted us to understand the principle well. Arising from the submission of the chair that many times we have been mixing termination of employment with the dismissal. I think at this point, we should have clearly differentiated this to prescribe the right conditions.
But that's
And,
what
I wanted to know from the chair whether dismissal and termination impose different obligations on the employer. If that is the case, we may need to clearly outline the terms under which a termination can occur and also a dismissal can occur, and as well as the processes. So you may need to help us understand that very,
Let
very well.
Attorney General help us on that.
Right, Honorable Chair, when we deal with section 65A, which is a little bit ahead in clause 10, you'll see the differences because we've separated the grounds for termination and the grounds for dismissal. So it will be very clear. Dismissal, the employee is fired immediately without any notice summarily. With this termination, you will have to give the employee notice. You have to, so it's slightly different, and you'll see it at 65A.
Okay,
They are separated.
Sirogwa, and then the mover, Honorable Sirogwa, then Honorable.
Chair, I'm just trying to find out from the Attorney General if we could have an exception in this case, because the conditions given here in the case of redundancy and in case of sickness, we should have an exception for women who have had maternity leave. Because in that case, you can give them 6 months, which is normally given. Then if they are not well, give them another 6 months. They can give you 6 months without pay, but you still hold your payment. Because then you are not sort of like dismissed. You are a good performer, but because of the maternity condition, you are not well enough, or you have had triplets or something like that. So I think there may be some kind of exception. Secondly, Chair, something which has not come out clearly. Some of the sicknesses could be job related. We have had people working in industries who are exposed to excessive dust, and yet they don't know. They develop lungs problem, they keep coughing, they keep having problem, and yet they don't know. This issue was discovered in Tororo for those who worked in the fertilizers factory. So we must also eliminate sickness which is related to the job employment itself. Can I be clarified on that?
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ogwa. The issue of maternity leave, when a person is on maternity leave, that one is clear. They will continue to be paid because that we have addressed. Then when it comes to sick pay is under section 55. And it says that for the first month, you will continue with the service. Second month, the person may be eligible for termination, but now you have to go 6 months. So that's where it is. So if a person is on sick leave, on maternity leave, it's different from sick leave. So sick leave is different and is also treated differently.
The mover, Honorable Rabshija.
Chair, with due respect, I want to take you slightly behind. We talked about
It
breastfeeding.
can only be recommitted. If it's a clause we've passed, we cannot.
I was not given the opportunity.
No. If it's a clause we've passed, we cannot.
Okay,
vote.
maybe will I get an opportunity to talk about it?
You can recommit if you can move a motion to recommit. If you get support, you have to get support. of the
Okay, Chair, I pray that I give
No, it's at that time.
at that time.
Honorable Mayanja?
I thank you for the opportunity. Right Honorable Chair, I suggest that about the medical doctor, I think should be agreed upon the two, the employee and the employer, because an employer cannot facilitate the doctor and then because the one who wants to terminate, of course, they will connive. So I suggest let it be like the opinion of the medical doctor agreed upon the two,
But
the
you
employee
can-
and the employer.
You cannot force me to go to any doctor. It's my body. For example, you're going to pick my blood or what? You cannot, by law.
Chair, right, Honorable Chair.
That's a big crime, Honorable Nsegumi.
Right, Honorable Chair. If what we are trying to avoid here is as much as possible dispute. If you ask the employer and the employee to agree on the doctor, when one is threatened with a dismissal, they won't agree. So we have required the employee to have the burden of carrying the report. It's their burden. So if the question comes whether you are correct in the termination, it is the burden of the employer. But they will not agree. So if to avoid the dispute, you would allow the employer to do what he has to do, but it is a question of evidential value at the point at which it goes.
I put a question that a new clause be inserted as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Chair?
Chair, clause 10 seeks to insert a new section 65A in the Principal Act. Clause 10 is amended in the proposed section 65A by deleting subsections A, B, D, and G. B, by substituting for the words abandonment of the words of with the word abscondment from, wherever the words appear. And C, by deleting subsections 2 and 3. Justification. The deletion of subsection A, B, C, 65A, 2 and 3 is a consequential amendment so that the proposed grounds for dismissal from employment are those grounds that contain an element of misconduct on the part of the employee. 2, to enable an employer to discharge an employee in cases of misconduct of the employee. 3, to ensure clarity.
Honorable Minister?
We are okay with it.
Private mover?
Right, Honorable Chair, I concur.
I put the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10 as amended.
I put the question that clause 10 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I put the question that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Chair?
Chair, clause 12, we seek to insert a new section 66A and 66B in the Principal Act. Clause 12 will be amended by A, substituting for the proposed section 66B 1, the following. 1, dismissal shall be wrongful where the employer A has not fulfilled the employer has not fulfilled the employer's statutory or contractual obligations under the contract of service while dismissing the employee, or B, has not acted in a just and equitable manner while dismissing the employee. B, we will seek to delete subsection 2, justification to avoid ambiguity.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable, Right Honorable, the current government provision would be sufficient to address what the chair wants to go in details in this. Because in the current 12, it's unfair dismissal, which is dismissal shall be unfair where the employer dismisses an employee for any reason other than the reason specified in section 65A. So it will even be more broad, that gives leverage for any other reason not defined in the chairperson's report to still be considered under the one provided by government. So I would think we go with the government position.
Private mover.
I concur. Thank you.
Honorable Tommy Singoma.
Chair, I think in subsection B, the words just and the words, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Chair, do you agree with the minister's proposal? We are on course 12. No, here we don't deal with concerns. We are very clear. We deal on things that are very clear. I put the question that clause 12. I put the question that
you see, from the beginning, we wanted to sort these two words, termination and dismissal. And the bill was talking about wrongful dismissal, and it was blanket. And we thought that we needed to give more clarity to what wrongful dismissal contains. And that's the reason why we came out with these two justified issues.
Okay.
When you raise a ground of just and equitable, you literally open a floodgate, because it is now up to the judicial officer, whoever is determining the dispute, to determine whether this act was just and equitable. Why don't we adopt the government position instead of the proposed amendment? Because this particular proposed amendment, especially raising the issue of just and equitable, will be detrimental to the employee whom we are seeking to protect.
The position of the government was very clear. Attorney General, do you?
In the position of government, we have the just and equitable. Yes, in 66B2, an employer shall, while dismissing an employee from service, act in a just and equitable manner. So I think what the member is saying, that we need to drop it even here.
Attorney General, but do you agree with him that it's dangerous?
Yes, I agree that it's a bit ambiguous and leaves the many questions. So I would have no objection to it being dropped.
Okay.
The two, only two, 66B2.
Okay. I put a question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the Attorney General. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12 as amended.
I put the question that clause 12 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
Chair.
Chair, we seek to insert a new clause immediately after clause 12 as follows. Amendment of section 67 of Principal Act Section 67 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting a new subsection immediately after section 67(2) as follows. 2A, where an employer does not extend the probationary period of an employee under subsection 2 or terminate the probationary contract under subsection 3, the employee shall, at the lapse of the probationary period, be deemed to have been confirmed in employment. B, in subsection 4, by substituting for the words 7 days, the words a month. Justification. 1. The amendment is to reconcile the principle in the case of Dr. Paul Kagwa versus Plan International Labor Dispute Claim number 175 of 2014, where a court stated that the whole process of assessment and evaluation must be completed within the probationary period, and the employee should be informed within the same period. Otherwise, the employee will be deemed to have been confirmed. 2, to deter an employer from delaying the confirmation of an employee to his detriment. In the same case, court further stated that probation is meant for the employer to observe and assess the employee as to the latter's suitability, and so delaying confirmation of an employee without a reason would be to his detriment, and it is not acceptable. 3, to avoid the employee from working with uncertainty about their prospects for employment.
Attorney General.
Right, Honorable Chair. And that was a proposal for insertion from the committee, which we do not think is correct, is right. Yeah, they're interpreting a court decision. So they say, I would like to propose an amendment to that clause that where an employer does not extend the probationary period of an employee under subsection 2, the employee shall, at the lapse of the probationary period, be deemed to have been terminated in employment. Right Honorable Chair, employment should not be deemed. The terms of one's employment should be clear. Why is it okay to say that after the 6 months, the employee can continue coming to work? Because I gave you a 6-month period. You're on probation. So when the 6 months expire, stop coming to work. Yeah? Or get a new contract, because the dispute area we are going to get into is I came and I was not given a new contract, but I was deemed to have been employed. So let it stand that if you do not get the contract within the 6 months, after the 6-month period, the employment is terminated.
Colleagues, there is a probationary contract. A contract has expired. So how do you say that you have, under what terms? No, but under what term? Honorable Kamba?
Chair, in a scenario where the probationary period has expired of 6 months,
They are using in the law the word contract, probationary contract.
Okay, if it has expired, I continue working. The employer pay me on the 7th month. I work on the 8th month, I'm paid. The law should presume that that is a contract.
And I think that's a different scenario.
I think that's a different scenario. We did speak of contracts which are implied, oral, written. Now, you have worked for 6 months. The employer continues keeping you at work for 9 months, 10 months. Then you say, you're not an employee, that's different. But imagine a situation, let's look at the scenario where I come for 6 months, the 7th month I purport to come and I am not paid. I come back the 8th month, I'm not paid. And after the 12th month, I come and say, my probationary period expired in 6 months. You did not give me a letter terminating my services, and therefore I'm entitled to pay for it. Can't. So let us, if the contract for probation expires and you did not give me a term, and I did not give you a contract, on what basis do you continue working for the employer?
Because someone can ask a question. I've heard someone saying, why did you keep me there? You also have an obligation. Why did you keep yourself there? No, listen, I might be having staff. I must be having workers whom I don't even know. I get me. So the question I asked, the question I asked was simple. If you, because we are referring to a probationary contract, the contract has terms, okay? And it has, no, read the report. We have a report here. It's a contract. Now that you have a probationary contract, a contract expired, under what terms is the new contract going to be?
Thank you, Right Honourable Chair. I just want the learned Attorney General, in light of this matter, to briefly throw some light on the concept of acquiescence in that scenario, because it will inform this debate.
Attorney General.
Acquiescence is where one person does something to make the other believe that we have continued in that relationship. We could draft it better. Where an employer does not extend the probationary period of an employee under subsection 2, but continues to pay. No, you see, because you see, Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Chair, what is important here is that we have people who work in our offices for no pay. A person comes to you and says, I am volunteering. So if you continue to work in my place, why don't I consider you a volunteer? Yeah, so what we're saying here is that if I've given you a probationary contract and it expires, we have no other relationship between me and you. Now, if you come back and work and you are paid, maybe you are falling in another category of a casual or a piecemeal. But if I give you a probationary contract and the probationary contract expires, you should be deemed to be terminated.
So you have proposed that we include the word pay. I put the question that clause 13. You see, good people. Let me first speak on about Nanda Mafabi. I tell you this. If you have business, you have some workers whom you don't even know whether they are working or not. Now, getting work, you can get work. I can claim I got work from anyone in the company, someone of authority, and I didn't even know he gave you work, and you go on that claim. But if you are paid, if you continue to be paid, it means I'm recognizing your contribution. Okay? So I've given you more respect. Otherwise, why am I paying you? But if you want to continue, and we have many people whereby you tell someone that your time has ended, he says, okay, but where do I go? I want to be volunteering. Situations are there. When you have an Nandara.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, you are raising an important issue which I was about to raise. Some of people who make laws here do not have employees. You have an employee. The true story is that the moment the probation period ends, your contract has what? Ended. If I don't extend and you get more money, I will be treating you as a casual laborer or a volunteer. I am paying money as a what? A volunteer. Because the moment you say, well, as soon as it expires, you are confirmed. I may have refused to confirm you because you are inefficient. So that's why I don't want to have you permanent in my what? My job. Mr. Speaker, I will give an example of public service. Public service, they give you 2 years on probation. I don't know if they have changed it. Our time it was 2 years. When the 2 years end, you fill a form, appraisal. Which form you take, and now you're saying, I have finished 2 years. They will write there, that more training, or we have confirmed you, or whatever it is, because it was permanent and pensionable. Now, in this case, for us who are seeing business every day, you want to force somebody to confirm somebody after 6 months. And when you have made a mistake of non-confirmation, that the 7th month, he claims he's a permanent employee. Please, let us be fair.
I put the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed by the Attorney General. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Now, colleagues, you have to identify when a new clause, that is why you will hear us calling a clause twice. Reason being, when a new clause is proposed, it doesn't have a number in the bill. So we go with what is following. But then when they again amending that same clause which is following, we must also again call it. Okay? So now the one we have just amended was a proposal that came of the new clause is what we have amended. Then the next one has also another proposal on that same clause.
Clause 13.
I put the question that clause 13 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. No, there was no amendment. Yeah, there was no amendment. Please, I put no, that's on a new clause. I put the question that clause 13 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I put the question that clause 14 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I put the question that clause 15 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say. But that's the one we dealt with. We shall recommit. We shall recommit, okay? Okay? Can I go back? Call it again.
Clause 13.
Chair, on clause 13, we sought to replace section 68 of the Principal Act. Section 13 is amended in the proposed section 68(1) by substituting for the word unfair, the word wrongful. Justification for clarity.
Honorable Minister.
It's consequential. It's
Private
okay.
mover. I put the question that clause 13.
I concur.
Put the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 13 as
Whatever,
amended.
and if I should stop disturbing my I put a question that clause 13 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I put a question that clause 14 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
Put a question that clause 15 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 16.
I put a question that clause 16 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 17.
Put a question that clause 17 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 18.
Put a question that clause 18 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 19.
Put a question that clause 19 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 20.
Chair.
Clause 20, Chair, seeks to replace section 78 of the Principal Act. Clause 20 is amended in the proposed section 78. A, by substituting for the word termination with the words unfair dismissal wherever it appears. B, by inserting immediately after subsection 2 the following. 2A, the maximum amount of additional compensation which may be awarded under subsection 2 shall be 3 months' wages of the dismissed employee, and the minimum shall be 1 month's wage. C, by substituting in the proposed subsection 3 for the word may, the word shall. Justification 1, to reinstate section 78(3) from the Principal Act. 2, to ensure protection of a successful litigant through awarding of a fair compensation.
Honorable Minister.
We see that what she's bringing is already covered under 3 in the Principal Act. So I don't know why you are reintroducing it as 2AA.
Yes, Chair.
The committee also was reinstating section 78.3 from the Principal Act after the bill from government was trying to amend it.
Was it deleting? Was amending 78.3?
8.3 was being amended by deleting.
Which is the maximum amount. Honorable Minister.
It's okay. We concede because our 20 was substituting the all of the one in the Principal Act, so it's okay.
Okay. Mover.
Right, Honorable Chair, I
Now, private move, I told you you start with only one if and yes, Shadow Attorney General.
In the view of the reinstatement of clause 78.3, the marginal note must change because we are not replacing the entire section 78. So I propose an amendment on the marginal note by deleting the words replacement, but instead amendment of section 78.
Okay. Yeah, so now we are going to amend your proposal. Do you concede? Yeah.
I concede.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by Honorable Nwagaba, and those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 20 as amended.
Put the question that clause 20 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 21.
Chair.
Clause 21, Chair, seeks to amend section 81 of the Principal Act. Clause 21, amending A in section 81.1 to substitute the words contemplates termination of not less than 10 employees with the following: where an employer intends to terminate not less than 10 employees. Then B, in section 81.1b, by inserting immediately before the word notify, the words 30 days before the termination, intends to terminate not less than 10 employees. Justification is to avoid ambiguity in the sentence.
Honorable Minister.
It's okay. We agree.
Private member.
I have no objection.
Shadow Attorney General.
I disagree with the proposed amendment. I do not see any reason why the committee is moving away from the word contemplates and substituting it with intention. Contemplation is a better word, especially when you are dealing with a corrective termination. So I pray that the proposed amendment be rejected and we retain the provisions in the Principal Act.
Attorney General.
Right, Honorable Chair, I was convinced actually by the committee because of the issue of contemplation. It's a thought, it's not measurable, but when you go to the labor officer, you have now made a conscious decision that I am now moving to do this. So you can't go to the labor officer and say, I'm contemplating that maybe sometime I may terminate. But when you go to the labor officer and say, I intend to terminate the following people and such, there's something definite about the intention. So I was convinced, but I am still convinced that the committee made the right decision. I pray, Right Honorable Chair, that we allow the amendment by the committee.
I put the question that clause 21 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes
Clause
have it.
21 as amended.
I put the question that clause 21 as amended stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
I put the question that clause 22 stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 23.
Put the question that clause 23 stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause
I
24.
put the question that clause 24 stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 25.
Chair.
Chair, a new clause 25 seeks to replace section 96 of the Principal Act. Clause 25 will be amended in the proposed section 96 as follows. A, in subsection 2, by inserting the word 100 immediately after the word 7. B, in subsection 3, by substituting for the word may, the word shall. C, in subsection 4, by substituting for the word 5, the word 7. Justification to enhance clarity.
Honourable Minister.
Right, Honorable Chair, I was proposing that in 96.3, the may should be left because that is the discretionary power. If we prescribe that they shall, then there is no point in going to the labor officer because the discretionary power has been taken away. And it may offend some of the principles of law that a person sitting in a matter must have the discretion to make a decision. So I think may would leave that taken care of.
Chair.
Chair, I concede.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 25 be amended. Honorable Nanda, you have a problem?
Mr. Chairman, the Principal Act talks of 750 current points. No, I think that's a bill. I want to be educated by the committee. Why did you reduce it to 84?
Chair. Why did they increase?
I think the question would have been why we increased. When 100 is replaced with 7, we have increased.
Mr. Chairman, not exceeding 700. So you have increased 700, not 84. Oh, okay.
I put the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the Attorney General. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 25 as amended.
I put the question that clause 25 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
Chair.
Chair, the new clause seeks to insert one new clause immediately after clause 25 and a new schedule 3 as follows. Amendment of section 97 of the Principal Act. Section 97 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 2F by inserting immediately after the word disabilities, the words domestic workers, casual employees. Insertion of new schedule in Principal Act. The Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately after Schedule 2 the following: Schedule 3, categories of disabilities. 1, physical disability caused by cerebral palsy, amputation of a limb, paralysis, or deformity. 2, hearing disability, including deafness, and hard of hearing disability. 3, visual disability, including blindness and low vision disability. 4, deaf and blind disability. 5, mental disability, including psychiatric disability and learning disability. 6, little people. 7, albinism. Justification. 1, the amendment of Section 97 of the Principal Act is a consequential amendment having incorporated domestic workers and casual employees as special categories of workers under the amendment to Section 34. 2, the insertion of the schedule is a consequential amendment having amended the definition of disability to harmonize it with Persons with Disabilities Act 2020. 3, the amendment is as a result of the harmonization between the two bills.
Yeah, Honorable, we always have first finish section. The schedules come after. Okay, so let's just handle the component of the new clause. Then when we go on schedules, you will introduce this schedule. You don't need to repeat it again at that time. So let's limit ourselves, colleagues, if you have any issue to the clause, because the schedule cannot come at this stage. Honorable Minister?
We are okay with it.
Private mover?
No objection.
Thank you. I put the question that clause 26. I put the question that the new clause be inserted as proposed. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 26.
I put the question. I put a question that clause 26 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Chair. Colleagues, we are going back to clause 1 because clause 1 is covering definitions, and we said we first do the bill, then we go to definitions.
Clause 1, Chair, amendment of the Employment Act 2006. Clause 1 is amended, A, by substituting in paragraph B for the definition of disability the following. Disability means a substantial functional limitation of a person's daily life activities caused by physical, mental, or sensory impairment and environmental barriers resulting in limited participation in society on equal basis with others, and includes an impairment specified in Schedule 3. B, by inserting the following definitions in their appropriate order. Domestic work means work performed in or for a household or households. Domestic worker means a person engaged in domestic work within an employment relationship, but excludes a person who does domestic work occasionally and not on an occupational basis. Foreign recruitment agency means an agency based outside Uganda, which is accredited by a Ugandan mission abroad to recruit Ugandans to work abroad. Recruitment agency means a company licensed by the ministry to facilitate the placement of prospective employee with a prospective employer within Uganda or with a foreign recruitment agency for employment abroad. Workplace means a place of work, a site, or any area where work is carried out, including a permanent indoor, factory, industry, household, stationary place of work, such as an office or shop, and any temporary place of work, such as civil engineering site, an open air place, such as a field, forest, road, oil refinery, and mobile, a place of work, such as a cab of a truck, or a seat of a tractor and excavator, a ship, gallery, freight decks of an aircraft, and without exception, a place where a worker is found as consequence of his or her work. The justification is one, to enhance clarity of phrases and words introduced in the bill and words contained in the Principal Act. Two, to align the definition of disability with the definition in the Persons with Disabilities Act 2020, which gives a more comprehensive definition of disability. Three, to harmonize the definition of termination with the provisions related to termination and dismissal as contained in the bill. Four, to specifically provide for domestic work that our society associates with the unpaid care work of a housewife and dependent relatives, and often resulting into economic exploitation and vulnerability of the employee. Five, to also provide for domestic workers who are predominantly young people and women and whose workplace is the employer's household. Six, to provide clarity of the definitions related to recruitment for employment within Uganda and for employment abroad. Seven, to align the definition of workplace with the definition in the Occupational Safety and Health Act 2006, which is broad and encompassing. Eight, the adoption of the definitions of domestic work, domestic worker, recruitment agency, and workplace where an incorporation of agreed upon principles from the harmonization of the bills.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, we principally do not have fundamental problems with the proposals. However, we would like to change the definition of disability to read that disability shall have the same meaning attached to it under the Persons with Disability Act. Right Honorable Chair, the justification of this is that everything to do with definitions of disability, if you look at our laws, they evolve. If a new disability is identified, the law we will go to amend will be the Persons with Disability Act. And therefore it may be, it is a live definition. Then
let's do one by one.
One by one.
Yeah.
Most of
The one of disability, do we have any? I put a question that the definition of disability be amended as proposed by the Attorney General. Those in favor, sign to the contrary. Ayes have it.
You, Right Honorable Chair, I am proposing that the definition as given for domestic work to mean work performed in and for a household or households be deleted. Our justification is that the separation between household and workplace is changing so fast. So if we remove that, the definition of domestic work to mean work performed in or for a household may not necessarily mean the same thing as the domestic work as we understand it. Second justification, Right Honorable Chair, is that we have categorized this already as a special area that would like the minister to provide regulations and clear guidelines on how these places work. So in order not to contradict that, I propose that that be deleted.
Honorable Nandara, then Honorable Buzuri, Honorable Penny.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want the Attorney General to help me. A domestic worker cooks food maybe at home. I'm giving an example for us who have settings where there are banana chambers, coffee chambers. He goes to the banana gardens, he digs, he goes and picks coffee. And that is no longer at home as domestic, but outside in other places where we work together maybe. So I want us to help me. Domestic worker is which type of worker? The one who is inside the house or the one who can do some work in the gardens and whatever, so that I can help see where to move.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Chair, that's exactly the reason I was proposing that we delete this. so good work is done to actually get clarity on the definition of that person. We have different kinds of domestic workers. This person works at home, but also does some work for you, which is external, but it stays with you. So that definition of domestic work and domestic worker, that's why I'm proposing that we delete it. And then in the regulations, the minister can deal with it. Unfortunately, the regulations will come back here for approval. Those ones can now be addressed. That's exactly where that's what I'm struggling with.
But I'm asking myself, really, can't we, definition of a domestic worker, we leave it to regulation? Someone going to do regulation? I think we need to cover it under definitions. What we can do is to see how we can improve on this. Yeah, but at least the definition, we get it.
Honorable Chair, unless we recommit section 34, but my minister here says I shouldn't, then we have no choice but to define a domestic work and domestic worker here, because we've already captured it in the amendment. That goes with also casual worker, unless we recommit.
On that particular matter, if you look at 90B, declaration of jobs, the mandate has been given to the minister. So I think the Attorney General is in order to say the minister will appropriately define by.
But the minister is regulated the law.
Chair, what this says is that subject to section 6(5) of this act, the minister shall, this is the Gazette, declare a range of jobs that migrant workers shall not be offered. Okay. What I wanted to explain is that using that provision, the minister can be able to, using regulations.
A section that migrant workers will not go for domestic workers. Let's move on. Honorable Pendi.
Chair, I think we are about domestic workers. Even if we ask the minister to come with regulations, we must define what we mean by a domestic worker. I don't see, but it's already there.
The committee has proposed. So
it is already there, Chair.
Let us see if there is any problem with the definition.
Yes.
We can widen, we can
deepen.
No, yes. Honorable.
You see,
Honorable Nandara.
Chair,
Honorable Nandara.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's why you remember when we were raising that article, section 34, we said we are putting there and the workers. Said, let us refer to the definition in the main act, the original one. And there was that complicated word which I was pronouncing.
Apprentice.
Apprentice. Mr. Speaker, if you look at section 34, it is talking about apprentice. Whatever the case, that one. If you come to the definition under employee, it is also talking about the same. And that's where I'm coming in. I said, if the Attorney General doesn't mind, we should put a comma after that one, which are the word which is disturbing me, which you have understood. Add casual laborers, add domestic workers.
Can we remain in?
It's a definition.
Yeah.
It's in the definition.
Yeah, definition of domestic work.
Right Honorable Chair, domestic work means work performed for a household. So let's delete in or, because in can be you. During COVID, we had so many people who were working at home. So if you say domestic work means work performed in, easily include people who are working. But if we say domestic work means work performed for a household, or households, then it will be clear for purpose of defining domestic work.
Chair, private mover.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Of ILO Convention 189 that to cater for domestic workers. In 190 talks about something different. But what I know that the ministry or the government has been trying to both to ratify the 189 because the one that came first together with the ILO Convention.
Domestic
It
work.
does.
And is this definition in line?
Yes, it is.
I put a question that domestic work be defined as proposed by the committee. Those in favor say aye, and to the container. The aye. So that's worker. I hope that sorts domestic worker. So which one do you have?
Chair, I had
Workplace?
requested that we define casual.
No, let's first finish
labor.
workplace. Let's first finish what they have defined, then whatever done with the added one. Okay? Workplace, I put a question that yes, Honorable Guzuri.
An observation I have is that working remotely has been omitted in the definition of workplace. There are now IT companies, software companies that recruit Ugandans, and these people may be either working here or working remotely somewhere. So we need to have that included.
Can we have one meeting? Because that on the agenda, I need his attention.
And
can you repeat that? Because I need the attention of that on the agenda.
Okay, I'm saying there are two things that we need to include in the definitions. One in definition of workplace, and also in the definition of recruitment agent. I said we have software companies or IT companies either work remotely somewhere, and they need to be included. Recruitment agents and work must include remote work, such that all these companies are required to apply under the law and regulated.
Sorry, let's finish workplace with our back on report. So, you've had the honorable query?
Honorable Chair, I'm trying to, a place where work is found as a, I thought it is as wide get, without the exception where a worker found as a consequence of his or her. So if you're found in America as a consequence of your work, that's your workplace. But also, I need to caution that we legislate for Uganda. We cannot define a workplace in America, London, anywhere. They have a different law which defines what a workplace is. So we define. I think the definition.
The definition as provided for workplace by the committee be those in favor say and to the ayes have it. Foreign recruitment agents.
Right, Honorable Chair. Is accredited by the ministry, not Uganda Mission. Uganda Mission only does work on behalf of the ministry. And so I want to replace, I want to delete the word immediately after accredited by the word a Ugandan mission abroad and replace it with the ministry so that it reads foreign recruitment agency means an agency based outside Uganda, which is accredited by the ministry to recruit Ugandans to work abroad.
I think that's very clear. Put that foreign recruitment agency definition be amended as proposed by the minister. Ayes have it. recruitment agency. I put a question that recruitment agency definition as proposed by the committee be adopted. Those in favor say aye. The content ayes have. Now, there are colleagues who had more definitions. That's where Honorable Saropend, you come in.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, while considering the casual workers, the minister this house that they were task employees, were piecemeal employees, and those other categories, and these were not considered as casual employees. The Principal Act 2006, the casual employee as the person who on a daily or hourly basis where payment wages is due at the completion of works day. Those are the people she was meaning as task employees or piece workers. So Chair, I wanted to propose a new insertion, new definition for casual employees to mean a casual employee is a person who is employed, consider the past of the 1 year, is period not exceeding, for a period exceeding 1 year. No, for a period not exceeding 1 year. Because we said after 1 year, then the employer reviews.
We maintain
Was it 6 months? Then 6 months. A period exceeding 6 months.
So can you repeat it for clarity?
A casual employee is a person who is employed for a period not exceeding 6 months.
That reading. Not everyone who gets a contract for 6 months is a casual employee. We talked about consultants. We have doctors who go on thingy for 6 months. The definition of casual employee as it is in the law is sufficient. A casual employee means a person who works on a basis or hourly basis where payment of wages is due at the completion of each day's work. That's a clear definition of a casual.
That is sufficient to know. Thank you. Okay, Honorable Sarah has withdrawn a proposal.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable Chair, the Principal Act defines commissioner restrictively to mean the commissioner in charge of labor. In the amendments, we brought respect of foreign employment. We introduced the commission. Is it employment services? So I believe introduce that particular office in the definition section to avoid ambiguity. Otherwise, we will have a crash in terms of implementation.
Minister?
I'm throwing it to them.
Right Honorable Chair, the Commissioner Employment Services shall perform specific duties under extension of labor provision, which we have already started in those play a role. So if you define it with the rest, the provision in the bill does not require the Commissioner Employment Services. Since we already catered for that position in the specific law, I would propose that we don't need to again.
Honorable Nwakaba? That's the same Honorable Nandara?
Mr. Chairman, we have already definition in the law that a commissioner means the commissioner in the ministry. Is it that we want to delete it now? Now, what Honorable Nwakaba I think was raising, that now this commissioner has more work. And we need to, because he has labor, I think services outside there, I don't know what it is, and that's what we're looking at.
I think Honorable Nwakaba is saying beyond the commissioner for labor, you've defined another commissioner. You've defined is not catered for in the definition. So if you have defined the commissioner for labor, why aren't you also defining the other commissioner in the definition? That's a question. Attorney General.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. For purposes of the Employment Act, everywhere you find for labor, except in the two places where Commissioner for Employment Services. So else where the word commissioner is used in respect to the Employment Act, it refers to the commissioner. So once it is not defined and you find commissioner, it is the commissioner for labor.
Okay. I think in drafting, that's okay. Okay. Do you consider that, Honorable Nwakama?
I concede.
Thank you. Then Honorable Nandara, you have a new one?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, one sexual harassment. So sexual harassments.
Why are you shy when you're raising? Anyway, go.
See now, Honorable Sword is disturbing me with the other stuff. I've left it for you. Mr. Chairman, I want us to define harassment to mean harassment both men and women. The justification, in most cases, people assume harassment is for only women. And sometimes also women harass what? Men. So that's a definition I wanted to put.
But it's not provided, we don't have a definition in the act. Oh, okay.
That's why we're bringing it, Mr. Chairman.
In section 7, in section 7 of the Act, prohibits in the amendment 7A, says for purposes of subsection 1, harassment or behavior that interferes the work and creates intimidation. So it defines it. But it says here that an employer or an employer shall not intimidate, harass, or violate an employee at the workplace. And the employee includes the male and the female. So whether the employer is male and he's harassing a male or a female harassing a male, whichever way it goes, it is covered.
So Honorable Nandara harasses you at Parliament sexually, you just report the cover.
Mr. Speaker, I will ask Milton to, but Mr. Speaker, if the employer or representative of the employer. Now, Mr. Chairman, I am getting pattern. Sometimes, in most cases, for credit, sometimes people who are harassed, if we don't make it here known that if a man is also harassed, this law will be able to you will not go. So you have me, I will report those who harass me. But now I am saying clarity, let's make it price both men and women. I've seen women here arguing because they have been harassing us.
But honorable colleagues, please, sometimes we really take a lot of time, okay? This is an implied definition. It's already implied. So let's move on. I want Attorney General, you have a new.
Yes, a consequential amendment, Right Honorable Chair. The regulation, the definition of regulations under the Act, under the Principal Act means that this section, under section 97. Right Honorable Chair, we have made regulations in several other provisions. To mean regulations made Act. I beg to submit.
I propose that the definition for registrations be amended as proposed by the Attorney General. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Fida, you had anything to do with the definition, a new definition?
Right Honorable Chair. Yes. This house. I was looking into the word meaning job order. You know, looked at that word job order. I failed completely to understand it when I went to the definition. And here we're looking into the recruitment agencies having a job order. So what does the job mean? Is it there in the definition? So I thought that needed to have been included. But that said, the second part is we are looking into is it section 5 where the penalties needed to be inserted? Whether we have handled section of the penalties or not. So those are the two things. Thank you.
The penalties what doing at that stage, okay, was to define an offense so that section 25, clause 25 would apply. That was just the major aim. Penalties, but we wanted them to apply. Yeah. So job order.
In the context of externalization of labor, a job order is where a foreign recruitment agency communicates in writing, Lance's company in Uganda, that I want you to recruit 1,000 workers, categorized as follows.
Honorable, I'm saying is you refer. Yeah, it would be.
It's in the bill, clause 1.
That's it. Honorable, I put a question, be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1 as amended.
Honorable colleagues, I put a question that clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Chair, can you now move your schedule? You already presented it, so just move.
I already presented it, Right Honorable Chair.
So you propose that we include another schedule,
Yeah,
which would
the
be schedule 3?
Schedule 3.
Attorney General, Mr.
Honorable Chair.
Correct, that's page 38 of the report.
Honorable Chair, it is better for us to cross-reference this with the Persons with Disability Act, having a standalone definition if in future there is any other categories of disability provided for Persons with Disability Act and it's not here, then you have to amend the schedule again. So I object to this and instead propose that we cross-reference the Persons with Disability Act.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I think we need to delete this as a consequence of the new we gave to the person with disability. We said disability shall have the meaning attached to it under the PWD Act 20. And the schedule of persons with disability.
If the chair agrees, because it wasn't the bill. Chair?
I concede, Right Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Title.
And that the title stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for to resume.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, I like to move that the House do resume and the committee, the whole House do report.
The motion seconded. Thank you. The question that the House do resume. The committee of the House reports there. Those in favor say and they're going to nay. The ayes have it. Now, colleagues, I always want, if there is a motion, I always want to know it. So without just going to.
A committee of the whole House.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the entitled the Employment Amendment Number 2 Bill 20 and passed it with amendment.
Motion for adoption of the report of the committee of the House.
Honourable Minister.
Yeah, recommittal.
Yes.
I move under rule 138 of our rules of procedure and move that the bill be recommitted in respect to clause 9 on breastfeeding of space or facility where an employee can breastfeed a child.
I put a question that the session be recommitted. Those in favor say and the counter nay. The ayes have it.
Bills committee stage.
On I do from here.
Thank. Yeah, justification. Normally, many of our people, particularly the ladies, don't have enough money to employ house girls at home to help them. So it's important that at least when they go to work, they are given a room where they can get about 10, 20 minutes to breast because we want these children to be alive, not to die in infancy. Thank you.
Thank you. But honorable colleagues, you have very small businesses employing people, but in garages. I'm in a garage, but I try to employ people, you know, so now.
Right Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair, we recommend. The issue in the bill for the government says shall make available at the workplace time, space, or a facility for breastfeeding. Now, in a situation where afford to create space, he has a job. He allows you time to go and take care of your child. Now, it is ideal, yes, but it's very utopian.
Honorable Kori. Honorable Kori. No, switch on.
I thank the Attorney General for that clarification. If the room can be provided, that's what we want. It's not about to milk. That's all that we want, because the mother comes with the baby. So I'm not your milk that she can use to feed the child.
Thank you. Thank you, colleague. I thank you, Honorable colleague, for understanding. Colleagues, let's move really.
Motion. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Move under Rule 138(1) that Clause 8, Amendment Section 56 of Principal Act be recommitted to provide for we provide for 90 full work days of female employees that have given birth one child at the same time to have 90 working maternity of leave from work on full wages. Thank you very much.
Put the question that the motion is adopted. Those in favor say and second nay.
Nay, nay.
And listen, colleagues, please. Please, I want this here. Please, we are here to do serious business. I want discipline here. Don't, when we are voting, don't go on to. Okay, so I'll put a question that the motion is in favor say aye and the second nay. The nays have it. Crack.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honourable Minister.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the Whole House do report thereto.
Marisha Mayanja and most colleagues in the House.
Report from the Committee of the Whole House.
Honourable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the Employment Number 2 Bill 2022 and passed with amendment.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Motion for adoption of the report from the Committee of the Whole House.
Honourable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Employment Amendment Number be read a third time and do pass.
I put the question that the report of the House, the report of the Whole House be adopted. Those in favor say aye and the content nay. The
Bill
ayes
third
have it.
reading.
Honourable Minister.
President.
Honourable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the bill entitled the Employment Amendment Number 2 Bill 2022 be read the third time and do.
I put the question that the Employment Amendment Bill Number 2 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say aye into the content nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled the Employment Amendment Act Number 2, 2023.
Honourable members, I want to thank you for considering this bill. I have here who have been here, we've not had lunch. So really I want the crack, the team, with the shadow minister, the attorney general, and all of you honorable colleagues. You can see the time. We've not had a break for, you know, this is unbelievable. Tomorrow we are going to be having very, very critical things to handle. The competition bill. This is a very, very important bill for your small businesses, for businesses of Ugandans. Let's legislate for Uganda to ensure. So by 10 be here, ensure that we sort all this. House adjourned to tomorrow at 10.